Wife, give me some money, I'm going to pick up girls. Su Yixue, the general director, was just holding a shareholders meeting when the door suddenly burst open and her husband, Ye Fan, walked in with a phrase that immediately stunned everyone present. Is that really the idiot husband Su has been married to for 3 years? Of course, he hasn't done anything for 3 years, just smokes, drinks, and chases women all day. No one understands how Su even puts up with him. The craziest thing is, Su practically worships him. Oh, is it that long-legged girl with the nice figure again? Su Yixue put down her documents, picked up her phone and smiled at Ye Fan. How much do you need? Will 100,000 be enough? If not, tell accounting to send more. That's enough, thanks wife, love you. Ye Fan blew her a kiss after receiving the transfer and was about to leave. Wait, Su Yixue stopped him, got up, and handed him the keys to her Ferrari. Take mine. My husband's going to pick up girls. He shouldn't look cheap. Everyone was in shock. Such boldness from Su Yixue was simply unprecedented. No one had ever seen a wife not only support her husband's cheating, but also fund it. But Su Yixue was completely unfazed. Darling, come back early. It's our wedding anniversary. We should celebrate, right? Strong, cold, untouchable. That's how everyone knew Su Yixue. And now, gentle, soft, almost submissive, to her unemployed husband. It didn't fit in anyone's head. We'll see. If I finish early, I'll come back, said Ye Fan, waved at her and left the room. The secretary couldn't take it anymore and said, General Director, you really shouldn't spoil Ye Fan like this. He's useless, and this month alone he's already asked for money 7 or 8 times. Shut up. Su Yixue cut her off before she could finish. He's my husband, and I'll spoil him as I please. What business is it of yours? A cold look flashed in Su Yixue's eyes. As of now, you're fired. Go to accounting, settle your pay, and get out. The secretary was stunned. Just one word about Ye Fan, and she was fired? General Director, your assistant is still a senior manager. Firing her just like that might not be appropriate. Su Yixue just gave him a cold look. Do you want to be fired too? That sentence instantly silenced everyone. Anyone else have an opinion? Su Yixue glanced around the room. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to say a word. Let's continue the meeting. Discuss how we're going to cover the 300 million gap. I'm listening. She returned to her seat. 3 years of marriage. That bastard hadn't touched her once. The most intimate thing they'd had was a hug. Every time she showered and lay down in bed, Ye Fan would say, I'm only interested in money. Was he really only interested in money? Then why did he keep disappearing into clubs? Was she not sexy enough? Too conservative. He married her, and never even tried to touch her. Was she really that unattractive? Tonight, she'd take things into her own hands. She even ordered an outfit online, the kind men supposedly can't resist. Tonight, he would be hers. Ye Fan left the company, got into Su Yixue's red Ferrari, and drove to the elite nightclub Heaven on Earth. At the entrance, a chubby guy in overalls was already waiting for him. Young master, yay, haven't seen you in days. You're looking even more radiant. The sun dims in comparison. This sycophant was Wang Fugi, son of a rich family. After a few club nights, he became obsessed with Ye Fan's charisma and now stuck to him like a loyal lapdog. That's enough. Anything ready? Ye Fan interrupted him and headed inside. Everything's ready. I brought in every kind of girl. Even the janitor. All tastes covered. And if you're not into girls, I've got muscular guys on standby too. Get lost. Ye Fan kicked him in the rear. Inside the club's largest VIP suite, a row of scantily clad girls greeted Ye Fan with a bow. Welcome, young master Ye. Exposed cleavages, high slits up to their waists. The view made Ye Fan feel flushed. Damn. If it weren't for that cursed technique, he would've, but he held himself back. Everyone gets a bonus. Old Wang, give each of them 2,000, and don't forget to show them the photo. Whoever spots the girl from the picture gets a big reward. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, a fairy-like girl. 3 years. Ye Fan wasn't here for the women. He was looking for her, his missing junior sister from the sect. Someone said she'd been seen in the club scene of Yun City, and Ye Fan was searching every place one by one. Next batch. Leaving the club, Ye Fan stopped by a pharmacy, bought some herbs, and headed to a suburban villa. At the gate stood a young girl in a white camisole. When she saw Ye Fan, her face lit up. Brother Fan, I thought you weren't coming. She ran up, threw her arms around his neck, and practically hung on him. Her soft, ample chest pressed against him, and Ye Fan felt his body heat rise. All right, let's go check on your father first. The girl's name was Li Yao, daughter of the head of the Li family. one of the 4 wealthiest clans in Yun City. A few days ago, her father, Li Feng, had suddenly fallen into a coma. Doctors found nothing. Then Ye Fan appeared, used the 13 Ghost Valley needles, and Li Feng woke up on the spot. Today, Ye Fan came to finish the treatment and prescribe a strengthening herbal remedy. Dr. Ye, you're here. Please, come in. Li Feng was already up and personally welcomed him. Ye Fan checked his pulse. Your body's fine now. I've brought some tonic herbs. Brew them and finish the course, and there'll be no problem. Thank you, Dr. Ye. Thank you so much. Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly took the medicine. They chatted for a bit, and once Ye Fan made sure all was well, he prepared to leave. These days were crucial. He was close to a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. He had lied to Su Yixue for 3 years, claiming he didn't like women. The truth was, he couldn't touch any. Not yet. His cultivation was stuck at the 8th level. To break through to the 9th, he had to stay pure. One misstep, and not only would he lose all his progress, he could die from backlash. Even if 10 women threw themselves at him, he couldn't risk it. Li Feng exchanged a look with his son. Li Tao pulled out a bank card. Dr. Ye, you saved our father. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Yi Fan smiled faintly and pushed it back. I'm not interested in money. Everyone went silent. Their eyes shifted toward Li Yao. She blushed deeply, bit her lip and whispered, Brother Fan, if you want, I'm willing. Let's go. She gently tugged at his arm. Yi Fan blinked, confused. Go? Where? Li Yao pouted and stomped her foot. You're so bad. To a hotel, of course. Or homeworks too.
Hearing what Li Yao said, Yi Fan was left speechless. When he turned to look at the expressions of Li Feng, Li Tao, and the others, he immediately understood they had misunderstood him. They thought that because he showed no interest in money, he must be interested in people, and they were planning to give Li Yao to him? Nonsense! How could Yi Fan be such a person? If you want to offer, at least wait until I've broken through in my cultivation. Ahem! Director Li, I think you've misunderstood my intentions, Yi Fan coughed and continued. What I meant is that a healer has the heart of a parent. Saving the head of the Li family was simply a convenient act, it's just that I wish to become friends with the Li family. We have a long future ahead of us, right? Yi Fan placed special emphasis on the words a long future ahead, and while saying them, he deliberately glanced at Li Yao. As Yi Fan walked away, Li Yao's face showed deep disappointment. Humph, why sigh? Is there something wrong with me? I have the looks, I have the figure. Whatever other women can do, I can do too. And what they can't, I can also do. While speaking, Li Yao glanced at Yi Fan's lower abdomen, her lips moving slightly. She figured she could handle it, right? After a few people saw Yi Fan off, Li Feng quickly said to Li Tao, go check if we have any potential collaborations with the Su family. If we cannot approach from Yi Xiao's side, then we go through the Su family. Divine Dr. Yi is a golden opportunity, we must hold on to him tightly. Li Tao nodded. No need to check. I already received a call from Su family's second uncle. He said the Su group is currently facing a shortfall of 300 million yuan, and he invited me to the Su family banquet tomorrow. Most likely, it's because of that. Su family's second uncle? Su Mingho? I've heard he's no good. Li Feng frowned. But since it's Yi Xiao's wife's family, I think you should still go check things out tomorrow. That's my thought as well. I don't plan to talk with Su Mingho. If I'm going to negotiate, it will be directly with President Su Yixue. Li Tao sighed as he glanced at his younger sister entering her room. It's just our little sister, sigh. Li Feng was also a bit helpless. Too bad Divine Dr. Yi is already married. I just hope Xiao Yao doesn't fall too deep. Yi Fan returned home and completed 9 cycles of his dragon mastery technique. It was already 5 p.m. Right on time, Su Yixue called, Honey, are you done? Where are you? I'm home. Come pick me up. Yi Fan still remembered it was their 3rd wedding anniversary today, and Su Yixue had said they would celebrate together. Okay. Su Yixue drove home to pick up Yi Fan and brought him straight to the 8th floor of the Royal Hotel in Cloud City. Inside a private room, a candlelit dinner had already been prepared. During the meal, Su Yixue was particularly enthusiastic, pouring Yi Fan drink after drink. Yi Fan was not worried about handling the alcohol. Watching his wife's beautiful profile, he played along with her act and pretended to be tipsy. Wife, didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Where is it? Yi Fan was very convincing, even his speech slurred a little. Seeing the time was just right, Su Yixue helped Yi Fan into the adjoining suite. The gift is in the next room. We'll know when we get there. She helped Yi Fan sit on the sofa and went into the dressing room. Wait here just a moment. I'll be right out. Rustling sounds came from the dressing room. When Suishua reappeared, Yifan's blood surged, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Fuck! Is this really the woman I know? Suishua had shed all her clothes and was now wearing a pink nurse outfit. The sheer fabric did nothing to hide her stunning figure. Curves in all the right places, a seductive silhouette. I'm your gift today, darling. Do you like it? Suishua swayed forward seductively, striking a provocative pose, then nestled affectionately into Yifan's arms. Honey, it's been 3 years. Today, I want to truly become your woman, such a stunning beauty lying in your arms, inviting you with everything she has. What man could resist? Especially when she is your lawful wife. Wife, you're playing with fire. Yifan's breathing grew heavier as he grasped Suishua's soft, delicate hand. Her eyes half-lidded, Suishua whispered, "Come, let me feel how hot your fire really is." That sentence completely ignited Yifan's desire. Unable to hold back any longer, Yifan flipped Suishua onto the couch, his hands running greedily over her body. The newly worn outfit was instantly torn to shreds. Clothes flew in all directions, the room descended into chaos. The room's temperature surged rapidly, just as the two were about to fully entangle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A throwing knife shot past Yifan's lower abdomen and embedded itself in the wall. If the blade had been 2 centimeters lower, Yifan could have been castrated on the spot. Young master, you must not fail now. You still shoulder an enormous responsibility. Conduct yourself wisely. A shadow flashed past the window, and a cold voice rang out from outside. Yifan looked down at Suishua. 2 small beans had struck her acupressure points, knocking her out. Hanjua, are you trying to get me killed? You almost castrated me, and at this moment, haven't you heard the saying, better to die beneath a peony, still a romantic ghost? Yifan cursed out the window. But despite his ranting, there was no response from outside. 3 years ago, after Yifan lost his martial abilities, his master assigned the sect's top assassin, Hanjua, to secretly protect him. Hanjua was ruthless and taciturn, but never hesitated when it was time to strike. Interrupted like this, Yifan finally calmed down. Remembering the consequences of breaking his vow, a cold sweat broke out. 23 years ago, when Yifan was just 1 year old, he was sent to the sect to train in martial arts. 3 years ago, as he prepared to return to his family, the sect suffered a devastating ambush. 2 of his martial mothers died in battle, his master was gravely injured, his second uncle was hacked into 8 pieces, and 3 junior sisters vanished without a trace. Yifan himself was severely wounded by a mysterious expert and lost all his powers, becoming a cripple. He and his master had to retreat from the sect's headquarters. To throw off their enemies, his master arranged for Yifan to marry into the Su family. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Cloud City was also attacked. His grandfather was gravely injured in battle, his parents went missing, and several uncles died in combat. The Yi family's power crumbled, and their status as the top clan in the empire was on the verge of collapse. Their enterprises were slowly dismantled by rivals. Though his grandfather held on stubbornly, their deterrence weakened by the day. When Yifan learned of this, he wanted to return immediately, but his master stopped him. The sect and the Yi family being attacked at the same time is no coincidence. Master Gu Feng had sensed a conspiracy. Clearly, someone does not want you to return. So until you fully recover your powers, you must not take a single open step toward the Yi family. Since then, all resources, pills, everything, was given to Yifan. He was the hope of the sect's resurgence, the key to the Yi family's revival. If he broke his vows and died, that was one thing, but to let down the hopes of his sect, that would be unforgivable. Yifan was raised by his martial mothers, how could he rest without avenging them? His youngest martial sister was his dearest companion, full of genuine emotion, and she was still missing. How could he die? What right did he have to die? And the bastards who nearly annihilated the Yi family, how could Yifan ever let them go? 3 years hidden within the Su family, thankfully, there had been no further accidents. Thinking of this, Yifan sighed deeply, bent over, picked up Suishua, and gently laid her on the bed. He pulled up the covers and softly whispered, "Wife, don't worry. In just 3 days, only 3 more days, once I break through to the 9th level of dragon mastery, I'll let you truly become my woman." Looking at the woman who had always cared for and cherished him, Yifan's eyes filled with tenderness. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her neck, leaving a deep red hickey. After settling his wife Suishua, Yifan sat upright in the room and began to earnestly operate the dragon mastery technique. In an instant, a stream of light enveloped Yifan, circulating wildly through his meridians. A faintly discernible dragon shape had already begun to form. With his eyes closed, Yifan could clearly feel the immense power dormant deep within his dantian beginning to stir. Is it finally about to break through? He distinctly sensed the threshold of the 9th level of the Dragon Mastery Technique, just one final thread remained. Yifan cultivated through the night, completing more than a dozen full cycles of the technique, yet still failed to shatter the final barrier. In the end, he could only go to bed, wrapping his arms around his beautiful wife and falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Sui Shui awoke, her entire body felt weak and sore, as if she were about to fall apart. Seeing herself lying unclothed in Yifan's embrace, her face turned bright red. Was Yifan that fierce last night? Would she even be able to withstand it in the future? If it came to that, should she call her best friend Qing Ruolin for help? The moment this wicked thought surfaced, Sui Shui was startled. Pa! Sui Shui, it is one thing to pamper your husband, but how could you think something so outrageous? After moving a bit in bed, she quickly realized something was wrong. That bastard, he did not even touch me? Though she had no experience, she knew that even though she was naked, lying beside Yifan, apart from a few marks left on her neck, Yifan had not actually done anything to her. Honey, wake up. Why did you not, last night? I already did everything I could. I am your wife. What more do you want from me? Sui Shui shook Yifan awake, her voice quivering and her eyes welling with tears. Who was Sui Shui? The #1 beauty in Cloud City. An aloof CEO, pure as jade. To the public, she was a figure of decisive authority and commanding presence. But for Yifan, she had humbled herself, bought so many outfits, and seductively posed in front of him. This was her limit. Sui Shui was on the verge of breaking down. Oh, that. Yifan turned over, gently tidying Sui Shui's disheveled hair. I am not in the right condition these days. Hearing that, Sui Shui froze on the spot. Not in the right condition? Are men supposed to have their period too? Furious, she punched Yifan in the chest. You bastard, if you are going to make excuses, at least make a decent one. No. I calculated that these few days are cursed by misfortune, conflicting with my fate. It is not a good time to share a bed. Next time, when the time, place, and people are alright, I will not let you go. Put. Sui Shui could not help but laugh aloud. What ridiculous nonsense! Even making love required perfect timing and harmony? But seeing the kiss marks on her neck in the mirror, Sui Shui was already very happy. Last night, aside from the final step, they had kissed and touched each other. For the first time in 3 years, they had been this close. That was already very satisfying. Things should progress gradually. Yifan was her husband. Sooner or later, he would be hers. Where could he possibly run? Alright, I will listen to you. Let us get up quickly. Grandpa arranged a family banquet today. Grandma has been waiting eagerly for you to come home for a meal, Sui Shui said shyly while dressing, reminding Yifan. Although Yifan had married into the Su family, he was not like most sons-in-law. Except for second uncle Su Mingho and his family, the rest of the Su family treated Yifan like a treasured child. Center of attention was no exaggeration. Alright, Xiaofan is here. Come, sit next to Grandma. How have you been lately? Look at you, you have lost weight. Yishui must not be feeding you properly. As soon as Yifan and Sui Shui entered the main hall of the Su family estate, Grandma Songmei greeted them warmly and pulled Yifan to her side. Sui Shui pouted in mock jealousy. Grandma! Come on, look at how close you are to Yifan. I am your real granddaughter. Songmei laughed heartily. Noticing the healthy glow on Sui Shui's face, her eyes sparkled. Yishui, have you too? As someone with experience, she immediately saw something different about Sui Shui. Sui Shui blushed. Grandma! Yesterday was our 3rd anniversary. We had a little wine and stayed in a hotel. Good. Wonderful. Ha ha. Xiaofan, you need to work harder now. We are all waiting for great-grandchildren. Grandpa Su Guohua stroked his beard with a smile and teased Yifan. Yifan looked at Sui Shui. Do not worry, I will do my best. I will have Yishui give birth to a whole soccer team. Yifan loved this kind of warm family atmosphere. Though this was not his sect, he had lived here for 3 years and still felt the same warmth. I am not a sow, how can I give birth to that many? Sui Shui pouted adorably, but her eyes were filled with joy. Usually, Grandpa and Grandma barely said a word in the morning, but today they could not stop smiling after seeing Yifan and Sui Shui. Down below, second uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Don looked increasingly displeased. A live-in son-in-law acting all high and mighty? Just a freeloading dog, such a disgrace. What did you say? Though Su Don's voice was soft, Grandpa Su Guohua still caught a bit of it and his face instantly darkened. Su Don, no one will mistake you for a mute if you stay quiet. If you mumble again, get out. Su Don looked embarrassed, but mostly resentful. Before Yi Fan entered the Su family, Su Dong had been the apple of Grandpa and Grandma's eye. But since Yi Fan arrived, he was treated like an outsider. Why? Su Dong wanted to argue, but his father Su Mingho stopped him. Young Master Li Tao of the Li family is here to visit. At that moment, a booming voice rang out at the door. Li Tao, the eldest son of the Li family, one of Cloud City's 4 great clans, walked in carrying several large gift packages. This is our Su family's private banquet. Why is young Master Li here? Grandpa Su Guohua frowned, glancing around the room. Su Mingho immediately stood up. Dad, I invited young Master Li. Our Su family has been facing financial difficulties lately, and Li Tao is interested in investing. I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk. Whether it works out or not, it is still better than relying on some freeloading trash. Su Mingho walked briskly toward Li Tao, extending his hand enthusiastically. Young Master Li, please come in. Having invited a member of the prestigious Li family, Su Mingho felt as though he had accomplished something grand. He even straightened his back as he walked. Smack! Before Li Tao could take a step, a teacup smashed onto the floor in front of him. Young Master Li, this is a private family banquet. Please leave, Grandpa Su Guohua said coldly. The one who had spoken was none other than the head of the Su family, Su Guohua. Initially, the old man had no issue with Li Tao. But because Su Mingho had insulted Yi Fan, the old man immediately exploded with anger. Li Tao halted his steps and gave Su Mingho a cold smirk. He did not even bother to glance at the hand Su Mingho had extended. Who are you? Do I know you? What? Su Mingho's hand froze mid-air, and he stood there dumbfounded. Young Master Li, did I not call you yesterday? Yesterday during a shareholders meeting, while discussing the company's financial shortfall, Su Mingho had confidently claimed he had a solution. He had immediately contacted young Master Li, hoping to secure investment. Li Tao had consistently refused in the past, but unexpectedly agreed yesterday to come and take a look. Yet today, although Li Tao indeed showed up, he claimed not to know Su Mingho? Who am I? What on earth happened? Su Mingho felt as if question marks were exploding above his head. When Li Tao turned to look at Su Guohua and the others, his face instantly returned to a warm smile. Old master, you misunderstood. I came here today for young Master Yi's wife. Oh no, I came to see young Master Yi. I owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. As he spoke, Li Tao strode over to Yi Fan, stretched out both hands, and shook his firmly. Young Master Yi, we meet again. He even winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood instantly Li Tao was deliberately giving him credit. Everyone present was stunned by Li Tao's actions. Su Mingho, Su Dong, even third uncle, grandfather, and grandmother were all shocked. Yi Fan was actually on such familiar terms with young Master Li of one of the 4 major clans? Li Tao had come specifically for Yi Fan? A sharp glint flashed through grandfather's eyes. Thinking of the power behind Yi Fan's sect, he immediately understood Yi Fan knowing Li Tao was not surprising at all. Over the years, the rapid development of the Su family owed much to the quiet support of Yi Fan's sect. Su Guohua had always believed that the wisest decision of his life was marrying Su Yixue to Yi Fan. Ah, so young Master Li is a friend of Xiao Fan's? Please take a seat. Just now, I did not mean anything by it. I wanted to hit that disgraceful son, not you, so please do not take it personally. Su Guohua's expression shifted faster than flipping a page. Was this not blatant favoritism? His own acquaintance was about to be thrown out, while Yi Fan's acquaintance was invited to the seat of honor? Su Mingho wanted to leave right then and there, but more than that, he wanted to see what the hell Yi Fan was up to. No worries. Li Tao handed the gifts to the old man and then sat down beside Yi Fan. Old Master Su, I heard the Su group recently needs development capital. Our Li family is very eager to cooperate with the Su group. May I ask, how much funding is required? Very eager to cooperate? Bullshit. Su Mingho rolled his eyes. In the face of Su Group's imminent financial collapse, they had practically begged every bank and institution. After evaluating their situation, not a single one wanted to work with them. Some people even blacklisted Su Yixue's number. The Li family was not stupid. Why would they really want to work with the Su Group? The only explanation was that it was for Yi Fan's sake. The Li family wanted to bail them out because of him. What kind of power did Yi Fan possess to make the Li family bow their heads? While Li Tao questioned the old man, he was also watching Yi Fan. Amid Su Yixue's astonishment, Yi Fan turned and asked her, Wife, how much is our funding gap right now? Would 300 million yuan be enough? Li Tao added from the side, as long as Miss Su needs it, as long as young Master Yi says the word, 300 million, even 3 billion would be no issue. Before arriving, Li Feng had instructed Li Tao repeatedly, no matter the cost, they must cling tightly to Yifan's golden thigh. Li Feng was well aware of his own medical condition. Even international specialists were helpless, ordinary doctors had no chance of curing him. Yet Yifan had revived him with just acupuncture. Yifan undoubtedly came from that mysterious background. Being friends with Yifan could elevate the Li family to a new level. And those hidden enemies of the Li family would have to think twice before making a move. Ah! Su Yixue looked at Yifan in shock. She had tried to approach the Li family for cooperation before, but due to the Su family's status, she could not even secure a meeting with Li Tao or any of the decision makers. Now, Li Tao came to her door, begging to invest? This Yifan was truly a treasure of a husband. We do not need that much, 300 million should be sufficient, Su Yixue said uncertainly. Very well. I will arrange for finance to transfer the funds immediately. As for the contract, we can finalize it tomorrow, Li Tao said, taking out his phone and giving instructions. 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Yixue received a call from the company's chief financial officer. President Su, we just received a transfer of 300 million yuan from the Li Group. They claim the investment terms have been discussed and finalized with you? It had already arrived? Su Yixue was even more stunned, no contract signed, and the money already transferred. This was highly irregular, too irregular. Yes. This money is not to be touched without my direct approval. Su Yixue hung up the phone, bowed slightly toward Li Tao, and said, Young Master Li, thank you for offering help in our time of need. Li Tao waved it off. Miss Su, you are too kind. Compared to what young Master Yi has done for my family, this is nothing. After chatting a bit more, he stood up to leave. Everyone, I still have work to attend to at the office. I shall not overstay. Once Li Tao left, the entire hall burst into excitement. Well done, Yi Fan. I always knew my grandson-in-law was exceptional. Old Master Su Guohua smiled at Yi Fan. No one truly knew Yi Fan's background, but Su Guohua had a good idea. He was also well aware that the Yi Fan currently kept a low profile. One day he would soar. Arishue, marrying Xiaofan, she is truly fortunate. Among the Su family core members, some thanked Yi Fan, others were stunned by Li Tao's boldness. Su Mingho and Su Dong stood off to the side, ignored and seething. That Yi Fan is intolerable. We must find a way to drive him out of the Su family. Otherwise, we father and son will never rise again. Dad, do you remember that Yun Fei Yang from the provincial capital? Su Yixue's university classmate? He came looking for her recently, maybe we should ask him for help? Su Dong's eyes lit up as he suddenly had an idea. Let us do that. After the family banquet, a girl Yi Fan had once flirted with suddenly called him, Young Master Yi, I recently changed jobs. That person you told me to watch for, I think I saw her at my new workplace. Want to come check? Ha? News of his junior sister? Yi Fan's expression turned serious. He got ready, took Su Yixue's Ferrari, and sped off to the Royal No. 1 Club in Cloud City. For nearly 3 years, Yi Fan had combed every venue in Cloud City like a searchlight. And Royal No. 1 was one of the few remaining places. Xiaofang, you have put on weight here. Yi Fan unrestrainedly grabbed the thigh of a hostess, making the beauty shriek and pout. Oh, young Master Yi, you are so naughty. Always taking advantage but never giving me any real business. Yi Fan chuckled, pulled several red bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into her v-neck. Who says I did not take care of you? You said you saw the girl from the photo, where is she now? Xiaofang quickly responded, last month, a girl named Chu Yan started working here. She looks a lot like the girl in your photo, but I am not sure. I secretly took a photo, want to see it? As she spoke, Xiaofang pulled out her phone and showed him the picture. Yi Fan froze the moment he glanced at it. His junior sister? The lead was real. She had truly come to Cloud City and was now in this kind of place? Although Yi Fan enjoyed going to clubs to rescue young women, he never wanted his little junior sister to appear in such a place. She had once been so pure, so innocent and kind. In a place like this, just the thought turned Yi Fan's face green with unease. Tell your boss, I want her to accompany me tonight. Yi Fan shoved a few more red bills into Xiaofang's hand. Xiaofang beamed with joy. No problem, young Master Yi. I'll have the boss make arrangements right away. As she led Yi Fan upstairs, she curiously asked, Young Master Yi, is the beauty in that photo your ex-girlfriend? You must be very attached to her, asking so many sisters to help you find her? Yi Fan's face turned cold. Woman, knowing too much is never a good thing. Upstairs on the second floor, Yi Fan sat in a private room, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Deep down, he hoped it really was his junior sister here, but at the same time, he wished it were not. Boss, there's a customer who specifically requested Chu Yan to accompany him. On the third floor of Royal Number 1, in the manager's office, a supervisor was reporting to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Oh? The woman behind the desk glanced up at the supervisor. Have I not told you? Miss Chu Yen has special arrangements here, she does not accompany customers. Do my words mean nothing to you? The supervisor looked troubled. Boss, I gave those instructions, but today the customer named her specifically. And this young Master Yi, he's one of the wealthiest figures in Cloud City. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The middle-aged woman hesitated. Then, from the side room of the office, a girl in a long white dress stepped out. Sister Yun, it's fine. I can at least go take a look. If the customer behaves himself, that's one thing. If he doesn't, you know what I'm capable of. This girl in white was none other than Chu Yen, the new hostess at Royal Number 1. Sister Yun frowned, then reluctantly nodded. All right then, just be careful. If anything happens, call us immediately. I'll assign 2 bodyguards to wait outside. Watching the supervisor lead Chu Yen away, Su Yan's eyes flickered with a complex expression. I wonder how much longer we can keep this up. Inside the imperial suite on the second floor, Yi Fan had just picked up his teacup when the door creaked open. Hello, handsome. I'm hostess 001, Chu Yen. The girl in the white dress stepped in, pure and flawless in appearance. Yi Fan felt like he had been struck by lightning. Clatter! The teacup slipped from Yi Fan's hand and shattered on the floor. Su-chan? Junior sister, it's really you. I've been searching for you for 3 years. Junior sister, Yi Fan, usually playful and cheeky, was now filled with tenderness. His eyes reddened, his voice uncharacteristically serious. It was indeed Chu Yen who had entered. Hearing Yi Fan call her name, her body froze instantly. If one looked closely, one could see her subtly trembling. But after a few seconds, she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Handsome, who's Junior sister? You must be mistaken. What? Yi Fan, already close to Chu Yen, suddenly stiffened. Mistaken? How could I be? We lived together for 10 years, how could I not recognize you? You even have a red birthmark on your lower abdomen. If you don't believe me, lift your shirt and show me. As he spoke, Yi Fan reached to lift her clothes. But Chu Yen immediately backed away, hastily clutching her outfit. Please be respectful, sir. We only drink and play games here, do not get physical. And another thing. You've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Chu Yen, not Su-chan, she insisted, her tone a bit flustered, her eyes dodging his. Chu Yen? Little Chan, you are clearly Su-chan. That year, when we fell off the cliff gathering herbs in the mountains, you carried me on your back, your feet torn to the bone, you needed months to recover. Have you forgotten? And when I was sick, you snuck into my room at night to warm my bed. Yi Fan stared at the girl before him in utter confusion. It was clearly her, why was she pretending not to know him? Junior sister, is someone threatening you? If they are, just blink twice. As long as I'm in Cloud City, no one can hurt you. Yi Fan stepped forward and held her arm, trying to explain. But Chu Yen only shook her head and gently pulled her arm free. Sir, you're mistaken. I'm not feeling well. Please ask someone else to accompany you. As she pushed his hand away, her fingers tapped twice lightly on the back of Yi Fan's hand before she turned and fled the room. She ran down the hall to a lounge, locked the door, then finally collapsed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Fan, I'm so happy to see you again. They all said you were dead. I never thought you'd still be alive. Su-chan curled up in the corner, crying. But now I'm surrounded by eyes, how can I reveal myself to you? Back then, when the sect was attacked, Su-chan had not died, nor was she truly missing. Just as the assassins were about to strike, another group intervened and took Su-chan away. Apparently, the leader of the assassins and the people behind Su-chan knew each other, so she was left unharmed, just taken far away from Yi Fan. She had resigned herself to a muddled fate, but now, unexpectedly, she had met her senior brother again in Cloud City. In the private room, Yi Fan sat with a gloomy expression, deep in thought. What kind of trouble had his junior sister encountered? Earlier, when she left, she tapped twice on the back of his hand. What did it mean? He looked down and noticed a hotel key card on the floor. General Manager's office. Yi Fan's mind worked rapidly. Within moments, he understood her signal and smiled. So that's it? 2 o'clock in the morning, at the General Manager's office? Humph, that office better have a bed. After 3 years apart, junior sister must be longing for his embrace. What they missed before, they would make up for tonight. He would make sure she could never leave him again. Yi Fan left the club, glancing back one last time. Though they had not reunited, he now knew she was there. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he could now plan how to overcome them. Back in the Royal Number 1 Club's manager office, Soo-yun had previously sat in the boss's seat. But now, it was Chu-yen, the very same girl who had just met Yi-fan, who was seated in the executive chair. The room was filled with senior management. Spread the word, no one is to leak any information about Yi-fan visiting today. If anyone does, I will not forgive her. Chu-yen's voice was cold, even laced with menace, a far cry from her usual gentle demeanor. Yes. So the real boss of Royal Number 1 was not Soo-yun, but Chu-yen? Once everyone had left, Soo-yun locked the door and looked at Chu-yen with complex emotions. Xiao-chan, that man just now, was he your senior brother you always talked about? He's finally found you, hasn't he? Why did you not reunite with him? Soo-chan shook her head and said, Sister Yun, you know my current situation better than anyone. I can barely protect myself, provoking Yi-fan at a time like this would be extremely unwise. Besides, if news that Yi-fan is still alive gets out, they will stop at nothing to hunt him down. That would endanger my senior brother. Soo-yun let out a long sigh. Xiao-chan, I heard this young Master Yi has been throwing money around in all the clubs of Cloud City for years just to find you. That proves he truly cares about you. Can you really bear to watch him like this? Bear it? Soo-chan's expression briefly went blank. In the 3 years they had been apart, was there a single night she did not think of Yi-fan? They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, comrades who trusted each other with their lives in battle. How could Soo-chan not miss Yi-fan? But what good was that? Back then, it was the Soo family in the capital who saved her from that ambush. But after her grandfather became gravely ill, she was discarded once again, now cornered by her older brothers, driven to a point of life and death. If they discovered Yi-fan's identity, they would definitely hand that information over to the people who attacked them back then. How could they possibly spare her senior brother? She must not drag him down. Sister Yun, the martial arts experts sent by my eldest brother will arrive in Cloud City tomorrow. If we don't hand over what's left of the business, they won't hold back. Soo-chan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Also, I'm heading to the provincial capital tonight. There are some important things in the safe in my room, stay there tonight. As the true owner of Royal Number 1 Club, Soo-chan had her own private room there. Alright. Yi-fan had just gotten into the car when Soo Ishue's call came through. Husband. Thank you so much. With the investment you secured from the Lee family, our Soo group can finally pull through this. You're my wife. What's with all the thanks? If you really want to thank me, learn some new moves later tonight. Yi-fan was quite pleased with his beautiful wife. After 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Soo Ishue had gone from being distant to truly cherishing Yi-fan. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to use money to chase other women. Oh, you're so bad. But at night, you never touch me. So when will the stars finally align for us? In the Soo group office, Soo Ishue blushed furiously while asking, though her eyes were full of anticipation. In their 3 years together, Yi-fan always acted carefree, yet remained elusive. From the bits and pieces she had heard from her grandfather, Soo Ishue knew Yi-fan was a hidden dragon, destined to rise. Now she was worried that once Yi-fan rose to greatness, he would abandon her. That was why she wanted to become his woman as soon as possible. Very soon. Truly, no more than 3 days. Yi-fan's heart was also stirred by Soo Ishue's teasing. Yesterday, during cultivation, the energy in his body had nearly taken the form of a dragon. Okay. There's a business banquet tonight, will you come with me? A few flies have been pestering me. With you there, they won't dare get too bold. Sure. A cold gleam flashed in Yi-fan's eyes. These past years, because he had lost all his martial strength, he had kept a low profile, ignoring the scumbags who pestered Soo Ishue. He had gained a reputation as a worthless coward. But now it was time to tear that label off. After ending the call, Yi-fan started the car, planning to return home and continue his cultivation. Thinking of his junior sister possibly being under duress, and the old tragedies of his sect and family, Yi-fan felt a heavy pressure in his chest. Especially concerning the Yi family, he had heard that another powerful family had already openly declared war on them. His grandfather was aging, and his great-grandfather severely injured. If Yi-fan did not step up soon, they might not be able to hold on. Screech! Just as the car entered an abandoned demolition zone, a girl in a white dress suddenly stepped into the road and stopped his car. Mister, please, save me. She looked no older than 20, with a rosy complexion and a graceful figure partially revealed under her dress. Her ample chest and curvaceous hips were deadly weapons to any man. Terrified, she looked through the car window at Yi-fan. Behind her, 7 or 8 thugs armed with steel rods and machetes were rapidly closing in. Ha! Yi-fan glanced at the group. There was no martial aura, just ordinary street thugs. Though his strength had not returned to its peak, His dragon mastery technique was now at the 8th level, more than enough to deal with such riffraff. "Kid, best stay out of this, or you're next," barked the Scarface leader, waving his blade threateningly and reaching for the girl. Yi Fan frowned, stepped out of the car in a flash, and punched the man's machete with full force. Crack, crack. A surge of energy exploded from Yi Fan's fist, instantly shattering the weapon into shards that scattered across the ground. Holy shit. The sheer force of Yi Fan's move left the thugs wide-eyed in terror. Run! The gang tried to flee, but Yi Fan moved like a ghost, dashing between them with inhuman speed. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, every last thug lay groaning on the ground. "Come, I'll take you somewhere safe," Yi Fan said, glancing at the scattered bodies with a hint of regret. His strength still had not fully returned. At his peak, he could have taken care of them all with a single punch. But what if the enemies who destroyed the Yi family and sect came knocking again? Okay, the girl obediently climbed into the car, gazing at Yi Fan with admiration. After leaving the demolition zone and entering a bustling business district, she turned to him and said, "Handsome, thank you for saving me. The person picking me up is almost here. Just let me off at the curb." The car stopped. Just before getting out, she removed a necklace from her neck. "Handsome, I have nothing to repay you with. This necklace was left to me by my mother. I want you to have it. Since you're a cultivator, it will surely be useful to you." "No need." Yi Fan hesitated, but before he could finish, the girl stuffed the necklace into his hand, leaned in, and kissed him on the lips. Smack! That was my first kiss. "My future husband, do your best, okay? I'll be waiting for you to marry me. You must become stronger quickly. This is all I can do to help you." "Ha?" Yi Fan sat stunned, savoring the lingering sweetness on his lips. What was happening? He had just saved a beauty, who then gave him a necklace and said she was waiting to marry him. Before he could react, she had already stepped out and vanished into the crowd. Yi Fan stared at the necklace in his hand, and his expression suddenly grew serious. "A 4th-grade vitality pill," he whispered, examining the pendant. It was the perfect elixir to aid his breakthrough. That stunning beauty had just said she was his future wife. Had she come specifically to deliver this pill? And even offered herself as a bonus? Although Yi Fan had countless doubts in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to investigate them. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan stepped on the gas and sped home. At the moment, the top priority was to restore his cultivation strength as quickly as possible. Only then would he have the confidence to rescue his junior sister or face those enemies from the past. After Yi Fan's vehicle disappeared, the girl in the long white dress stepped out from the crowd, gazing intently in the direction Yi Fan had left. She murmured, "Husband, you must not disappoint Warner." Beside her, a girl in jeans asked, "Miss, are we really going to stake everything on him? Is he truly that formidable?" The girl nodded. "Of course. Do not forget, he is the first monstrous genius in 500 years of the Beiluo sect to cultivate the dragon mastery technique beyond the 7th layer. Once he breaks through the 9th layer, he will be a man standing at the very pinnacle of this world. At that point, everyone will have no choice but to kneel before him and tremble." The girl in jeans pouted. "Let's hope so. Miss, you gave him your only vitality pill. Steward Fu will scold you again when we return." But the girl in the white dress was unconcerned. "The husband I chose myself must be the hope for our family's revival. How about this? If I win our bet, you marry him along with me?" "Ugh. Miss, you are teasing me again." Junlong Tianxia, this was the residential complex where Yi Fan and Sui Shui lived. Upon arriving home, Yi Fan immediately locked the courtyard gate and the living room door, then headed straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged on the floor and held up the pendant. Inside the pendant, a milky white pill appeared in Yi Fan's palm. The pill was no larger than a fingertip, but the moment the pendant shattered, a rich fragrance filled the room. With just one whiff, Yi Fan felt his mind clear and refreshed. The ancient and profound energy radiating from it made Yi Fan visibly excited. A 4th-grade pill, an extremely rare treasure in the entire martial world, sought after but rarely found. For ordinary cultivators, a single pill like this was enough to break through to the Grandmaster level, and for Grandmasters seeking advancement to martial lords or martial saints, it was of tremendous help. That mysterious, beautiful girl had done Yi Fan an enormous favor today. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swallowed the pill immediately. As soon as it entered his mouth, it melted and transformed into a warm current that surged through Yi Fan's body. A massive force burst through his meridians, as though his entire body was about to explode. Yi Fan did not dare be careless. He rapidly activated the dragon mastery technique to absorb the vast energy the pill provided, concentrating and ascending step by step. Streams of glowing light began to circulate around Yi Fan, at first slowly, then faster and faster. Eventually, Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped in a sphere of sacred light. At this moment, centered around Yi Fan's room, the surrounding heavens and earth darkened in an instant. From a clear sunny day, violent winds rose suddenly. The sky above began to swirl with clouds, forming a massive vortex that looked like the prelude to doomsday. The terrifying pressure radiating from it paralyzed all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius. At the same time, in the Cloud City Marshal Surveillance Bureau, alarms blared in the control room. "Minister, something's wrong. A massive energy fluctuation just appeared in Cloud City." On the monitoring screen, the energy graph showed violent and chaotic spikes. Director Mo Jong of the Bureau rushed forward in shock, his expression grim. "Based on the readings, this is at least the breakthrough of a Grandmaster-level expert. When did such a powerhouse arrive in Cloud City?" The signal points to the western suburbs. "Let's go. We must investigate immediately. With a warrior of this level in our city, we have to be cautious and ideally, make allies. If we make an enemy out of someone like this, we are in deep trouble." In the path of cultivation, breaking through to internal force is a barrier that most never overcome. Those who succeed are 1 in 1,000. Advancing from internal force to control is even harder, and reaching Grandmaster is an enormous gulf. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, Grandmaster-level warriors were all prominent figures, names everyone knew. Offending such a person was never wise. Back in Yi Fan's villa, the speed of his internal circulation increased drastically. He could feel something long dormant in his dantian beginning to crack open. Crack, crack. By the time Yi Fan completed the 10th cycle of the Dragon Mastery Technique, it felt as if a shell in his dantian had shattered. A mysterious, ancient power awakened within him like a ferocious beast, or perhaps a demonic entity from hell. Roar! A dragon's cry erupted from Yi Fan's body. The golden light surrounding him instantly coalesced into a 9-clawed golden dragon, circling around him 3 times before gently merging into his body. At the same time, all the bizarre phenomena around the villa ceased, the wind stopped, the sky cleared, and the intense energy condensed back into the room. As the golden dragon disappeared, everything returned to normal. Sunlight beamed down. The weather was peaceful and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, Yi Fan felt his entire being overflow with power. His martial energy was dozens of times stronger than before, and his perception had also increased tenfold. At that moment, Yi Fan could clearly sense the movement of an ant half a kilometer away, underground. Dragon Mastery Technique, 9th level, achieved. Before his injury, Yi Fan had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. But now, he knew clearly, he had surpassed Grandmaster by several levels. He was definitely at the peak of Martial Lord. Whether he had reached Martial Saint, he could not yet confirm. But one thing was certain, if the enemies who destroyed his sect and family stood before him now, Yi Fan alone could annihilate them. Congratulations, young master. You have broken through the 9th level of the Dragon Mastery Technique. As Yi Fan rose to his feet, Han Zhuo appeared silently in the room. According to the sect master's orders, once the young master breaks through the 9th level, you are to decide when to activate the Heaven's Wrath plan and commence full-scale revenge. As he spoke, Han Zhuo respectfully handed Yi Fan a token. This token symbolized the highest authority in the Beiluo sect. Once it was in Yi Fan's hands, he knew his master had officially passed leadership of the sect to him. After the sect was ambushed, the master ordered all subordinate forces of the Beiluo sect to go into hiding and await the right moment. Heaven's Wrath plan activate immediately. Those who destroyed my sect must now pay the price. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Also, Han Zhuo, go investigate the current state of the Yi family. Now that his strength had fully returned, and even surpassed his former peak, it was time to consider returning to the Yi family. As the sole male heir of the 3rd generation, Yi Fan could not allow the Yi family to fall into ruin. The number 1 family in Great Xia must rise again. Yes, sir. Han Zhuo vanished in a flash and immediately began transmitting commands to the Beiluo sect's hidden global forces. In an instant, the entire world was set ablaze. In Europa, within the Russell family, the family head Frank received the message on his phone and burst into tears of excitement. The young master has finally awakened? Wonderful! Fuck those bastards, fuck them all. On the battlefield in West Africa, a man built like a black bear, known internationally as the Whirlwind Slayer, looked eastward upon receiving the command. The Emperor lives after all. I now have someone worth following again. In a lavish estate in the United States, a stunning woman had just snapped a tycoon's neck. When she saw the command on her phone, the muscles in her face twitched. That damn bastard. You made me cry so many tears. When I get back, I'm going to pin you down and make you pay me back. God, I haven't had a man in so long. You heartless asshole, just wait. As she spoke, the seductive beauty licked her sultry lips with a wicked smile. Great Xia! Britain! Japan! With Yifan's command issued, the entire world erupted in chaos. That Heaven's Wrath plan was activated. Everyone now knew the Beiluo sect had not been destroyed. The monstrous genius of the sect from years ago had not perished, he had returned stronger than ever. This time, it was the enemies who would tremble in fear. In Cloud City, Yifan tidied his bedroom and drove straight toward the Yi family estate he had dreamed of day and night. Back when he was still training in the sect, his grandfather and great-grandfather would secretly climb the mountains to see him. Now, 3 years had passed, he had no idea how the two elders were doing. During his 3 years of hiding in Cloud City, Yifan had passed by the gate of the Yi family estate countless times. But because he had lost all his power, and under his master's strict warnings to avoid exposure, he had never stepped foot inside. Now, with his power fully restored and even surpassing his previous peak, he could finally return openly and honorably. However, to ensure the success of his larger plan, Yifan was not yet ready to reveal his true strength to his grandfather. When Yifan arrived at the estate, he saw several luxury cars parked at the gate. Judging by the license plates, they belonged to the Xian family, another of Great Xia's top 6 clans. The Xian and Yi families had always had a close relationship, but since the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago, the Xian family had gradually distanced themselves. Why were they here today? Yifan parked his car and said to the gate guards, "Please step aside. I am Yifan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family, I have returned." He expected the guards to be thrilled and rush to welcome him, but to his surprise, they remained calm and indifferent. "Kid, you've got arms and legs, why come here with this scam? You're the 13th person this month trying to impersonate the young master. Beat it before we get rough." "What?" Yifan froze. Others were pretending to be him? A moment later, he understood. He had left the family at the age of 1 for martial training and had not returned in over 20 years. Though his grandfather and great-grandfather had visited in secret, it had always been kept confidential. The guards naturally had no idea what he looked like. Though the Yi family had declined somewhat, it remained a colossal force in Great Xia. Entering it would guarantee a life of comfort and status, no wonder imposters had tried their luck. "I really am the eldest grandson of the Yi family." Yifan tried to prove his identity, but suddenly realized he had no idea how. "If you don't believe me, get my grandfather, we can do a DNA test." "You think the Yi family has time to humor your nonsense? Scram! Or we'll beat you bloody." As they spoke, several guards pulled out steel batons, clearly ready to use force. Yifan sighed helplessly. Was returning home supposed to be this hard? Just as he was weighing whether to force his way in, an elderly man with white hair emerged from inside the estate. "Stop! He truly is the young master, let him in immediately." "Young master, you've finally come home. The master and old master have missed you terribly. Come in, quickly, we were just discussing something very important about you." "Steward Zhong." The guards all bowed respectfully to the elderly man and allowed him to escort Yifan inside. As they walked toward the main hall, Steward Zhong explained that his name was Wang Zhong. He had served Yifan's grandfather for many years as the Yi family butler. In fact, 3 years ago, when Yifan married into the Su family, the Yi family had already confirmed his identity. But fearing the master's plans might be disrupted, they refrained from interfering. Still, they had kept close track of his actions. "Young master, your behavior these past years, the master knows everything. If he loses his temper, I hope you can understand." "Damn it. A proud son of the Yi family, spending every day in nightclubs and brothels, how could the old master not be furious?" Yifan looked a bit awkward. Before they reached the hall, they heard shouting from within. "Old Master Yi, it's not that our Xian family is being unreasonable. Years ago, there was indeed a marriage agreement between our two families. But now your grandson's fate is unclear. Are we supposed to let our Rainfi wait indefinitely? What if your grandson is already dead, should she remain a widow forever? No way. Today, we must break this engagement." The speaker was Xian Jinghua, second uncle of Xian Rainfi and current head of the Xian family. Years ago, when the Yi and Xian families were like brothers, their patriarchs arranged a marriage between their great-grandchildren. Now, with the Yi family and Yifan's sect both having been attacked, Yifan's fate unknown, the Xian family had come to annul the marriage. "Bullshit! Who says my grandson is dead? Damn it, he's just..." Old Master Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. 3 years ago, Yifan had indeed been injured. But he had since spent his days in pleasure houses. If he were a woman, even he would not marry such a degenerate. Still, at this moment, Yi Changfeng could not afford to lose face. If the Xian family annulled the engagement and he simply accepted it, where would the Yi family's pride go? Moreover, with multiple major powers already attacking the Yi family, If the Xian family pulled out now, the pressure might become unbearable. Who knew how long the Yi family could hold out? Old Master Yi, we all know the Yi family was ambushed. For 3 years now, our Xian family has not kicked you while you were down. We've helped you both openly and secretly, you know this. I'm begging you, Rainfai cannot keep waiting. If your grandson is still alive, have him show himself. As head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua knew how to argue from reason and emotion, leaving Yi Changfeng speechless. Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. He was well aware of the Xian family's support. Without them, the Yi family might be in an even worse state. Just as Yi Changfeng was about to speak, Yi Fan strode into the hall, glanced at Xian Jinghua and the others, and said, I am Yi Fan, 4th generation direct heir of the Yi family. I have returned. You want to annul the engagement? Fine. I agree. But, Yi Fan paused. This marriage will not be annulled by you, it will be annulled by me. As he spoke, Yi Fan pointed straight at Xian Rainfai. Whoosh! Every eye turned toward Yi Fan. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Dominant and majestic. Indeed, he embodies the demeanor I once possessed. This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of the Yi family patriarch, Yi Changfeng. However, he quickly grew concerned. Damn, the boy certainly knows how to show off, but how will he handle the aftermath? After all, the opposing party is the Xian family, a clan whose strength rivals that of the Yi family. It's you? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Xian Yufei was initially furious. As the esteemed daughter of the Xian family, countless suitors lined up for her hand in marriage. Yet, this ungrateful bastard from the Yi family dared to repudiate her first? If word got out, where would her dignity lie? But when Xian Yufei got a clear look at Yi Fan's face, her anger intensified. Is this not Yi Fan, the frequent patron of Yun City's clubs? Every time he visited, he would seek out a dozen girls. It was said that many of them could barely walk afterward. Is this Yi Fan truly that formidable? Yufei, you know him? Xian Jinghua, being the family head, managed to control his emotions despite his anger. He turned to Xian Yufei with a puzzled expression. Who in Yun City doesn't know him? For the past 3 years, young Master Yi has either been at a club or on his way to one. He practically treats the clubs of Yun City as his home. Xian Yufei, would rather die than marry such a man. Xian Yufei spoke with immense indignation, as if Yi Fan had wronged her in some way. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. He believed he was saving countless young women, a noble deed beneficial to humanity. Why did Xian Yufei harbor such resentment? You truly refuse to marry me? Do not regret it later. Let me tell you, I will become a man beyond your reach. Yi Fan gazed intently at Xian Yufei, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. Now that Yi Fan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon taming art, he stood at the pinnacle of the world. His words were no exaggeration. Xian Yufei was speechless. Before she could respond, another young man beside her hastily interjected, Regret my ass. Who do you think you are, you club-hopping trash? You are not worthy of Yufei. Slap. Before the young man could finish, Yi Fan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Damn it, did I ask for your opinion? Keep yapping, and I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Yi Fan showed no mercy. From the moment he noticed the young man's gaze lingering inappropriately on Xian Yufei, he was incensed. Damn it! She is my fiancée. Even if I no longer want her, who are you to ogle her? I am from the Lin family. You dare to hit me? What gives you the right? The young man clutched his swollen face, shouting in protest. Because I am the eldest son of the Yi family. What now? You want to hit me? Do you dare? Yi Fan fully embodied the image of an arrogant young master, leaning his face close to the young man's. Go ahead, hit me. If you do not, you are a coward. The young man glanced at the seated Yi family patriarch, whose face was stern but inwardly amused. He muttered a few words but dared not act. This was the Yi family estate, and the patriarch was known for his protective nature. If he truly retaliated, even as the Lin family's eldest son, he might not leave unscathed. Enough, young Master Lin, please refrain from speaking further. Xian Jinhua intervened, turning to Yi Changfeng. Patriarch Yi, I have heard of this Yi Fan. Let's set aside the club issue for now. However, he is already married into the Su family. He is wed, yet he still wishes to marry Yufei. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate? Martial arts masters do not concern themselves with such trivial rules. Did your grandfather not do the same? Patriarch Yi was well aware of Yi Fan's situation. Although Yi Fan married into the Su family, it was likely arranged by his master. Outsiders, especially prominent families like the Xians, would naturally have their opinions. However, as Patriarch Yi pointed out, Xianjingwa's grandfather also had multiple wives, leaving Xianjingwa with little room to argue. He had to shift the topic. Patriarch Yi, even so, how can we be certain this Yi fan is truly a member of the Yi family? How can he prove it? Xianjingwa's question prompted young Master Lin to chime in. Exactly. Patriarch Yi, how can you be sure this man is truly from the Yi family? What if he is just some impostor? Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes. Did they think he could not recognize his own grandson? For over 2 decades, both he and the great-grandfather had secretly visited Yi Fan at his master's place. It had only been 3 years since their last meeting. How could they mistake someone else for him? Moreover, when Yi Fan's master arranged this matter, he had informed Patriarch Yi to cooperate. How could there be any confusion about Yi Fan's identity? Otherwise, given Patriarch Yi's temperament, would he have allowed Yi Fan to speak so freely here? Damn it! Do you not understand human language? I told you to shut up. Yi Fan, infuriated by young Master Lin's continued interruptions, stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, delivering several more kicks to his groin. Thud! Thud! The sound of something breaking was heard, and young Master Lin fainted from the pain. Xian Yufei could no longer bear to watch. She stepped forward to stop Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do not go too far. Let me tell you, no matter what you say today, I will never marry you. Give up. I never said I wanted to marry you. A forced melon quenches thirst, but I prefer sweet ones. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei with a mischievous smile. Her voluptuous figure was indeed exceptional, comparable to the young lady who had given him the pill earlier. I hope you do not regret this. Bring me the marriage contract. Yi Fan glanced around and spotted the marriage contract on a nearby table. He picked it up, wrote a large divorce character on it, signed his name, and tossed it to Xian Yufei. Take it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Ha! Seeing Yi Fan's signature on the marriage contract, Xian Yufei was momentarily stunned. In her imagination, given the Yi family's current situation, Yi Fan should be clinging to her, begging her to marry him. Why did he agree so readily? Moreover, the way he looked at her seemed somewhat disdainful, as if she was not good enough for him? What was wrong with her? Was she not worthy of his attention? Especially seeing the divorce character, it was not particularly harmful but extremely humiliating. Xian Yufei felt like an unwanted toy. What? Still not leaving? If you do not, shall we head straight to the bridal chamber? Yi Fan looked at the dazed Xian Yufei, his gaze roving over her body, making her feel uneasy. Shameless. With that, Xian Yufei bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng. Grandfather Yi, I apologize. I will take my leave now. Having achieved their goal, Xianjun will also bid farewell and left. As they exited the Yi family estate and approached their car, Xian Yufei suddenly stopped and turned to Xianjinhua. Second uncle, are we truly doing the right thing? I feel like today's events did not go as I expected. That Yi Fan, I cannot quite see through him. Xianjinhua was no fool. From Yi Fan's earlier actions against young Master Lin, he had noticed some clues. Are you suggesting that Yi Fan is concealing his strength? That the events of the past did not affect him? Xian Yufei shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but when Yi Fan signed just now, I felt as if something was drifting away. Do not overthink it. Even if Yi Fan has returned and remains unaffected by past events, the Yi family is currently facing a crisis. It will be difficult for them to overcome this ordeal. With Grandmaster-level assassins targeting them, the Yi family's patriarch still recovering from serious injuries, and their descendants dwindling, who can withstand it? Let us hope they can persevere. Xian Jinghua glanced back at the Yi family estate before stepping into the car and departing swiftly. After everyone had left the Yi family estate, Old Master Yi Changfeng looked around, then quickly grabbed Yi Fan and hurried him toward the backyard. You little bastard, why did you come back at a time like this? Do you not know that a Grandmaster-level expert set his sights on the Yi family just yesterday and said he would wipe us all out within 2 days? Your return now is nothing short of a death sentence. Yi Changfeng grumbled, go see your great-grandfather, then I will arrange for a plane to get you out of the country. If you stay, our Yi family line will truly end. Leave the country? Why? Is great-grandfather not still here? He is a grandmaster too, why should we fear their provocation? The Yi family had become one of the 6 great clans of Daxia precisely because of Yi Qiankuan. Before turning 30, Yi Qiankuan had reached grandmaster level. He personally founded the Tianlong army and commanded 800,000 troops to guard the southwestern region of Daxia for 50 years. Since the Tianlong army's 9 divisions had been stationed there, no wars had erupted along the southwest border. Sigh. Do not mention it. A month ago, your great-grandfather was gravely injured by a mysterious expert and has yet to recover. Your elder sister is stationed at the frontier and cannot leave. The Yi family is in grave danger right now. Yi Fan's brow tightened at this. Had the enemies who attacked the Yi family years ago made their move again? Even great-grandfather, a grandmaster, was severely injured. These opponents were clearly formidable. By the way, your master arranged for you to stay with the Su family for 3 years. Why suddenly allow you to return now? Has your strength recovered? Grandfather Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan with hope. He was confident in his grandson. Yi Fan had reached grandmaster level before the age of 20. If not for the battle 3 years ago, when Yi Fan's foundation was shattered, he might now be a martial lord. No, Yi Fan replied simply. Let us go see great-grandfather first. Sigh, it is all fate. Those damned bastards are just waiting for the Yi family to fall, but they have no idea if we fall, they will not fare well either. As they walked toward the backyard, Yi Fan suddenly turned and asked, Grandfather, do you know who was trying to bring down the Yi family? Yi Changfeng shook his head. We have investigated for years with no solid evidence, but I am certain it must be connected to the Lin family. The Lin family was also one of the 6 great clans of Daxia. They commanded another elite unit, the Fierce Tiger Army, stationed in the southeast. However, their prestige and influence lagged behind the Yi families. Over the years, the Lin family had never stopped trying to surpass the Yi family as the top clan. We do not need proof. As long as we know the Lin family is involved, that is enough. Worst case, we just wipe them out. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Others may not understand the power of the Beiluo sect, but he did. If not for that surprise attack by mysterious experts back then, no one could have shaken the Beiluo sect. Yi Changfeng was stunned. His eldest grandson seemed different. Well, he had always been arrogant, but after 3 years as a son-in-law in the Su family, he seemed even more arrogant. Had it all been pent up? My poor grandson. In the backyard, when Yi Fan saw great-grandfather Yi Qianquan's condition, he instinctively wanted to act, but knowing he could not reveal his strength yet, he held back forcibly. Do not worry, great-grandfather. I will find a doctor to cure you. If he could not do it himself, he would find someone powerful enough to do it for him. Ding dong! A message from Han Zhuo appeared on Yi Fan's phone. Young master, we found him. A grandmaster named Tian Kuei has vowed to slaughter the entire Yi family. He has no sect affiliation and often appears on Yunqing's black market. Looking at the message, Yi Fan smirked coldly. Tian Kuei, huh? You dare target my Yi family? Then let us start with you. Let us see just how powerful I am. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Yi Changfeng became frantic, like an ant on a hot stove. Yi Fan, what are you planning? You are not going to leave? Leave? Why would I leave? Do not worry, grandfather. It is only one grandmaster, I can kill him with ease. Yi Fan accidentally blurted out his real thoughts. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the dragon taming technique, his strength exceeded even martial lords. At the moment, he could not think of anyone who could rival him. Maybe some of the ancient masters from the 4 sacred lands? Stop spouting nonsense, father. Yi Fan is young and reckless, do not indulge him. Yi Changfeng tried to dissuade them, but Yi Qianquan directly cut him off. What kind of man runs from a fight? So what if we die? Let us die with dignity. Look at Yi Fan, that is the spirit of the Yi family. Do not look at me lying here. If they dare come, even as a grandmaster, I will rip a chunk of their flesh off. Though bedridden, Yi Qianquan's overwhelming aura stirred even Yi Fan's spirit. This was the burning bloodline of a true Yi family man. Seeing he could not convince either the old or the young, Yi Changfeng sighed helplessly. Sigh, I have already requested reinforcements from the capital, and some of your great-grandfather's old comrades from the Tianlong army are on their way to Yunqing. Let us hope we can make it through this. Well then, grandfather, great-grandfather, get some rest. I have something to take care of. I will visit again later. Now that he knew Tian Kuei was the threat, the best move was to strike first and eliminate him before he could act. Leaving the Yi family estate, Yi Fan headed straight for Yunqing's black market using the location Han Zhuo provided. In the Lin family's compound, Lin Dong sat slouched in a chair, legs spread, with gauze wrapped around his crotch. Nearly all senior members of the Lin family were present, their expressions grim. Lin Dong, are you saying that bastard from the Yi family is not dead? He has returned? The speaker was Lin Hua, head of the Lin family and governor of Tainan province, a man of great power. Yes. Second uncle, I saw him with my own eyes. We all know that Yi Fan, he is the Su family's son-in-law and has lived in Yunqing for 3 years. And we had no idea. Lin Hua's expression darkened. So he has been playing us all along. 3 years, who would have thought that bastard from the Yi family was living right under our noses, and now he returns? But why now, of all times? Yes. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan returning now is practically suicide. Everyone began speaking at once, voicing their thoughts. If he dared to return, he must have some hidden card. Let us not forget Beiluo sect was the top martial sect in its time, and Yifan was its greatest prodigy. We must not take him lightly. Lin Hua nodded. You are all right. Still, our top priority now is to get Lin Dong married to that girl from the Xian family. With their support, our Lin family can rise even higher. But, second uncle, that bastard Yifan destroyed my balls. Even if I marry the beautiful Xian Yufei, I will not be able to do anything. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury. That damned Yifan had ruined him. Lin Hua glanced at Lin Dong and said flatly, that is a minor problem. In a few days, have a doctor attach a poodle's toothpick to you. It will work just fine. The Yun City Black Market was located in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, in the basement of an abandoned factory. Because it was backed by a sect, even the authorities did not dare to easily interfere with this place. This place operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the parking lot outside the black market was packed with luxury cars. Since he did not intend to reveal his strength too soon, Yifan had no plans to show his true face. After parking his car, Yifan casually manipulated his face in the mirror. Immediately, a different, handsome, and unfamiliar face appeared before him. Facial disguise, this was a classic technique in Yifan's sect. This damned appearance of mine, no matter how I mold it, there is only one word for it, handsome. Yi Jun Tian. At the registration counter, Yifan casually gave a name. As for the authentication of treasures, just one of the pills on his body was more than enough to gain access. After all, over the years, in order to help Yifan recover as quickly as possible, the sect had poured nearly all of its cultivation resources into him. Although grade 4 pills were difficult to obtain, Yifan still had several of them on him. These pills were still immensely attractive to martial artists below the level of martial lord. The underground black market was very spacious, roughly the size of a large football field. It was divided into many stalls in corridors. People entering the black market could set up their own booths or trade freely. The lighting, however, was dim, giving the place an air of mystery. Yifan glanced around. The densely packed crowd was not small, there were at least over 1,000 people. Under such dim lighting, it was extremely difficult to find Tian Kuei, even with the aid of his mystical eye. According to the information Hanzhou provided, Tian Kuei's most prominent characteristic was greed. In this black market, what Tian Kuei did most often was to lure out people who carried valuable items, then rob and kill them. Though this violated moral rules of the martial world, Tian Kuei was clever, he never caused trouble inside the market, and the sect backing the black market could do nothing about him. Everyone, take a look. I have top quality pills here, useful for cultivation, for breaking through, and for healing. The highest grade is grade 3. I only trade, I do not sell. Anyone with valuable items is welcome to trade with me. Yifan took out several pills and deliberately displayed them in front of the crowd. According to experience in the martial world, especially in a place like this black market, it was best not to flaunt one's wealth. But Yifan deliberately did so. He wanted to lure out the snake from its hole and draw out Tian Kuei. Grade 3 pills? These are good stuff. On the market, each one would cost at least tens of millions. Indeed, the fragrance is very strong. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. You really should not be flashing such good things like that. It may be fine inside the black market, but if you do not manage to sell them and walk out with them, you will be in trouble. People gathered around one after another, some were amazed, some offered friendly warnings. But Yifan just smiled faintly. Rob me? With my current strength, who would dare try? If anyone does, I will skin them alive. Several people wanted to trade cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, or herbs with Yifan, but none of them were the one Yifan was looking for, so he ignored them. He continued walking and shouting, and after covering about half the market, an elderly man in a traditional Tang-style outfit approached him with a smile. The old man made no effort to hide the greed in his eyes as he looked at the pills in Yifan's hand. He has arrived. Hanzhua had provided very detailed information, including a photo. The person before him was indeed Tian Kuei. Brother, are you planning to trade all these pills? Tian Kuei stepped closer and carefully examined the pills in Yifan's hand. They were indeed grade 3. Recently, Tian Kuei had felt bottlenecked in his cultivation. He had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, unable to break through. With the aid of these grade 3 pills, he might be able to advance to martial lord. Yes. Elder brother, do you have any good treasures? If you do, I have many more pills. Look here. As he spoke, Yifan took out several more boxes of pills, large and small, displaying them all. Now, Yifan had over a dozen boxes of pills laid out before him. The sight of so many pills made Tian Kuei's eyes light up. What a sucker I ran into today. Several others around them watched Yifan with pity, wanting to say something, but Tian Kuei's sharp gaze swept over them, clearly warning them not to interfere. This one is mine. Anyone dares fight me for him, I will kill them. Excellent. I do have a lot of treasures at home, martial arts techniques, cultivation manuals, treasure maps, and rare herbs. How about coming with me to take a look? Tian Kuei looked at Yifan eagerly, afraid he might say no. Once we are at my home, pick whatever treasure you like, your brother here is generous. As he spoke, Tian Kuei affectionately draped his arm around Yifan's shoulder. To the onlookers, it would have seemed like they were long-lost brothers. Yifan sneered in his heart. This Tian Kuei could win an Oscar with his acting. No doubt he had killed and robbed so many times that he had the routine completely memorized. Really? Then shall we go now? Yifan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. But brother, you better not lie to me. I am also a martial artist, not weak. If you deceive me, I will not be polite. Yifan intentionally restrained his aura to the middle stage of control. Such strength in the mundane world was quite impressive. But to a grandmaster like Tian Kuei, it was insignificant and easily manageable. Of course. Let us go quickly. We need to finish our deal. I have other matters to handle tonight. Tian Kuei was in a hurry. He had promised a certain big shot, who had already urged him several times. Tonight, he had to act against the Yi family. Yifan could easily guess that the matter Tian Kuei spoke of was indeed the planned attack on the Yi family. Humph, so you want to harm the Yi family? Then I shall send you on your way first. As Yifan and Tian Kuei walked toward the exit together, murmurs of pity spread through the crowd. What a shame, such a nice young man, about to get taken advantage of again. That old bastard has already pulled off 7 or 8 of these this month, but no one dares stop him. After all, he is a grandmaster. A disgrace to martial artists. Yifan followed Tian Kuei out of the black market. At Tian Kuei's enthusiastic invitation, Yifan did not take his own car. Instead, he got into Tian Kuei's vehicle, and they quickly sped away from the market. However, the direction Tian Kuei was driving was not toward the city center, but out of Yun City altogether. Tian Kuei drove fast. Within 10 minutes, they had gone over a dozen kilometers. He finally parked beside a mountain forest. One side of the forest was barren land, the other side was a sheer cliff. Brother, we are here? This does not look much like a home. Yifan got out of the car, pretending to be puzzled, though he had already guessed Tian Kuei's intentions. Home? Ha! Young man, this is your grave. What do you think? The feng shui here is excellent, mountains and water. Hand over the goods obediently, and I will give you a swift death. Tian Kuei looked calmly at Yifan. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Cemetery, brother? You must be mistaken. Were we not supposed to conduct a trade? Did you not say you had many treasures to exchange with me? I have so many pills here, we could easily work together profitably. A cold smile curled on Yifan's lips. He showed no signs of fear, not in the slightest. However, Tian Kuei failed to notice this. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the pills in Yifan's hands. Trade? You are dreaming. Young man, you are too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never had the habit of trading with others. If I see something I want, I take it with my fists. As he spoke, Tian Kuei stepped toward Yifan. Boy, do not even think of fighting back. I have already tested you. Your strength is merely at the control stage. I could kill you with a single slap. Hand over your things, and if you have any last words, say them now. Not that I would do anything for you even if you said them. What a vile old bastard, utterly despicable. But I would like to try. Yifan's face turned cold, and he fixed a gloomy stare on Tian Kuei. Try? Try your sister. Stop wasting my time. Tian Kuei, now less than 2 meters away from Yifan, grew impatient. He reached out to slap Yifan's shoulder, intending to knock him out, loot his valuables, and then toss him off the cliff. This was Tian Kuei's usual routine. Boom! A fierce force surged from Tian Kuei's palm, filled with killing intent, and struck Yifan's shoulder. There was no denying it, the strength of a grandmaster-level martial artist was truly terrifying. The powerful energy radiated outward, violently shaking the surroundings, toppling a large section of nearby trees. But after the strike, the expected result did not happen. Yifan remained standing exactly where he was. He had not moved an inch. His breathing had not even changed. Did you not eat? Is that all the strength you have? Yifan stared at Tian Kuei with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. What the fuck? Tian Kuei was filled with confusion. What was going on? Was that palm strike of his fake? Why did this guy not react at all? Die. Unwilling to believe it, Tian Kuei threw another punch, aiming directly at Yi Fan's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei used his full strength. The punch tore through the air, letting out a sharp howl. A full-powered strike from a grandmaster was enough to destroy an entire building. The kid in front of him looked no older than 20. Even if he were strong, there was no way he had reached the grandmaster level. No way one punch would not kill him. But the truth was, after Tian Kuei launched his punch, he watched in disbelief as it stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Fan's chest. Around Yi Fan's body, a visible aura of energy appeared, like a wall, completely blocking the strike. No matter how hard Tian Kuei pushed his internal force, he could not advance a single inch. True Qi Shield? You have cultivated a true Qi Shield. This is impossible. Now, Tian Kuei finally realized something was very wrong. Yi Fan was no control stage martial artist. It was said that only those at the peak of martial lord, or even martial saint level, could form such a powerful protective energy shield. But Yi Fan was clearly only in his early 20s. How could he possess such formidable strength? Humph. Not impossible, you just have never seen it before. Yi Fan looked at Tian Kuei coldly. Now it is my turn. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan slapped Tian Kuei on the head. Thud! Yi Fan controlled his strength perfectly. His palm struck Tian Kuei's head without splitting it open, but the force penetrated his entire body like a pile driver, ramming Tian Kuei halfway into the dirt. Crack! Crack! Yi Fan struck again. 2 punches shattered Tian Kuei's dantian, broke his arms, broke his legs. Tian Kuei collapsed, paralyzed on the ground, staring at Yi Fan in horror. Please, master, spare my life. I was wrong. I failed to recognize a mighty figure when I saw one. Please, I beg you, spare the life of this wretched dog. Tian Kuei's voice trembled as he spoke. From Yi Fan's actions, Tian Kuei now understood Yi Fan's strength was not just a little above his. It completely crushed him. How laughable that he had strutted around in front of Yi Fan, showing off and posturing. Was he not just asking for death? Yi Fan ignored him. He picked up a nearby stone, squatted down next to Tian Kuei, and looked at him coldly. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will give you a quick death. If they do not, I will knock out 1 tooth for each wrong answer. Ha! Master, why? I can give you money, I can give you treasures. Even if I tried to rob you, you could just spare me. Shut up! Am I the one asking questions, or are you? Crack! Without any hesitation, Yi Fan knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth in pain, realizing Yi Fan was utterly ruthless. Speak, who sent you to destroy the Yi family? Yi Fan had come here today to eliminate threats to the Yi family, and Tian Kuei was the key lead. Ah, you are a helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you? Tian Kuei stopped halfway, suddenly realizing he had made another mistake. He should not be asking questions. Crack! Sure enough, Yi Fan knocked out another tooth. Are you going to speak on your own, or shall I continue knocking out teeth? If that does not make you talk, I can consider jamming toothpicks into your fingers, or using tiger benches, oil lamps. I have at least 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Tian Kuei knew Yi Fan was not bluffing. I will talk. I will talk. It was a big shot from the provincial capital. He ordered me to do it. But we only spoke by phone. I never met him in person. From what I heard, he was commissioned by the Lin family. Humph, the Lin family again? Now Yi Fan seriously suspected that during the attack on the Yi family years ago, the Lin family had been directly involved. Yi Fan asked several more questions, but Tian Kuei had little useful information. Master, I have told you everything I know. I will give you all my wealth and treasures. Please, spare my life. Tian Kuei squirmed on the ground, groveling pitifully. Yi Fan's lips curled. First, transfer your money to me. Let me see if it is worth the price of your life. Yi Fan gave him his bank account number, then took Tian Kuei's phone and used facial recognition to authorize the transfer. He found that this man had several billion yuan in cash. In addition, Tian Kuei had diamonds, cultivation techniques, pills stored in safes. Tian Kuei obediently handed over everything, safe combinations, his villa's keys, and the security codes. He looked at Yi Fan with anticipation. Master, is that enough? That will do. Now die. Yi Fan sneered coldly and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck. Crack! Tian Kuei's neck snapped. He died on the spot, off to meet the king of hell. A piece of scum like that, how could Yi Fan possibly let him live? However, considering how many treasures Tian Kuei had hidden in his villa, Yi Fan knew he would have to make time to retrieve them. After tidying up the scene, Yi Fan drove Tian Kuei's car and quickly returned to the city. It was almost time for people to get off work, and tonight he still had to attend a banquet with his wife. He needed to get back in time to pick her up. At the black market parking lot, a few of the older men who had previously seen Yifan there stared at him in disbelief as he stepped out of Tian Kuei's car, as if they had seen a ghost. "Young man, you're still alive? Where is Tian Kuei?" Yifan replied calmly, "That old bastard tried to steal my pills. I killed him with a single punch." "Killed him?" The surrounding men exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with incredulity. They were well aware of Tian Kuei's strength, he was a grandmaster-level expert. Yet, this young man claimed to have killed him with one punch? Moreover, the young man before them showed no signs of injury. Did this mean his strength far surpassed Tian Kuei's? "Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask your name?" Several men quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yifan. Yifan's actions had rid them of a menace. More importantly, if they could align themselves with someone of his caliber, they would gain a powerful ally. "Yi Jun Tian," Yifan responded coldly, then got into another car and dialed Wang Fugui's number. "There's a car here in the black market parking lot. Come and drive it away, and handle the aftermath." After ending the call, Yifan drove towards the Su Corporation. Meanwhile, outside the Su Corporation building, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers and beaming with anticipation, seemingly waiting for someone. This man was none other than Yun Feiyang from the provincial capital, a former university classmate of Su Yixue. He had been pursuing her for 4 or 5 years and continued to harass her even after she got married. Upon seeing Su Yixue exit the office building, Yun Feiyang hurriedly approached, smiling as he presented the flowers to her. "Yixue, you're finally off work. I've been waiting here for quite a while. These are for you. Do you like them?" Su Yixue frowned. "Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? I've told you many times not to bring me these things. I'm already married and have a husband. I'm not interested in you." Su Yixue had always rejected Yun Feiyang decisively and directly. However, for some reason, Yun Feiyang clung to her like a leech, refusing to let go. "Ha! I know. You're married to that useless live-in son-in-law, right? I've heard that since marrying you, he idles around every day, doesn't work, and frequents clubs. You're with such trash? Yixue, you're degrading yourself." Yun Feiyang looked at Su Yixue with a pained expression and continued, "What's wrong with being with me? The Yun family is a powerful clan dominating the southwest, and my feelings for you are genuine, Yixue. My husband is my own concern. Yun Feiyang, if you keep speaking ill of him, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yixue bypassed Yun Feiyang, looking into the distance, waiting for Yifan to pick her up. Yun Feiyang blocked Su Yixue's path, a hint of menace in his eyes. "Yixue, think about it? You know that your Su Corporation's jewelry business relies on raw materials supplied by my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family can surely thrive." As he spoke, Yun Feiyang forcibly shoved the bouquet into Su Yixue's hands, his words clearly carrying a veiled threat. "Think about it, my ass." Suddenly, a large hand reached out, snatched the bouquet from Yun Feiyang's hands, and slammed it onto the ground. "Damn it! I'm not even dead yet, and you're already trying to steal my wife. Are you looking for death?" Hearing this familiar voice, Su Yixue's anxious heart instantly relaxed. "Husband, you're here." Su Yixue smiled as she walked up to Yifan, affectionately holding his arm. "This guy has been pestering me for a long time. He's so annoying." "So, you're that trash live-in son-in-law, Yifan? A kept man with no backbone. What's there to be proud of?" Yun Feiyang looked Yifan up and down, begrudgingly admitting that Yifan was indeed more handsome than him. Slap! Yifan didn't hold back. He raised his hand and slapped Yun Feiyang hard across the face. "Calling me trash? Is that how you show respect? If your parents didn't teach you manners, then I'll teach you how to behave." "Ah, damn, ouch." Yun Feiyang uttered a series of exclamations, stars dancing before his eyes from the slap. He spun around several times before barely regaining his balance, one side of his face swelling up instantly. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" As the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Feiyang had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. No one had ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone hit him. "Damn it! I don't care who you are. If you dare to steal my wife, I'll beat you every time I see you." Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He had only laid low for 3 years because his sect was attacked. Now that his strength had returned and he had rejoined his family, backed by the Beluo sect and the Yi family, the top family in the country, why should he keep a low profile? Life and death are trivial. If you refuse to accept it, then fight. You're vulgar." Yun Feiyang clutched his swollen face, glaring at Yifan with resentment. "How can trash like you be worthy of Yixue? You don't even have a job. Did you see my imported BMW over there? It cost $1 million. Even if you worked as a security guard your whole life, you wouldn't earn that much. And the watch I'm wearing is worth $3 million. Have you ever seen one? Unable to confront Yifan physically, Yun Feiyang tried to belittle him financially. Suishue, standing beside Yifan, smiled faintly, inwardly sighing at Yun Feiyang's foolishness. Yifan was not just anyone, he was the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Li Tao had personally come to curry favor with Yifan, offering to invest $3 billion in the Su Corporation. Although Suishue wasn't fully aware of Yifan's background, she knew he was no ordinary man. Husband, if you like luxury cars, I'll take you to buy one tomorrow, okay? Suishue fully embraced the role of a doting wife, ready to fulfill any of her husband's desires. Yun Feiyang's face turned ashen. She ignored him but showered affection on this pretty boy. What was so special about Yifan? Boom! Before Yifan could respond, a black Hummer in the distance suddenly accelerated and crashed directly into Yun Feiyang's BMW. The modified Hummer, as sturdy as a tank, instantly crushed Yun Feiyang's BMW, deforming the entire vehicle. Idiot! If your car can still run now, I'll write my surname backward. Wang Fugue arrogantly jumped out of the car and quickly walked over to Yifan. Big brother, I've long been annoyed by this idiot. Well done. Yifan couldn't help but give Wang Fugue a thumbs up. Ah, my car, damn it. Upon seeing his newly purchased car nearly totaled, Yun Feiyang wailed in anguish, rushing over to his vehicle and caressing its damaged surface. You bunch of bandits. Observing Yifan and Wang Fugue, Yun Feiyang immediately realized they were accomplices. My car cost several million. Unless you provide an explanation today, do not expect to leave here. Yun Feiyang shouted coldly at Wang Fugue and Yifan. He then gestured towards a black business vehicle behind him, from which 6 bodyguards in black suits swiftly disembarked and surrounded Yifan and Su Ishue. Either compensate me, or, Ishue, have dinner with me tonight. Then I will not demand compensation for the car. Slap. What caliber do you think you are? Wanting to dine with my sister-in-law? Keep dreaming. Before Yifan could react, Wang Fugue stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Yun Feiyang, sending him flying. He then proceeded to kick Yun Feiyang repeatedly. The other bodyguards attempted to intervene, but despite Wang Fugue's corpulent appearance, his movements were exceptionally agile. With a few swift punches, he incapacitated the bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yifan's eyes gleamed with interest. Fatty, you know martial arts? Why did I not know this before? Wang Fugue grinned mischievously. Big brother, I did not expect it either. Turns out, your grandfather and mine were old friends. I cannot believe you are the mysterious young master of the Yi family. Had I known earlier, I would have come to flatter you sooner. Yifan sighed at Wang Fugue's ingratiating demeanor. Enough, I need to accompany Ishue to a banquet tonight. Handle things here. Understood. As Yifan and Su Ishue departed, Wang Fugue's arrogant voice echoed behind them. Do you know who my big brother is? The young master of the Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia. You dare provoke him? I will cripple you. Do not forget, this is Yun City. In the car, Su Ishue glanced at Wang Fugue's figure in the rearview mirror, expressing concern. Husband, is this really okay? The Yun family holds significant influence in the southwest. If they seek revenge, what then? Revenge? With Yifan's current power, would he fear retaliation from a mere Yun family? Not to mention the strength of the Beiluo sect, even the Yi family alone, despite its current decline, is not to be trifled with by the Yun family. Do not worry. Wife, if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up. Everything will be fine. Yifan smiled calmly. Let us go home and change clothes, then attend the banquet. You have protected me for 3 years. From today onwards, it is my turn to protect you. Yifan gazed affectionately at Su Ishue. He truly cherished his wife. During his 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Su Ishue never once showed him disdain, always treating him with love and care. Outside the Su Group building, Yun Feiyang had been thoroughly beaten by Wang Fugue, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his groin had suffered several kicks. Watching Yifan and Wang Fugue leave, Yun Feiyang muttered darkly, "You two bastards, just you wait." Thinking of Su Ishue, Yun Feiyang's eyes burned with desire. Damn it! Su Ishue, you filthy bitch. If it were not for your mother's backing, I would not lower myself to beg you. Once I get you into bed, I will make sure you regret it. After a brief hesitation, Yun Feiyang dialed a number. Hello? Young Master Lin, are you attending tonight's business banquet? I heard there will be many beautiful women. What? You were beaten? By whom? Yifan again, damn. That bastard is also attending the banquet with Su Yixue. Tonight is your event. We cannot let him have his way. Two disgraced individuals connected over the phone, venting their frustrations. On the other end was none other than Lin Dong, who had been humiliated by Yi Fan at the Yi family. Yi Fan is merely relying on the Yi family. But tonight, the Yi family will be finished. If he dares to attend the banquet, I will ensure he does not leave unscathed. This business banquet was organized by the Lin family of Yun City, aiming to unite business magnates from the southwest to foster a favorable business environment. In reality, it was merely a networking event for mutual flattery among the elite. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan and Su Yixue arrived punctually at the Lin family's banquet hall. Upon entering, they encountered Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other young masters waiting at the entrance. Ha ha! Is this not the young master of the Yi family? With the Yi family nearly wiped out, are you here to reunite before heading to the afterlife together? The speaker was Lin Dong, who had been emasculated by Yi Fan at the Yi family. Now, even seeing Xian Yufei did not stir any feelings in him. Recalling his second uncle's plan to use a teddy bear's toothpick for reconstruction, Lin Dong felt utterly disgusted. Damn it! Once reconstructed, would his child be fathered by him or by the dog? Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, both with swollen faces, and smirked. What? Not satisfied with your previous beatings? Do you think 2 boils together make more than 2 boils? To me, 2 boils together just make a bigger boil. A slight fluctuation of martial energy from Yi Fan caused Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to shudder involuntarily, stepping back 2 paces. Now aware of Yi Fan's identity as the young master of the Yi family, Yun Feiyang realized the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Forget it, young Master Lin, let us endure for now, we have plans later. Yun Feiyang advised Lin Dong, who then suppressed his anger and stepped aside for Yi Fan to enter. He then took 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby waiter and handed one to Yi Fan. Taking a deep breath and forcing a smile, Lin Dong said, Young Master Yi, I was impulsive at the Yi family, leading to some misunderstandings. This glass of wine is my apology. Will you accept it? Yi Fan took the glass, glanced at it, and sneered internally. These pieces of trash think they can play tricks on me? Born with demonic eyes, Yi Fan could perceive things others could not. The champagne Lin Dong offered was highly suspicious. Yi Fan discerned that at least 5 people had spat thick phlegm into it. Having lost face at the Yi family, Lin Dong sought to regain it through this despicable act. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong, formulating a plan. At that moment, a graceful figure swiftly approached, exclaiming, Yi Fan, do not drink that wine. Looking up, Yi Fan was stunned to see Xian Yufei, the woman who had broken off their engagement. Dressed in a black evening gown, her fair shoulders glistening under the lights, her slender figure and noble demeanor made her the center of attention. This girl had broken off their engagement, yet now she was warning him. What could this mean? The reason Xian Yufei warned Yi Fan was naturally because she had noticed something suspicious earlier. Before Yi Fan arrived, Xian Yufei saw Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other rich young men huddled together furtively, spitting into a glass one after another. At that time, she did not understand what Lin Dong intended to do. But when she saw Lin Dong offer that drink to Yi Fan, she suddenly understood. Lin Dong wanted revenge. He was going to humiliate Yi Fan by making him drink a glass full of their spit. Not particularly harmful, but extremely insulting. Xian Yufei herself could not explain why, but upon seeing Lin Dong try to entrap Yi Fan, she instinctively stepped forward to stop him. Logically, since Yi Fan had annulled their engagement, she should hate him. Yet she found she could not hate him at all. Instead, she was strangely curious about Yi Fan. She even began to regret going along with her second uncle to break off the engagement. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong asked in a panicked and confused tone when Xian Yufei suddenly stepped in. According to arrangements between the Xian and Lin families, tonight's business banquet was also intended to mark the engagement between the 2 families. That meant from tonight onward, Xian Yufei was to become Lin Dong's fiancée. Even if she discovered something was wrong, she was expected to side with him. What I do is none of your concern, Xian Yufei replied coldly. She had never liked Lin Dong. The only reason she had agreed to break off the engagement with Yi Fan was because she was tired of having her fate dictated by others. In the world of powerful families, Xian Yufei knew she had no say over her own marriage. That was why she had reluctantly agreed to attend the banquet under family pressure. But the moment she saw Yi Fan again, her heart began to stir. Anyway, this drink must not be consumed. As she spoke, Xian Yufei reached out to take the glass from Yi Fan's hand, intending to pour it out. However, Yi Fan held the glass tightly and did not let go. Instead, he looked at her with amused interest. My former fiancé, it seems you are not so bad after all. Yi Fan glanced her up and down. If you had not been in such a hurry to end our engagement, maybe the fruit would have turned out quite sweet. He winked at her and leaned in to whisper in her ear, I appreciate the gesture. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. His breath tickled her ear, sending a wave of heat through her body and turning her cheeks crimson. He knew? While Xian Yufei was still confused, Yi Fan had already begun to act. He stepped forward with the glass, wrapped an arm around Lin Dong's neck, and said, Young Master Lin, you are truly generous. Even after I shattered your balls, you are still so understanding and willing to make peace. For such magnanimity, we must toast. Each word stabbed at Lin Dong's humiliation, but hearing the last sentence made him genuinely happy. As long as Yi Fan drank that champagne, most of his resentment would be satisfied. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong eagerly clinked glasses with Yi Fan, watching him with great anticipation. The moment Yi Fan drank it, Lin Dong planned to reveal the truth and humiliate him thoroughly. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Dong opened his mouth, Yi Fan suddenly raised the glass and poured it into Lin Dong's open mouth instead. Caught off guard, Lin Dong instinctively swallowed the champagne, aided by Yi Fan gently patting his chest to help it all go down. Young Master Lin, bottoms up. Now our grudges are settled. Yi Fan said while lifting Lin Dong's own glass and draining it himself, deliberately turning it upside down to show it was empty. Fuck. 2 seconds later, Lin Dong finally realized what had happened. That bastard Yi Fan had made him drink the very champagne filled with spit from himself, Yun Feiyang, and the others. No wonder he had tasted something spicy, garlicky, and even like chives. Yun Feiyang had said he ate hot pot for lunch. Black. Lin Dong felt like he was going to explode. You, fuck your ancestors. He ran off to the restroom, retching violently. He vomited so hard it was as if he was expelling things from 3 days ago. Eventually, the vomit turned black and stringy, something that should have exited from a different hole altogether. He felt utterly disgusting and wished he could turn his stomach inside out and scrub it clean with a pressure hose. Yi Fan, you bastard, this is not over. Only now did Lin Dong realize Yi Fan had known about the trap all along. Everything had been an act leading up to the perfect moment to humiliate him in return. Back in the banquet hall, watching Lin Dong flee in disgrace, a faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's lips. Yi Fan, you are wicked. So you knew all along, and still made me worry, she pouted, sounding like a girlfriend sulking before her boyfriend. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this Xian Yufei falling in love with him, after their engagement had already been annulled? Damn it. I really need to start controlling this charm of mine. Especially with his actual wife, Sui Shue, standing right next to him. Yi Fan glanced sideways at Sui Shue, dressed in a long purple gown. She exuded elegance, noble aura, and had a tall, slender figure. Both women were stunning, easily the most eye-catching presence at the entire event. It was hard to say who was more beautiful. Hello, I am Sui Shue, Yi Fan's wife. Sui Shue spoke first, gracefully extending her hand toward Xian Yufei. Hearing her introduction, Xian Yufei felt a sudden stab in her heart. Yi Fan's wife? If she had not been so impulsive, she would have been his wife instead. Hello, I am Xian Yufei, Yi Fan's longtime fiancé, betrothed by our families. She obviously did not want to appear weak and only spoke half the truth. She was indeed the agreed fiancé from the Xian and Yi families, but the engagement had been broken off earlier that very afternoon. Miss Xian, Yi Fan tried to explain, not wanting Sui Shue to misunderstand. But Xian Yufei did not give him a chance. Miss Su, later I would like to ask Yi Fan for a dance. You would not mind, would you? Fuck. Yi Fan could feel the tension in the air thickening with gunpowder. Was this war about to start? Of course, I do not mind. A man, occasionally trying a different flavor is fine by me. After all, it is not my husband who suffers the loss. Sui Shue's face still carried a smile, but the challenge in her words was by no means weaker than that of her rival. Yi Fan inwardly cursed, thinking, wife, you are supposed to reject her. That Xian Yufei, despite having annulled their engagement, was now suddenly inviting him to dance. Clearly, she had her eye on his good looks. Miss Su really knows how to joke. But I understand the concept of who came first. I will see you later then. As she spoke, Xian Yufei threw a flirtatious glance at Yi Fan before elegantly turning and walking away. Who came first? Yi Fan naturally understood the implication in her words. It was a reminder to Sui Shue that, technically, it was Xian Yufei who was with Yi Fan first. It was only because she and Yi Fan did not work out that Sui Shue had the chance. Yi Fan, now a man standing at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly found himself more troubled dealing with 2 women than facing a martial arts grandmaster. How could that be his style? Looks like next time these girls act out in front of him, a spanking is in order. wife, that Xian Yufei was a match arranged by my family. But since I was away for many years, the engagement was called off, Yifan tried to explain. But Sui Shue raised her head and kissed him on the lips. Husband, you do not need to explain anything to me. You are the only one in my heart. I can accept everything about you. Think about it, even your visits to clubs and flirting with women, I can tolerate that. What is one more woman to me? As she spoke, Sui Shue twisted charmingly in his arms. Husband, how about we make the most of the time, place, and opportunity tonight? Seeing Sui Shue's shy demeanor, Yifan, remembering he had fully broken through his dragon taming technique, realized tonight was indeed the perfect time for such harmony. Alright, I calculated, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. By the way, I saw a new position yesterday. Maybe you should try it out. Yifan wrapped his arm around Sui Shue's slender waist, his eyes ablaze with passion, making Sui Shue blush deeply. Husband, you are terrible. Seeing his wife like that, Yifan sighed helplessly. Junior sister. I still love you. But faced with such affection, how could I refuse? Yifan could not remember which master said it, but the phrase stuck with him. A treasure is a treasure, a baby is a baby, a sweetheart is a sweetheart, and a darling is a darling. True emotions in life should never be betrayed. Honored guests, thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by my Lin family. Your presence is a sign of great respect for us. Tonight, our only goal is to enjoy food, drink, and merriment. We even have a surprise event planned later. Please look forward to it. The banquet officially began. On stage was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. This middle-aged man was smooth and diplomatic. His words made everyone feel greatly valued. But while others listened, Yifan stared at Lin Hua and silently wondered, how should I kill him? According to information from Tian Kuei and his grandfather, it was clear the Lin family was deeply involved in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That being the case, there was no need for evidence to strike against the Lin family. If I know you made a move, that is reason enough to wipe you out. Please enjoy a casual dance. So they said. But as soon as the lights dimmed, a spotlight shone directly onto one person, Lin Dong. Lin Dong had been vomiting in the restroom for half an hour. His face was pale, and especially after Yifan had dealt with his groin the previous day, his crotch was now heavily bandaged and visibly swollen. But Lin Dong knew this evening was crucial for both the Lin and Xian families. Let me introduce everyone, this is Lin Dong, an elite of our third generation. Though young, he already manages 2 publicly listed companies and achieved over 10 billion yuan in profits last year. Lin Hua was clearly using this moment to build Lin Dong's reputation. It was evident that Lin Dong was being positioned to one day lead the entire Lin family. Dear Miss Xian Yufei, may I invite you for a dance? Lin Dong asked gracefully, addressing Xian Yufei, who was seated nearby. This beautiful lady is Miss Xian Yufei, daughter of the Xian family, famous even on the national beauty rankings. I am sure everyone knows her. She and Lin Dong have known each other for years, childhood friends one could say. Let us all wish them well. As Lin Hua spoke, another spotlight shone on another table. There sat several senior members of the Xian family, including the family head Xian Jinghua. Seeing the spotlight, Xian Jinghua even waved to the crowd. This gesture carried significant meaning. Not only did Lin Hua introduce Lin Dong and highlight his relationship with Xian Yufei, but the Xian family elders were also present and did not object. Did this not mean the Xian family was agreeing to a marriage alliance with the Lin family? If these 2 elite families united, it would shake the power structure of the entire nation. The Yi family, once the top family in the country, had likely already lost its position after the attack 3 years ago. Xian Yufei sat on her chair, her expression changing rapidly in response to Lin Dong's invitation. She remained silent. Lin Dong grew anxious. Miss Xian, would you honor me? Everything had been carefully rehearsed for this evening. Their dance was the symbolic beginning, setting the stage for their engagement. And yet, Xian Yufei hesitated. Lin Dong glanced toward Yifan's direction. Damn it, could it be that Xian Yufei was still hung up on him? I do not wish to. To everyone's shock, Xian Yufei openly rejected Lin Dong and walked straight to Yifan. I already have a date, Yifan, the heir of the Yi family. She walked up to Yifan, grabbed his hand without hesitation, and pulled him to his feet. The entire hall was stunned. What was happening? Everyone understood how these high society events were arranged. When things were announced like this, the deal was usually already set. Everyone had assumed a marriage alliance between the Lin and Xian families was a done deal. Yet Xian Yufei not only rejected Lin Dong's invitation, but publicly chose another man? What did this mean? A slap in the face, naked and brutal. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to Xian Yufei, while also glancing at Lin Hua and Lin Dong. They were all curious how would Lin Dong and Lin Hua handle this situation. Lin Hua's expression darkened immediately. Holding the microphone, he tried several times to speak but could not find the right words. How could he explain this? The engagement ceremony between the two young people had already been arranged for tonight, and now the girl had run off with another man, none other than the heir of the Yi family, their mortal enemies. Xian Yufei, what the hell are you doing? Did we not agree on this? Why are you suddenly with this piece of trash? With him, Lin Dong stormed over to where Yi Fan and Xian Yufei stood. Instinctively, he wanted to curse Yi Fan, but remembering his ruthless tactics, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Who said I agreed to anything? It has always been your Lin family speaking. Did I, Xian Yufei, ever give my consent? Even my second uncle never fully agreed to your family's plan, did he? Humph. Xian Yufei clutched Yi Fan's arm and continued coldly, besides, Yi Fan and I had an engagement long before this. Please step aside, and do not block our dance. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Initially, he had no intention of responding to Xian Yufei's invitation, but anything that could irritate the Lin family was of interest to him. Yufei is absolutely right. Even if I did not want her as my wife, that still does not give you the right to grovel at her feet. Get lost. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan kicked Lin Dong, sending him flying. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but the hall had fallen silent by now. Nearly everyone heard him clearly. What? The Xian and Yi families were already engaged? Of course. But I heard the Yi family heir had been away training in martial arts all these years. Could this Yi Fan be that very heir? Seems highly likely. The attack on the Yi family back then caused great damage. Now with the heir's return, it looks like they are planning a comeback. But I also heard Yi Fan has already married into the Su family. Now with Xian Yufei in the mix too, things are getting interesting. Everyone was murmuring, and the atmosphere turned strange. Lin Hua looked around, trying to gauge attitudes. Meanwhile, Xian Jingguo watched the confrontation between Yi Fan and Lin Dong with intrigue. In fact, when the engagement was annulled earlier that day and he learned the Yi heir had been hiding in Yun City, Xian Jingguo knew something was off. The Yi family, after suffering such a devastating attack 3 years ago, should have already lost its status as the top family. And yet, they held on. Now, just as a grandmaster tried to strike against them again, Yi Fan made a high-profile return. Yi Fan must be hiding something powerful. During his earlier conversation with Xian Yufei, they had already begun wondering if annulling the engagement had been the right move. Family head, news from the Yi family has arrived. According to sources from the black market, the grandmaster who was about to attack the Yi family was killed by a young man named Ji Jun Tian. What? A grandmaster killed? Xian Jingguo's eyebrows twitched. Everyone in Yun City knew who the grandmasters were. To kill one quietly required strength that exceeded that of any grandmaster. A young man had killed Tian Kuei and his surname was Yi? Xian Jingguo's gaze toward Yi Fan became more complex. If this young man truly is from the Yi family, then they may indeed rise like a dragon. Did our Xian family make a mistake? Hopefully, not a fatal one. Having received this news, Xian Jingguo blatantly ignored the looks cast his way by Lin Hua. His message was clear, he had no intention of stopping Xian Yufei. Let the Lin family bear this disgrace on their own. Ha ha. Young people have their own thoughts, it is perfectly natural. Now, everyone, get up and dance. Our surprise activity is still ahead, so please stay tuned. Lin Hua laughed stiffly while casting glances toward Xian Jingguo. The Lin Xian engagement had been the result of discussion between the two families' elders. It could not possibly be cancelled just because of a dance, right? On the dance floor, Yi Fan held Xian Yufei's slim waist and began moving in time with the music. Ex-wife, what are you doing? Was tonight not a pre-arranged event? Why the sudden change of heart? You no longer plan to marry that dumbass? Yi Fan looked at her with a half-smile. Xian Yufei's expression dimmed. Her gaze at Yi Fan was filled with confusion. Yi Fan, do you think I am fickle? I never liked Lin Dong. I just did not want to be forced into marriage with someone I had never met. But after seeing you, I realized. Realized what? That I am too handsome? That you fell in love instantly and now want to offer yourself up, even at the risk of offending the Lin family? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Daughters from great families were not only beautiful, they were also exceptionally intelligent. Xian Yufei's decision had clearly been carefully calculated. Moreover, the Xian elders had not tried to stop her. That said it all. It showed that the Xian family was not fully committed to the Lin alliance. This fact made Yi Fan feel a bit more favorable toward Xian Yufei. You shameless jerk. Xian Yufei scolded, twisting slightly in Yi Fan's arms. As she looked at him again, she realized Yi Fan truly was very handsome. His naturally charming eyes seemed to carry a hook that could steal one's soul. Was she truly falling for him? This thought startled her. How could that be? She had gone to him to break the engagement, and he had even written a formal dismissal letter. There was no relationship left between them, and there never should be. As the two danced, Lin Hua angrily approached Xian Jinhua among the guests. Brother Xian, what is going on here? We had an agreement. Why did that girl suddenly change her mind? This is a slap in the face to my Lin family. Outwardly, it was Xian Yufei's decision, but it implicitly represented the Xian family's stance. As the head of a powerful clan, Xian Jinhua was not to be underestimated. He deflected smoothly, family head Lin, perhaps there is something you do not know. The Grandmaster who was going to massacre the Yi family tonight, he has been killed. What? Lin Hua's reaction was intense. The Grandmaster was killed? Why did no one inform me? After exchanging quick farewells, Lin Hua left the hall in haste and called someone backstage. Once he confirmed the details, his brow furrowed tightly. Yi Jun Tian? Where did this bastard come from? The Yi family had narrowly escaped again. This was becoming a real problem. Xian Jinhua, you sly old fox. Humph. Since you came here today, it will not be so easy to back out now. In the grand hall, Yi Fan was dancing with Xian Yufei. When he saw Suishua sitting alone with a disappointed expression on her face, a twinge of guilt rose in his heart. But letting go of Xian Yufei at this moment seemed inappropriate. Thinking of this, Yi Fan turned to Xian Yufei and said, Miss Xian, I just had an idea, how about a trio dance? Ha? Before Xian Yufei could react, Yi Fan, still holding her, flashed over to Suishua. Dear wife, may I invite you to join us in a dance? Suishua was taken aback at first, but when she saw the sincere look in Yi Fan's eyes, she did not hesitate and nodded decisively. Alright. Suishua's love for Yi Fan was truly indulgent. She even willingly funded his flirtations with other women, so what was a little dancing? Thus, everyone witnessed a scene that dazzled the entire hall. At the center of the vast dance floor, Yi Fan embraced the two most radiant beauties in the room, one on each side, as the music began to play. At times, it resembled celestial maidens scattering flowers, at others, a blooming spring of 100 flowers, or even the brilliance of fleeting time. Dazzling was not even sufficient to describe it. Every gaze was drawn to Yi Fan, Suishua, and Xian Yufei. Others who had been dancing simply stepped aside, giving up the entire floor to Yi Fan and his two partners. No matter how elegant the other dancers were, in comparison to Yi Fan's trio, they were completely overshadowed. Everyone was entranced by this magical atmosphere. It felt as if the three of them were destined to be together, flawless and natural. Outside the crowd, a familiar figure hurried into the hall. It was Suishua's cousin, Su Dong. Spotting Yun Feiyang and Lin Dong, he rushed over. Young Master Yun, I finally found you. So, did you win over my cousin? Yun Feiyang, his face bruised and swollen, was already fuming at the situation. Hearing Su Dong's question, he kicked him in the rear. Are you fucking blind? Su Dong looked at the scene on the dance floor and saw Yi Fan not only holding Suishua but also Yun City's most beautiful woman, Xian Yufei. He blurted out in shock, holy shit, that's insane. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang both glared at Su Dong with such fury that he shrank his neck and offered a sheepish grin. Lift off. As the music neared its end, Yi Fan shouted softly, then suddenly lifted both Suishua and Xian Yufei high into the air, one in each arm. With arms extended and standing on one foot in the pose of a golden rooster standing alone, Yi Fan balanced both women, holding them by their ankles. Their bodies remained as steady as Mount Tai, suspended above him. It was like a pair of phoenixes spreading their wings, or heavenly maidens descending from the clouds. The trio formed a breathtaking tableau, perfectly timed with the final beat of the music. Bravo! Incredible! It was like a dream. Beautiful, what a perfect couple, or should I say, a perfect trio. The entire room erupted in cheers and applause that nearly turned their hands red. Standing outside the crowd, Lin Dong smashed his wine glass to the floor in fury. Fuck! Why does that bastard Yi Fan not just drop dead? Damn it! Today was supposed to be his big night. Yet Yi Fan had stolen the spotlight, danced with both Suishua and Xian Yufei, and mesmerized the entire room. Taking advantage of the attention, Yi Fan, still holding the two stunning women, swept a glance over the entire hall. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, the only heir of the fourth generation of the Yi family, the #1 family in Daxia. I have returned. I have a bad temper, so if anyone here has wronged my family in the past, it is best you come forward and apologize now. Otherwise, when I come for you, I will flatten your homes with a bulldozer. Dominant. Powerful. Yi Fan's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? Holy shit, it was that Yi family. The top family in Daxia. The mysterious heir of the fourth generation, was he not supposed to have died in the attack 3 years ago? Now he returns in such grand fashion? No wonder this man had such presence, he was the Yi family's heir. From this moment on, everyone in the hall remembered Yi Fan's name. Meanwhile, the two beauties standing on Yi Fan's arms felt as though their hearts might burst from their chests. That bastard, pulling off such an extravagant romantic gesture, how was a woman supposed to resist? They exchanged a glance but quickly pretended nothing had happened. When Yi Fan set them down, Su Yixue threw herself into his arms. "Husband, you are amazing. I love you so much." Beside them, Xian Yufei clung to Yi Fan's other arm. "Humph, he used to be my husband, too." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "Miss Xian, enough. Did you not storm in this morning to break off the engagement? We have nothing to do with each other anymore." I changed my mind, is that not allowed? Women are fickle, do you not know that?" Xian Yufei pouted, her tone pitiful. Yi Fan ignored her and instead walked back to his seat, arm in arm with Su Yixue. Watching him leave, a mischievous smile played on Xian Yufei's lips. "Humph, you think you can just walk away after flirting with me? I am not letting you go in this lifetime." This shift in Xian Yufei's attitude guaranteed that the Lin family's carefully planned event was about to become a colossal joke. Yet Lin Hua and Lin Dong still clung to hope, thinking that when push came to shove, Xian Yufei would not disregard the face of both the Lin and Xian families. They still intended to push forward with the engagement. Lin Hua and Xian Jinghua exchanged a glance. Once the room had calmed down, Lin Hua took up the microphone again. "Miss Xian, your dance was truly beautiful. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your performance. Tonight, there is another great event for Miss Xian. Our two families have decided to hold an engagement ceremony between Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei. What do you all think?" "Ha?" Many were momentarily confused. Was this real? Yes. A few of Lin family's devoted sycophants quickly cheered to stir the crowd, but most of the guests hesitated. Had Xian Yufei not just refused to dance with Lin Dong? And the Lin family still wanted to push an engagement? Were they out of their minds? Lin Hua ignored the awkwardness and forcefully pushed the process forward. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would be someone else's problem. Lin Dong stepped up to the stage, but Xian Yufei remained seated, showing no intention of moving. "Yufei, what is wrong?" asked her second uncle, Xian Jinghua, who was sitting beside her. Of course, he understood her intentions, but at this moment, he could not make his own position too obvious. Although the Yi family had not yet perished, no one could guarantee they would not run into trouble later. Besides, the Lin family had the backing of mysterious forces. The Xian family was caught in the middle and could not afford to offend either side. "Second uncle, I do not want to marry," Xian Yufei said solemnly, revealing her true feelings. "If you do not want to marry, then follow your heart," Xian Jinghua replied, casting a glance in Yi Fan's direction. "In this situation, neither you nor I can change the outcome." His words made it clear. The Xian family could not break the deadlock. If anyone on the scene could openly oppose the Lin family, it would only be Yi Fan. "I understand. Thank you, second uncle." A faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's face as she briskly walked over to Yi Fan. Yi Fan had just popped a piece of mango into his mouth when he saw Xian Yufei approaching again, causing a bit of a headache. "Wife, this banquet is pointless. Shall we go home?" To Yi Fan, whether Xian Yufei married Lin Dong was irrelevant. In a couple of days, when the forces from Beiluo Sherman arrived, Yi Fan planned to flatten the Lin family entirely. But the way Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan was full of affection. Clearly, she had come to ask for his help. "Yi Fan, I do not want to get married, you." Before she could finish, Yi Fan interrupted her. "Forget it if you want me to help. I am afraid you will actually fall in love with me." He expected that rejecting her like this would make her back off, but to his surprise, Xian Yufei did not retreat in the slightest. "So what if I fall in love with you? It is my choice. Sister Yixue, would you mind if Yi Fan had another wife?" As she spoke, Xian Yufei turned pleading eyes toward Su Yixue. Su Yixue could also clearly see the situation. The Lin family was trying to force an engagement between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong, but Xian Yufei was unwilling and helpless. It seemed her husband Yi Fan was the only one who could break the deadlock. Though Su Yixue wanted Yi Fan to help, she respected his wishes more. "Miss Xian, I listen to my husband. If he agrees, not just one wife, even 10 wives would not bother me. I could even take care of them during their postpartum recovery." Ahem. Yi Fan could only silently curse in his heart. His treasure of a wife was simply too wild. Not only had she given him money to go pick up girls, but she was also this open-minded? It seemed he was indeed blessed. Seeing Xian Yufei staring at him hopefully, Yi Fan was still deciding how to handle the situation when Lin Dong, already impatient on the stage, saw Xian Yufei heading again toward Yi Fan and could no longer contain himself. He strode over, glaring at Yi Fan with resentment. Yi Fan, I will let go of everything else, but today is my engagement day. If you interfere, the Lin family will never forgive you. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, thinking, your Lin family participated in the attack on the Yi family. If you do not come for me, I will come for you. You are joking, young Master Lin. Today is your big day, I should toast you with a special drink, perhaps something with a sour and spicy hot pot flavor. What do you think? Most people did not catch Yi Fan's meaning, but Lin Dong understood. Yi Fan was mocking him for having swallowed phlegm earlier. Gaig, the mention of that incident made Lin Dong nauseous again, almost throwing up on the spot. Yi Fan, do not push too far. Do not think the Lin family fears you. We did not before, and we certainly do not now. If you provoke me, I will. Lin Dong did not finish his sentence. He was smart enough to know that confronting Yi Fan now was not wise, so he turned to Xian Jinghua for support. Second uncle, I personally came to invite Yufei. Could you speak up and ask her to come up and complete the ceremony? Lin Dong was trying to leverage power, using the Lin family's authority to pressure Xian Jinghua, and then using Xian Jinghua to pressure Xian Yufei, hoping public scrutiny would force her to comply. But Lin Dong did not realize that Xian Jinghua had already made his stance clear and would not be manipulated. Young Master Lin, this is a matter for the younger generation. I will not meddle. They say you are an expert at winning over women if you cannot even handle Yufei, as the saying goes, if you cannot sweep a single room, how can you sweep the world? How could the Lin family's future business be entrusted to you? How did chasing girls turn into a comment on corporate management? Lin Dong's face turned pale. That old fox Xian Jinghua was roasting him alive. If he could not secure Xian Yufei today, he would be seen as useless. All because of Yi Fan. If not for Yi Fan, would Xian Yufei not already be his? He considered sending bodyguards to kick Yi Fan out, but before he could act, Xian Jinghua spoke again. However, I do have a suggestion. Quarreling is fine, even making a scene, but getting physical in front of so many people? That would be disgraceful. Lin Dong was speechless. Was this old man deliberately targeting him? But he did not notice that when Xian Jinghua said this, his eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. Yi Fan had originally not intended to interfere in Xian Yufei's issue, but seeing Lin Dong's arrogant face, he decided not to let him off easily. Physically beating Lin Dong would be too easy. Clearly, there was a better solution. When he saw the large chandelier above, a new idea sprang into his mind. The Xian family could not directly stop the engagement, and Xian Yufei's refusal alone was not enough. But if Lin Dong were suddenly knocked out by a falling chandelier, how could an engagement ceremony proceed? And if Lin Dong was hit by the chandelier, it had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Perfect. But Lin Dong, unaware of his looming fate, turned back to Xian Yufei. Yufei, all these guests are watching. If something embarrassing happens today, it would not just damage the Lin family's reputation. Xian Yufei looked longingly at Yi Fan, who was now gazing up at the chandelier as if in a trance, paying no attention to her. Sigh. That damned man, did I hurt him too deeply? Why did I ever break off the engagement? She looked around helplessly. Though she was the daughter of the Xian family, no one could help her now. She resigned herself to fate and was about to follow Lin Dong to the stage. But she knew the moment she took that step, her future would be sealed. She wanted to resist, but what could she do? Yi Fan, if you would just say one word, I would devote myself to you completely. But you just keep staring at that chandelier. Is it really more attractive than me? Xian Yufei suddenly felt a surge of unexplainable anger. How could this Yi Fan be so heartless? After all, she had once been his fiancée. Seeing her in trouble now, how could he remain so indifferent? If he would not take the initiative, then she would. A flash of resolve passed through Xian Yufei's eyes. The Lin family cared so much about appearances? Then she would simply refuse to cooperate. They wanted an engagement ceremony? Fine. If she marched over to Yi Fan and gave him a hard kiss, would the Lin family still have the audacity to continue the ceremony? And if they did, well then, tonight she would strip naked and climb into Yi Fan's bed. If even this level of humiliation could be tolerated, then she would truly admit defeat to the Lin family. Just as Xian Yufei took her first step forward, Yi Fan, who had not moved until now, suddenly spoke. Watch out. In the next moment, Yi Fan sprang into action. With one arm around Sui Shui and the other around Xian Yufei, he dashed 2 meters to the side with lightning speed. Just as Lin Dong thought Xian Yufei had given in, he suddenly saw Yi Fan whisk her away again. Yi Fan, what the fuck is wrong with you? This was supposed to be his wife, already promised. Why did Ji Fan insist on stealing other people's women? How was he any different from that bastard Chow Chow? Lin Dong was still cursing when it felt as though his head had been hit by a freight train. Bang! A loud, dull crash echoed through the hall as a massive chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter, came crashing down directly on Lin Dong's head. His skull split open on impact, blood pouring down his face. He swayed for a few seconds, seemingly in shock. Ugh, my head is spinning. I see so many little stars. Lin Dong mumbled weakly, then collapsed to the floor. Silence. The entire hall fell into a dead hush. One could have heard a pin drop. What were the odds? Just as Lin Dong was about to lead Xian Yufei onto the stage, a chandelier fell from above and knocked him unconscious. Everyone instinctively looked up. Some sharp-eyed guests immediately noticed something was off. The chandelier had fallen vertically from at least 1 meter away from where Lin Dong had been standing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have hit him at all. Moreover, this was the Lin family's hall, everything should have been inspected thoroughly, again and again. How could such a low-level mistake occur? Loose screws? Impossible. And how had Ji Fan predicted the chandelier would fall and managed to save both Xian Yufei and Sui Shui at the exact right moment? Something was not right. Clearly not right. Now, the more astute guests began looking at Ji Fan with expressions of shock and awe. They were certain this had to be Ji Fan's doing. But where was the evidence? Moreover, from the looks of things, the Xin family ought to thank Ji Fan. If not for him, it would not have been just Lin Dong who was injured. Just imagine if that stunning beauty Xian Yufei had been hit, she might have been permanently disfigured. What the guests understood, so too did Lin Hua and the Lin family elders. They knew Ji Fan must be behind this, but again, there was no evidence. Xian Jinghua gave Ji Fan a satisfied look. He stood and said to Lin Hua, Patriarch Lin, since Lin Dong is now unconscious, I suggest we cancel the engagement ceremony. What are you all standing around for? Go save him. He then waved his hand, ordering the Lin family's security guards to act. Smiling, Xian Jinghua walked through the crowd to Ji Fan and Xian Yufei. Yufei, the banquet is basically over. Let us go home. Ah, okay. Xian Yufei had completely forgotten she was still in Ji Fan's arms. For some reason, being held by him had brought her a sense of peace she had never felt before. Once, that embrace had belonged entirely to her. And now, she had pushed it away with her own hands. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to her. She had been ready to act, and then the chandelier had fallen. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? Xian Yufei was no fool. It only took a moment's thought to realize Ji Fan had intervened, just with far greater subtlety. Ji Fan, thank you, Xian Yufei said softly, reluctantly stepping out of his embrace. She wrinkled her nose at him and added, Ji Fan, I was wrong before, but I am telling you now, I will not give up. I will win you back. This girl, so bold? His official wife was still standing beside him, yet she openly declared her intention to steal someone else's husband? But Xian Yufei quickly added, do not worry, Sister Ishue. I will not steal him completely, I will leave you half. Cough cough. Why not just chop me in two with a blade? You get one half, and she gets the other? The Lin family's guards rushed up to carry away the unconscious Lin Dong. With the main party comatose, the engagement ceremony was naturally cancelled. As for whether there would be another chance in the future, well, only a fool would think the Lin family had any hope left. Ji Fan had done very little today, yet he was unquestionably the biggest winner. Xian Yufei was thrilled, and Ji Fan was in good spirits, but Lin Hua, head of the Lin family, was close to a breakdown. A mere brat from the Yi family had made fools of them all? Seeing that Ji Fan had not yet left, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to confront him. If necessary, he would make eliminating Ji Fan the Lin family's top priority. Ji Fan, you were raised on the streets, your parents died early, and you are nothing but a feral bastard. What you did at today's banquet, I am not pleased. Such arrogance, you had better watch your back. Lin Hua opened with venom, deliberately provoking Ji Fan to act. If Ji Fan so much as lifted a finger, he would have an excuse to retaliate. Lin Hua was confident that even if he could not kill Ji Fan on the spot, he could at least cripple him. Slap. Ji Fan did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped Lin Hua across the face. Why does your mouth stink so badly? What, did you eat shit in the restroom or suck on my 7-day-old socks? Lin Hua saw stars as his head spun from the blow, utterly stunned. Ji Fan had slapped him? He had come only to test the waters, yet before he even knew what happened, Ji Fan had landed a slap without him reacting at all? Had his years of training been for nothing? Ji Fan's slap spun Lin Hua in circles, shocking every guest present. Domineering. Majestic. This young man was the embodiment of youthful fire. And if youth was not fiery, was it even youth? Yi Fan then noticed Lin Hua's wife approaching, cradling a small poodle. With a flick of internal force, Yi Fan struck the dog's pressure point. You bastard! Yi Fan, how dare you strike an elder? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Do you think your Yi family is still what it was 3 years ago? Oof. I am warning you, behave, or you will be joining your dead parents soon. The threat could not have been more obvious, but it confirmed one thing for Yi Fan: the Lin family had definitely been involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago. Woof woof. As everyone looked to Yi Fan, waiting for his response, the little poodle in Lin Hua's wife's arms suddenly went berserk, leaping like an arrow at Lin Hua and biting down on his lips. Damn! I told you, your mouth reeks of shit. Even your own dog can smell it. Yi Fan's deliberately exaggerated shout once again drew everyone's attention. Even the guests who had reached the door were attracted by Yi Fan's words and turned their heads to look in his direction. When they saw the dog that Lin Hua himself had raised leaping up to bite Lin Hua's mouth, they were all deeply curious and shocked. A pet attacking its owner was already an unusual occurrence, but to aim directly for the mouth? Could it really be, as Yi Fan suggested, that Lin Hua had eaten shit? That seemed unlikely. Beast, you are courting death. Lin Hua, being skilled in martial arts, reacted in rage after being bitten by the poodle. He immediately grabbed the dog and, with a squeeze, killed it on the spot and slammed it onto the ground. Though Lin Hua reacted swiftly, the dog had already torn a 1-inch gash on his lip, tearing off a chunk of flesh. It made him look like he had a cleft lip. The injury itself was minor for someone like Lin Hua, but the humiliation was enormous. Bitten by a dog, especially after Yi Fan had claimed the dog ate excrement, Lin Hua himself began to feel as if that taste was truly in his mouth. Damn it! That wretched bastard! As Lin Hua glared at Yi Fan was looking mournfully at the poodle's corpse on the ground. Sigh. Patriarch Lin, you were born of the same root. Why must you turn so cruelly against your own? Killing it like this, does your conscience not trouble you? Before Lin Hua could speak, his wife added fuel to the fire. Ah, my son! How could you die like this? Lin Hua, you bastard, how could you do that to my son? You are his father too. Put. This comical scene made some of the guests burst into laughter. Forgive us for laughing at such a moment. It is true that some pet owners affectionately call their dogs sons or cats daughters in private, which is no issue. But in a situation like this, to call the poodle her son and Lin Hua its father, it was all just too perfectly timed. Everyone's minds could not help but recall Yi Fan's earlier words, born of the same root. Why turn so cruelly against one another? That line was now echoing endlessly in Lin Hua's head. That damned Yi Fan, if he did not punish him today, he would never live it down. Killing intent radiated from Lin Hua as he took step after step toward Yi Fan, ready to strike. But suddenly, Xian Jinghua stepped in front of him. Old Lin, let it go. Let it go. These are just young people's squabbles. You, as the patriarch of the Lin family, should not stoop to arguing with someone of the younger generation. If word of this gets out, it would not sound good. As he spoke, Xian Jinghua placed a hand on Lin Hua's arm, and a wave of internal energy pulsed from it. Though it looked like he was mediating, everyone could see clearly Xian Jinghua was clearly taking sides. He was protecting Yi Fan. Of course, Yi Fan's current strength no longer needed any protection. If Lin Hua dared to strike Yi Fan would beat him so badly he would literally shit himself. Yi Fan, just you wait. With Xian Jinghua intervening, and so many guests present, Lin Hua had no choice but to restrain himself. The Yi family had not yet fallen. If he truly did anything to Yi Fan in front of so many people, those two old monsters of the Yi family might really come for him with blades drawn. The banquet could not go on. Yi Fan and Sui Shua left the Lin family estate, and as they did, Yi Fan gave the Lin mansion behind him a cold glance. Damn it! He would need 100 bulldozers to completely level this wretched place. Yi Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei said her goodbyes to Yi Fan, staring into his eyes once more. Yi Fan, as I said before, I will not give up. Starting tomorrow, I will do everything I can to win you back. Yi Fan scratched his nose. Miss Xin, I know I am handsome, but as the saying goes, a fine horse does not turn back to graze old pasture. Why put yourself through this? He glanced at Xian Jinghua. As the patriarch of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua's attitude today had already made things very clear. The Xian family was not determined to side with the Lin family. In that case, why cause such a stir with the broken engagement? After Xian Yufei left, Yi Fan drove off with Sui Shue. But instead of returning to their home in Junlan Tianxia, they headed elsewhere. Honey, where are we going? Sui Shue asked. She had already been stunned by too much today, learning Yi Fan was the heir of the most powerful family in Daxia, and that he had an engagement with the Xian family. More critically, Yi Fan had openly confronted the Lin family. What if they sought revenge? To the Yi family. We have been married for 3 years, sooner or later, the ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. It is time I take you to meet my grandfather and great-grandfather, Yi Fan said while driving. Pa, who are you calling ugly? But seriously, why did you not say anything earlier? I did not prepare any gifts. It is so late already, should we go another day? Suishua blushed but also felt secretly pleased. After all, when a man takes a woman to meet his family, it means he truly considers her the most important person in his life. I already prepared the gifts. They are in the trunk. Just grab them when we arrive. Oh, hearing that Yi Fan had everything planned out, Suishua felt more at ease. Back at the Lin family mansion, after the guests had all left, Lin Hua began roaring like a madman in the courtyard. He unleashed all his martial power, smashing the pavilion and decorative items around him to pieces, destroying the once elegant courtyard. Yi Fan, you little bastard, I will not let you off. The Lin family had suffered a massive humiliation today. What was supposed to be Lin Dong dancing with Xian Yufei became Yi Fan's solo performance. The engagement ceremony turned into a joke. That chandelier, how could it just fall like that? You there! Have you found out why the chandelier fell? Who tampered with it? Lin Hua shouted furiously at the guards. Patriarch, we inspected the broken section of the chandelier carefully. It appears it was cut with a sharp tool before it fell. Upon hearing the report, Lin Hua's brow furrowed tightly. Cut by a sharp tool? He was certain this was no accident. If Yi Fan had done this, it meant his strength had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. To cut something using condensed inner force, such a technique would require at least the level of a grandmaster. And tonight, the grandmaster who had gone to eliminate the Yi family had been killed. A bold speculation flashed through Lin Hua's mind. Could that unlucky bastard Tian Kuei have been killed by Yi Fan? But the black market had clearly stated that Tian Kuei was killed by someone named Yi Jun Tian. What was the connection between Yi Jun Tian and Yi Fan? As Lin Hua was still pondering, Lin Dong, his head bandaged like a mummy, was helped into the courtyard by guards. Uncle, you must avenge me. It was all Yi Fan's doing. He had intended to cry and complain, but upon seeing Lin Hua's split lip, he froze. Uncle, your mouth. What happened? He had passed out earlier and had not seen the dog attack. That little bastard Yi Fan. I do not know what method he used, but he made the poodle bite me. Thinking about being publicly slapped by Yi Fan only made Lin Hua more furious. Despite being a martial expert, he had not even detected Yi Fan's move. Clearly, the Lin family's current strength was insufficient to deal with Yi Fan. Uncle, we must call on the Blood Garment sect. Yi Fan's return at this time will seriously impact our plans. If he ruins our future strategies, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Dong trembled with rage, stomping the ground. If Yi Fan does not die, I will never rest in peace. Lin Hua nodded. It seems the Blood Garment sect must be summoned. I will contact them immediately. Yi Fan must die within 3 days. Yi family ancestral residence. Although it was already late at night, the compound was brightly lit. From the outer courtyard inward, the area was lined with bodyguards. As Yi Fan stepped out of the car and saw the scene before him, he was briefly startled, but quickly understood. After all, his grandfather had mentioned during the day that a grandmaster-level expert was coming to massacre the Yi family. Disperse, Yi Fan said calmly as he approached the main gate with Suishua, addressing the loyal steward Zhong Bo and the guards at the entrance. Young master, you have returned? The master instructed us not to disperse. That grandmaster-level expert is coming to wipe out the Yi family tonight. We must maintain our defenses. Zhong Bo emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Yi Fan and the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Today, virtually all of the Yi family's forces had been mobilized. Do you not know yet? That so-called grandmaster-level expert was reportedly killed in the Cloud City black market, Yi Fan said calmly. Since it was Yi Fan who personally eliminated Tian Kuei, the accuracy of this news was unquestionable. Killed? Zhong Bo was still puzzled when several guards rushed over to report the same. Instantly, Zhong Bo became excited. The grandmaster-level expert was really killed? What a coincidence! This is excellent news. Wonderful. The entire Yi family breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the Grand Hall, the Yi family patriarch Yi Changfeng sighed, if we have the chance, we must express our deep gratitude to this Yi Jun Tian. No, I must personally go to the black market tomorrow to thank him. To kill a grandmaster-level expert, that strength must be beyond grandmaster, perhaps even at the martial lord level. In the mundane world, martial lords are already extraordinarily powerful beings. Grandfather, perhaps it is better not to. That person may have his own affairs and might not be constantly present in the black market. Yi Fan offered a half-hearted suggestion, feeling a bit guilty. If his grandfather actually went searching for Yi Jun Tian, would he not have to go play the role himself? And if, in a moment of enthusiasm, his grandfather insisted on a sworn brotherhood, what would Yi Fan do? Call his own grandfather Big Brother? That would be absurd. That will not do. He helped our Yi family with such a tremendous favor. If we do not express our gratitude, it would be unjustifiable. Yi Changfeng remained firm. I will find a way to locate that Mr. Yi. Seeing his grandfather so resolute, Yi Fan had no choice but to resign himself. It seemed he would have to play that part after all. However, his grandfather's insistence also gave Yi Fan an idea. Right now, the Yi family did not yet have a direct justification to act against the Lin family. But Yi Jun Tian could. Damn it! Just thinking about Lin Hua's disgusting face made Yi Fan seethe with anger. Once Han Zhua completed the investigation, Yi Fan would waste no time flattening the Lin family. After the Yi family was nearly attacked again by a Grandmaster-level expert, all the major families in Cloud City stayed away, except one. That was the Wang family of Cloud City. The patriarch himself, Wang Fugui's grandfather, came personally to stand guard with the Yi family. Old Wang, things seem to have settled down. Why do you not head back? Yi Changfeng rose and courteously offered to see Patriarch Wang off. Patriarch Wang looked Yi Fan up and down, nodding with satisfaction. Old Yi, look at your grandson, broad forehead, radiant face. He is clearly destined for greatness. His future achievements will certainly surpass yours. I must make sure my grandson spends more time with him. Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Spend more time with this rascal? Every day at clubs with cheap women, what kind of role model is that? After seeing Patriarch Wang off, Yi Changfeng finally turned to Su Yixue, who was standing beside Yi Fan. This must be my granddaughter-in-law, Miss Yixue? He examined Su Yixue from head to toe. Dressed in an elegant gown, Su Yixue looked refined and graceful, truly a stunning beauty. Sigh, such a wonderful young woman, a fine cabbage devoured by a pig. The first part of the elder's comment was normal, but the second half left Su Yixue stunned. Ha? Grandfather, is that any way to talk about your own grandson? Yi Fan protested. Complimenting the girl was one thing, why insult your own grandson? If I am a pig, then what are you? Pig grandpa? Ha! Yi Fan burst out laughing, leaving Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. You brat! Just wait until I give you a beating. Su Yixue looked at the playful banter between grandfather and grandson, half amused, half exasperated. So this was how the top noble family in Daxia interacted? Quite different from what she had imagined. While the two were jesting, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses strode briskly from the rear courtyard. Grandfather, I heard the Grandmaster-level expert was suddenly killed? That is wonderful news. Although his words were cheerful, his eyes carried a trace of hidden malice. Especially when he saw the warm interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan, his gaze turned visibly sinister. As he appeared, Yi Changfeng stopped chasing after Yi Fan and turned to introduce him to Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Yi Fan, Yixue, let me introduce you. This is your elder brother, Yi Xiu. I adopted him when he was 3. He is currently helping manage matters at the Lin Corporation. After a brief pause, he continued, Yi Fan, you must work hard. In the future, the Yi family hopes to entrust everything to you, but if you continue to be this undisciplined, then we will have no choice but to hand things over to Yi Xiu. Upon hearing this, a flash of malice flickered in Yi Xiu's eyes. Grandfather, please do not say that. I am only helping Yi Fan manage the Yi family affairs. No matter the time, the Yi family belongs to him. I am very clear about my position, I would never overstep. It is good you think that way. Do not worry, you will not be treated unfairly. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Xiu with satisfaction. But although Yi Xiu said those words aloud, he was seething with resentment inside. The old bastard, he still only had Yi Fan in his heart. At this stage, Yi Fan had proven himself to be utterly useless, yet the old man still wanted to pass the Yi family on to him? Then what had Yi Xiu been slaving away for all these years? Hello, big brother? Yi Fan stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand to Yi Xiu. You have worked hard for the Yi family all these years. But let me be frank, if you are truly acting in the Yi family's best interests, I am grateful. But if you are acting as a traitor, do not blame me for being ruthless. Though he had spent the past 3 years as a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, Yi Fan had never stopped investigating the attack on the Yi family. With the Yi family being protected by an army of 800,000 Tianlong troops, such a covert attack could only have succeeded with inside help. Yi Fan had long wondered who had the access and precision to provide internal intelligence. But when he saw Yi Xiu, the answer became instantly clear. If his instincts were correct, Yi Xiu was the mole. This man, for all his decent appearance, was nothing but a traitor in disguise. As he spoke, Yi Fan unleashed a murderous aura without restraint. Yi Xiu instantly felt as though he had plunged into an icy cavern, shivering all over as confusion filled his eyes. Something was wrong. The intelligence gathered earlier in the day claimed Yi Fan was a useless bum who spent his days clubbing. How could he possess such terrifying power? Ahem, little brother, you must be joking. If not for grandfather taking me in back then, I would have starved on the streets. How could I possibly betray the Yi family? Yi Xiu forced a laugh, but inside, he was panicking. Could Yi Fan have discovered something? Impossible. Good, then continue helping manage the Yi family, so I can focus on chasing women. Yi Fan withdrew all his killing intent and said to Yi Xiu with a wicked charm, Big brother, I heard a new Bawang club opened in Yuncheng. The girls there are very young. Why do I not treat you to some fun tomorrow? Ah, that might not be appropriate, better not, Yi Xiu replied, glancing at Sui Xue. He genuinely could not understand what Yi Fan was thinking. His wife was standing right next to him, and he was openly talking about picking up girls. Was that really okay? The crucial point was that Sui Xue, just like the rumors, seemed to completely ignore Yi Fan's behavior. How did Yi Fan manage that? No need to be so polite with your younger brother. Tomorrow at 12 noon, I will be waiting for you. Yi Fan spoke casually, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Yi Fan did it on purpose. Now that the direct heir of the Yi family had returned in high profile, it signaled that the Yi family had not fallen. There was still hope. The young master of the Yi family was not killed in the incident 3 years ago. Now that Yi Fan had returned, many people certainly did not want him to live. Yi Fan deliberately revealed his whereabouts to test Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu were one of those people, an internal traitor, he would surely inform them, and they would surely act. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu pretending to be honest, and sneered inwardly. This guy was really good at pretending. But if Yi Fan decided to get rid of Yi Xiu, he would need a new team to take over the Yi group quickly. After all, both grandfather and great-grandfather were old now, and Yi Fan himself had no interest in managing the family business. Everyone chatted casually. Just as they were considering having a late-night snack, Sui Xue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply chain was suddenly cut off? Understood, I will head to the company immediately. After hanging up, Sui Xue looked worried as she addressed Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan, grandfather, husband, there is an urgent issue at the company. I need to go handle it. Sorry, I will head out first. Yi Fan asked with concern, do you need my help? Sui Xue shook her head. No need, I can handle it myself. Spend more time with grandfather. Yi Fan indeed still had some things to discuss with grandfather that he had not had the chance to bring up. This was the perfect moment. Alright then, be careful on the road. Sui Xue left, and Yi Xiu also tactfully took his leave. With only Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan left in the room, Yi Fan became unusually serious. Grandfather, what do you know about the attack on the Yi family that night? Yi Changfeng shook his head. It happened so suddenly. Your second and third uncles died in battle, your parents disappeared, and even Beluo Sherman was attacked. Rumors said you died. At that time, apart from me and your great-grandfather, all the men in the Yi family were killed. Then it rained heavily, and all clues were washed away. I have been investigating over the years, but have found almost nothing useful. Talking about the past, Yi Changfeng became sentimental. He looked at Yi Fan with emotion. Our Yi family has declined. All our hopes rest on you. I will not scold you anymore. If chasing girls helps you give birth to more heirs for the Yi family, that works too. Yi Fan was speechless. What was that supposed to mean? So grandfather no longer had hopes in him and was telling him to become a breeding machine, to put all hope in the next generation? Yi Fan really wanted to tell his grandfather that he was already invincible. But he knew that staying hidden was the best tactic for now. If he revealed his strength too early, the enemies who attacked the Yi family might be too afraid to show themselves. But one thing is certain, the Lin family was involved, and I suspect the Dragon Lord might have had a part in it too. The 80,000 Tianlong troops on the southwest border are all tagged as Yi family forces. That is enough to make a lot of people lose sleep. If your strength can recover and the Yi banner remains upright, who would dare to look down on the Yi family? Hearing grandfather's analysis, Yi Fan formed a clearer picture in his mind. Do not worry, under my protection, the Yi family will not fall. After saying goodbye to his grandfather, Yi Fan stepped outside, only to see dozens of black Audi sedans parked neatly on the road beside the Yi family estate. A middle-aged man in a shirt knelt down respectfully upon seeing Yi Fan. Subordinately who greets the instructor. It is so wonderful that you are alive. Forgive me for only just hearing the news. Yi Fan looked at Li Hu. It is not your fault. I deliberately concealed my identity. You have done well these years. Li Hu, one of the 4 underground godfathers of Yunqing, started from nothing 8 years ago and gradually built up his own power in business. In the city's underworld, his influence was substantial. What people did not know was that, back when Li Hu was in a foreign mercenary battalion, Yi Fan was his instructor. So when Li Hu heard of Yi Fan's return to Yunqing, he came immediately to show his loyalty. Instructor, you flatter me. Everything I have was given to me by you. If you ever need anything, I am ready at your command. Yi Fan waved his hand casually. All right. If I need anything, I will let you know. Let your men stand down for now. Although Yi Fan had Hanzhuo and the Beiluo Sherman forces, some tasks could not be handled by them alone. Having Li Hu's support might prove useful. After this delay at the Yi family, Yi Fan returned to his villa at Junlan Tianxia nearly an hour later. As he entered, he heard running water from the bathroom. Sui Shui already back and taking a shower? Ha. Yi Fan's strength had now broken through to the 9th level of the dragon subjugation technique, which meant he could finally be with a woman. He and Sui Shui had already agreed to be intimate tonight. This girl really was understanding. Darling, I am coming, Yi Fan said as he walked toward the bathroom, stripping off his clothes on the way. What was wrong with a romantic couple's bath? As he entered, he saw a graceful figure standing in the misty shower. That delicate body, although familiar, was more alluring than ever. With tenderness, Yi Fan approached, embraced the figure from behind, and kissed her lips. The woman let out a soft moan, her body stiffening slightly, but she did not resist Yi Fan's caresses. However, Yi Fan felt something odd. Why did she feel different from last night? More tender, more inexperienced? Just as things were heating up in the bathroom, a familiar voice called out from outside. Honey, I am home. Ha! Yi Fan instantly froze. That voice, it was Sui Shui. Then who was in his arms right now? He hurriedly pushed the woman away, only to be met with a mischievous smile. Ha! Brother-in-law, now I am yours too. Su Qingru? Sui Shui's younger sister, born of the same mother? Though 3 or 4 years apart, the sisters looked nearly identical. Had he just kissed his sister-in-law? Damn it! And she had not resisted at all? Although Yi Fan usually acted carefree and unruly, he was momentarily stunned at this. What did his sister-in-law mean by this? This is our little secret, brother-in-law. Su Qingru gave Yi Fan a wicked smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and quickly left the bathroom, heading toward the 2nd-floor bedroom. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly heard arguing outside and quickly put on his clothes and stepped out. Outside the door, Yun Feiyang was once again blocking Sui Shui. Ishui, I am sorry that your company has suddenly had its supply cut. But you know, that is business. I cannot go against my family for an outsider. How about this, agree to be my girlfriend, and I will immediately call and have the supply resumed. To win Sui Shui over, Yun Feiyang had pulled out all the stops. Knowing that the Su family specialized in jewelry and relied heavily on raw jadeite, and that the primary supplier was the Yun family, Yun Feiyang used his family's power to terminate supply to the Su group, hoping to use this as leverage to make Sui Shui his woman. Yun Feiyang, you are shameless. This only makes me look down on you even more. You are using such despicable tactics to force me into submission. Sui Shui stomped her foot in anger, but felt powerless. In Daxia, most of the jadeite supply came from Myanmar, and the Yin family happened to be the general agent in Daxia for General Sangpa, Myanmar's largest supplier. As long as the Su family wanted to stay in the jewelry business, they could not bypass the Yin family. Shameless? Perhaps a little, but that is fine. As long as the tactic works, I do not care about shamelessness or not. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly. Ishui, you have 1 day to decide. After that, if you still refuse, the Yun family will not only cut off supply but also blacklist the Su group throughout Tiannan province. Think carefully, can you bear that? Yun Feiyang looked completely confident. On the other hand, if you agree to be my girlfriend, the Yun family will fully support the Su group to become the jewelry dominator of Tiannan province and even the entire southwest. So, what will it be, Ishui? You should know very clearly. Stop following that trashy fan. All he knows is picking up girls. Why would you suffer for him? As he spoke, Yun Feiyang reached out, trying to wrap his arm around Sui Shui's waist. But just as his hand extended, it was caught in an iron grip. Seems the warning I gave during the day was not enough? Naturally, the one who appeared was Yi Fan. Grabbing Yun Feiyang's arm without hesitation, Yi Fan released a burst of internal energy and broke his wrist on the spot. Crack! With a sharp snap, excruciating pain shot through Yun Feiyang's arm. Ah! Fuck! My hand! That afternoon, Yifan had already slapped Yun Feiyang, almost to the point of being unrecognizable even to his parents. And now, Yifan had outright broken his wrist? How dare he? Yifan, are you fucking crazy? You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who you are messing with? Do you dare provoke the Yun family? Yun Feiyang clutched his arm and retreated, yelling at Yifan, "Guards, beat him to death." Yifan smiled faintly. The Yun family? I am the only direct heir of the Yi family, Daxia's #1 family. Your shitty Yun family is nothing to me. Go ahead, try and touch a hair on my head. Seeing several bodyguards rush forward, Yifan laughed coldly. Did they really think the Yi family's status was a joke? Though the Yi family had declined, Yifan's grandfather and great-grandfather still held considerable influence in Daxia. Now that Yifan had returned openly, the family saw new hope. Many who had kept their distance were bound to change their stance again. Because for aristocratic families, strength was crucial, but so was cultivating the next generation. Without successors, even the most powerful family would eventually collapse. This was why many had distanced themselves from the Yi family after the incident 3 years ago, when news spread that Yifan had died. The Yun family's bodyguards immediately froze and looked toward Yun Feiyang. Then Yun Feiyang remembered, at the Lin family banquet, Yifan had already declared his identity as the Yi family's heir. Since the Yi family had not fallen yet, he really dared not act rashly. Yifan, is violence the only thing you know? What happened between me and the Su family is business. Even if you kill me, it changes nothing. Humph, you think the Yi family is still what it used to be? Though angry, Yun Feiyang dared not give further orders to attack. Yifan, you are too greedy. You already have Xian Yufei. Why fight me over Su Yixue? Before Yifan could respond, Su Yixue spoke first. Is that your concern? My husband has charisma. Miss Xian willingly follows him. What business is that of yours? Su Yixue's devotion to Yifan was truly unconditional. Looking at her, Yifan felt a bit awkward remembering what had just happened in the bathroom with Su Qingru. Staring at Yun Feiyang's expression, Yifan sneered, "You call it business? Fine, then let us handle it with business means. Is it not because General Songpa gave your family the agency that you dare act arrogant? I will make one phone call, and your Yun family will lose that agency immediately." As he spoke, Yifan pulled out his phone. Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang burst out laughing. One phone call? Yifan, you are delusional. The Yi family is barely surviving, and you think General Songpa will respond to you? Go ahead, call him. If you get him to revoke our agency, I will call you daddy. The Yun family had worked with General Songpa for years. His father had a strong relationship with the general, and they had given up significant profits to maintain the partnership. No one else in Daxia could offer as much benefit to General Songpa. Yun Feiyang was certain the general would not abandon them for a declining family. Meanwhile, Yifan called General Songpa directly. Your Majesty, you have finally revealed yourself. I am so glad to hear you are safe. When I heard you were in trouble, I cried a whole bucket of tears. On the other end, General Songpa expressed his joy at hearing from Yifan. Enough, I am calling to inform you my wife is the president of Su Jewelry in Yuncheng. She wants your Daxia agency. Any problems? Oh, by the way, some idiot from the Yin family is trying to use the agency as leverage to steal my wife. You handle it. What? The Yun family dared try to steal the Empress? Understood. I will terminate all cooperation with them immediately. I will fly to Yunqing tonight and personally deliver the new contract to Miss Su in the morning. General Songpa spoke with absolute reverence. Back then, he had nearly died. Yifan had saved him and taught him martial arts, helping him rise to power in Myanmar. Without Yifan, there would be no General Songpa. Within a minute of Yifan hanging up, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was his father, Yun Badian. General Songpa has suddenly terminated all cooperation with us, saying you offended someone you should not have. What? Yun Feiyang was completely stunned and looked at Yifan in disbelief. Was not the Yi family finished? How could Yifan still command General Songpa and truly end Yun family's contract? Yifan grinned, his eyes full of wicked amusement. Go on, say it, call me daddy. You? Yun Feiyang looked at Yifan in shock, recalling everything that had happened at the Lin family banquet. Yifan had dared to deal with Lin Dong, and in front of so many people, had even beaten Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Such arrogance, did Yifan really have some hidden strength or trump card? But according to his own investigation, had Yifan not just spent the last 3 years picking up women in Yun City clubs? It was true that Yifan used to be a monstrously talented disciple of the Beiluo Sherman sect, but when the sect was attacked back then, it was said that Yifan's cultivation foundation had been destroyed, and even one of his kidneys had been removed. So how was Yifan now completely fine? Regardless, Su Yixue had a special constitution. He must have her. Yifan. Just you wait. You will not be able to enjoy this for long. Hoof. Yun Feian let out a cold snort and fled the Junlan Tianxia villa compound in disgrace. Watching Yun Feian flee in panic, Yifan coldly declared, Yun Feian, 3 strikes and you are out. This is your final warning. If you dare harass my wife again, I will personally use a bulldozer to flatten your Yun family. I mean it. A flash of ruthless intensity appeared in Yifan's eyes. He had already announced Su Yixue as his wife, yet there were still scum trying to stir trouble. If he did not make an example out of someone, it would never end. Honey, did you just contact General Sonpa? Is he really planning to transfer Myanmar's jadeite agency rights to our Su group? Su Yixue asked Yifan in disbelief. Within just one day, Su Yixue had realized her husband seemed completely different. He had given her far too many surprises. He was the direct heir of Daxia's #1 family. Su Yixue had never imagined that the man she thought only knew how to flirt actually had such a powerful background. The Su group was only a third-rate family business in Yun City. Compared to the Yi family, she was clearly marrying far above her station. Of course, starting tomorrow, the jadeite agency rights for Myanmar and Daxia will belong to the Su group, Yifan said, wrapping his arm around Su Yixue as they headed inside the villa. Su Yixue looked at Yifan's profile and made up her mind. Tonight, she would do everything she could to serve her husband well. Big sister, brother-in-law, you are back? As the two entered the house, Su Qingru, dressed in light pajamas, smiled and bent over slightly to greet them. The moment she bent down, the cleavage before her was clearly visible to Yifan. Recalling their intimate encounter in the bathroom earlier, Yifan was momentarily stunned. Qingru, why are you here? Su Yixue asked in surprise when she saw her younger sister appear in the room. Did your school have the day off? Su Qingru had just turned 18 and was still in university. It was Thursday, she should have been in class. I just missed my sister and brother-in-law. Su Qingru said sweetly, deliberately emphasizing the words brother-in-law. In truth, ever since Yifan entered the Su family, Su Qingru had taken a particular interest in him. Back then, when she was still in high school, she often clung to Yifan, asking him to go shopping, travel, or eat with her. Now Yifan realized this little sister-in-law had planned everything. She had clearly been lusting after him for a long time. What a mistake! He had underestimated her. Tomorrow there is an event at school and no classes in the morning, so I came over early. Su Qingru held Su Yixue's arm and added, Sister, as agreed, I am sleeping with you tonight. You cannot send me away. What? Both Yifan and Su Yixue were stunned by this declaration. They had planned to consummate their relationship tonight. But with Su Qingru suddenly deciding to share the bed, how could their plans continue? Qingru, you are a grown woman now. Is it appropriate to still sleep with your sister? Be good, grown-ups sleep alone. Your sister is my wife. If you sleep with her, where am I supposed to sleep? Yifan protested with righteous indignation. But Su Qingru just stuck out her tongue and said, Tee, brother-in-law, if you are afraid, you can join us both. PFF. Qingru, what nonsense are you talking? He is your brother-in-law. How could you? Su Yixue hurriedly tapped Su Qingru's head twice, unaware that something unspeakable had already happened between the two earlier. Su Yixue looked at Yifan apologetically. Later I will prepare a bed for you downstairs. Su Qingru was just teasing, of course. After everyone had freshened up, they sat on the sofa eating fruit. Su Qingru leaned on Su Yixue's arm and said, Sister, I actually came back today because I wanted to borrow brother-in-law for a little bit. No. Before Su Yixue could reply, Yifan interrupted loudly. This little vixen clearly had bad intentions. If she borrowed him for an hour, how would he even explain what might happen? Would he be a beast? Or worse than a beast, borrow your brother-in-law? For what? Su Yixue asked curiously. Tomorrow afternoon, our school has a dance. The teacher is making me attend, but I need a dance partner. I wanted to ask brother-in-law to go with me. Su Qingru looked dreamily at Yifan, her eyes nearly brimming with desire. Ha? You want him to be your dance partner? Your brother-in-law is pretty good at dancing. Su Yixue could not help but remember the scene earlier at the Lin family banquet, when she and Xian Yufei danced with Yifan. It had left everyone amazed. Honey, if you are free tomorrow, why not go with Qingru? Su Yixue suggested. In truth, she had her own motives. If Yifan could dance with Xian Yufei, why not with her own sister? Keep it in the family. Even if Yifan took advantage of someone, better her own sister than some random man. Well, Su Yixue had spoken, how could Yifan refuse his loving wife? Pretty please, brother-in-law. Say yes. Su Qingru clung to Yifan's arm and shook it hard. Her loose robe nearly slipped off her shoulders, exposing her entirely, yet she showed no sign of embarrassment. She looked at him with eager anticipation. Fine, I will go, all right? Yifan let out a long sigh. The two Su sisters had always treated him well. Back when Su Qingru was in high school, she used to bring him a banana whenever she had one. Like Suishue, she had never looked down on him or called him useless. At midnight, after Suishue and Su Qingru were asleep, Yifan got up, dressed quietly, and left Junlan Tianxia to head for the Royal No. 1 clubhouse. This time, Yifan was not going there to flirt, but to keep an appointment. Earlier, when Yifan tracked down Xu Yan, she had not admitted to being his junior marshal's sister, but she had tapped his hand twice and left a keycard for the general manager's office. Had they not agreed to meet at 2 in the morning? At that moment, in the general manager's office at Royal No. 1, Suyun had already undressed and was lying in bed in a sheer nightgown. The Royal Club had essentially ceased operations. Apart from the security booth at the entrance, the building was completely dark, and the main door was locked. Normally, one would need to call the security guard to gain entry. But a building of this height was no obstacle for Yifan. He found an empty spot at the rear of the building, pushed off the ground with his ankle, and after a few agile leaps, reached the window ledge of the 8th floor general manager's office. Upon flipping into the room, Yifan immediately noticed someone lying in the bed. He smiled faintly to himself. My little junior sister is trying to add a little spice, is she? Yifan quietly approached the bedside, wrapped his arms around the person lying there, and boldly began exploring with his hands. He leaned in to kiss the beautiful woman's lips. Little junior sister, pretending not to recognize me during the day, let us see tonight if I do not turn raw rice into cooked rice. Yifan was absolutely convinced this was his junior marshal sister Su-chan. After all, who else would leave him a hotel keycard and ask him to come at 2 a.m.? The woman on the bed let out a soft moan and responded faintly to his kiss. But the moment Yifan heard her voice, his entire body tensed in alarm. This was not his junior sister's voice. He immediately jumped back from the bed in shock. Had he really mistaken someone for her again? Who are you? What are you trying to do? The woman on the bed had sensed something was wrong, rolled over, and switched on the bedside lamp. Lying there was none other than Su Yun, the public-facing owner of Royal No. 1. Her nightgown had been pulled halfway down by Yifan, exposing her cleavage completely. Seeing a man suddenly appear in her room, and feeling his saliva still on her lips, Su Yun instantly realized what had happened. Pervert! Someone help! Su Yun shrieked and tried to shield herself with the blanket, retreating cautiously. Miss, please do not scream, I did not do it on purpose. Yifan tried to explain. He had come to meet his junior sister. How could he have known she was not the one in the bed? Seeing Su Yun was about to scream again, Yifan rushed over and pressed her down on the bed. My junior sister gave me the room key, I had no idea you would be here. As he spoke, Yifan held up the general manager's office keycard for her to see. Su Yun calmed down, took a closer look at Yifan, and immediately recognized him. He was the one Su Chan had mentioned earlier that day. He had even come looking for her in person. But Su Yun could not understand why had Su Chan given Yifan the room key if she had no intention of staying. Why had she left Su Yun here instead? Now her first kiss had been stolen by Yifan. Damn it! Ugh! Su Yun nodded to indicate she would not scream. Yifan sighed in relief and was about to let her go, when his expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming, do not make a sound. As he spoke, Yifan turned off the light and stared intently at the door. At such a late hour, someone was coming to the general manager's office? Not just one person, 5 in total. 2 of them were martial artists with internal strength. In the darkness, Su Yun lay beneath Yifan, flushed red as she felt the weight and presence of his body. She whispered, "You are hurting me." She tried to shift away from his legs, and Yifan finally realized his position was not appropriate. More importantly, the natural reaction of a man to such close proximity with a beautiful woman had already occurred. Yifan quickly rolled off her and hid in a corner of the room, suppressing his breath entirely. Click! The door suddenly opened, and several men rushed in. Young Master Zhou, shall we kill her directly? One of them drew a glistening dagger and motioned at the bed. Would this not be too risky? What if we kill the bitch and the higher-ups investigate? Afraid of what? The young master gave explicit orders, she must die. We must also retrieve that item from her. The old man surely gave it to her. The leader, young Master Zhou, was clearly impatient. Do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more complications we invite. If we do not finish her tonight, we will waste time explaining tomorrow. Yes, sir. The man with the dagger quickly approached Soo-yun on the bed. Lying there, Soo-yun was filled with terror. She could not believe those above her were this desperate, to the point of barging in to murder someone in the office. What to do? Soo-yun knew that Yi-fan, her junior sister's senior, likely had martial skills. But could one man really handle all these attackers? Swish! Just as the assassin raised the dagger, Soo-yun was about to scream. Yi-fan launched from the corner, seized the assassin's wrist, and with a surge of energy, shattered the dagger and broke the man's arm. You are courting death. With a cold grunt, Yi-fan swung the man like a club and slammed him into the floor. The room lights came on. Yi-fan and Soo-yun stood up. Soo-yun stared in shock and fury at the leader. "Zhou Tao, you have gone too far. Your minor family dares to kill me? Are you not afraid of what the main family will do to you?" Seeing that it was Soo-yun rather than Soo-chan under the covers, Zhou Tao was mildly surprised. Afraid? That depends on who holds power in the family now. The old man is in a coma, is it not the young master who calls the shots now? That bitch was not here? Lucky her, but you think you can hide forever? Zhou Tao was not stupid. The moment Yi-fan took down his guard in one move, he knew Yi-fan was formidable. This place was no longer safe. "Let us go," he signaled his men, but turned back to Soo-yun and said, "Soo-yun, you have some looks. Be smart, if you get into my bed willingly, maybe I can plead for your life with the young master." Soo-yun's chest heaved with anger at his arrogance. But in the middle of the night, what could a woman do? Just as Zhou Tao was about to leave, Yi-fan's cold voice rang out, "Stop, did I say you could go?" As he spoke, Yi-fan appeared in front of Zhou Tao and stared him down like a venomous snake. What do you want? Kid, I will let you off for ruining my plans just now. You had better stay out of this. The Zhou family in the provincial capital is not someone you can afford to provoke. Zhou Tao could not explain it, but he was afraid of Yi-fan's gaze and instinctively wanted to avoid it. "What do I want? I want to kill you." In the next instant, Yi-fan grabbed a dagger from a bodyguard nearby and, without hesitation, stabbed it straight into Zhou Tao's heart. Everyone, including Soo-yun and Zhou Tao's men, was stunned. Holy shit, that's savage? He killed someone just like that? Zhou Tao stared in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his chest, feeling the vitality draining rapidly from his body. His gaze toward Yi-fan was filled with grievance and sorrow. "How dare you, kill me? Who are you really?" This was not how the script was supposed to go. Normally in this kind of plot, the two sides should exchange heated words, issue threats, and at most beat each other up. The killing was supposed to come in the next round, but now, the man was already dead. How was the story supposed to progress? "I am Yi-fan, the legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family. Senior brother of Soo-chan." Yi-fan kicked Zhou Tao's body to the floor and said coldly, "Since you came to kill my junior sister, I had no choice but to send you off first. You are Yi-fan? How could that be?" According to the intelligence Zhou Tao had received, Yi-fan had indeed returned, but he had been frequenting clubs and had supposedly been drained of all strength by women. How could he possibly possess such formidable power? But whether Zhou Tao believed it or not, the fact remained, Yi-fan had just killed him with his own hands. The other assassins Zhou Tao had brought tried to escape the scene, but Yi-fan's figure vanished and reappeared as a blur. Moments later, every single one of them lay lifeless on the floor. Soo-yun stood nearby, dumbfounded by Yi-fan's actions. You killed all of them?" Soo-yun had heard Soo-chan mention Yi-fan before and knew that this senior brother was no ordinary man. But Soo-chan had also said that during a previous battle, Yi-fan's foundation had been destroyed and one of his kidneys removed. How was he now showing such terrifying strength? They deserved to die. Yi-fan glanced coldly at the corpses of Zhou Tao and the others, then turned a penetrating gaze toward Soo-yun. "And who are you? Where is my junior sister? Why were you in that room?" Earlier, Zhou Tao and his men had interrupted his thoughts. Now Yi-fan had the chance to reflect. Based on the keycard his junior sister had given him, and the tap she had left on the back of his hand, had she not asked to meet him at 2 a.m.? So why was it Soo-yun in that office instead? Why was I here? This is my office. I am the owner of Royal Number 1. Why should I not be here? Soo-yun responded with a hint of frustration, snapping back to reality. That cannot be right. Did my junior sister not ask me to meet her tonight? Did I misunderstand? Yi-fan frowned slightly. But based on appearance and aura, the woman he saw earlier that day was undoubtedly his junior sister. "Miss Soo, since you are here, then tell me clearly, who exactly is that Chu-yen girl at your club?" Yi-fan fixed his eyes on Soo-yun, trying to read something from her expression. Soo-yun, knowing what Soo-chan intended, was determined not to reveal their connection. She spoke naturally and calmly. "Now that I think about it, Did you not ask to have Chu Yen accompany you earlier today? Apologies, you might be disappointed, young Master Yi. Chu Yen is just an ordinary girl. She grew up with her grandmother. She came here to work so she could earn money for her grandmother's medical treatment. Hearing Su Yun's explanation, Yifan suddenly felt a void in his chest. Could he really have mistaken her? But he was so sure it was his junior sister. Could she have some deeper reason? It seemed that once the masters of Beiluo Sherman arrived, he would have to conduct a thorough investigation of Royal Number 1. If it turned out that Chu Yen really was his junior sister, Yifan would not hesitate to eliminate anyone threatening her. Since it was not her, there was no point in staying. Yifan turned to leave, but Su Yun reached out and stopped him. What, you plan to eat and run? Thinking of how Yifan had molested her on the bed earlier, Su Yun blushed. Although she managed such an establishment, Su Yun had always maintained her self-respect. She was still a virgin. Now, her first kiss had been stolen by Yifan, and he had even touched her. Yifan paused mid-step, turned around, and looked at Su Yun with a wicked grin. What now? Does Miss Su want me to take responsibility? If that is what you want, I am not opposed, but we would need to deepen our relationship for that. Yifan's gaze lingered freely over Su Yun's body. To be fair, Su Yun's figure was voluptuous, her curves well-defined. The elasticity he had felt earlier confirmed she was top tier. If she was willing, Yifan certainly would not object. Under Yifan's seductive stare, Su Yun's body went weak. What do you want? I warn you, do not try anything reckless. Her feelings were complicated. Yifan was incredibly handsome, sharp brows, starry eyes, a tall, athletic build, and a chiseled face full of masculine charm. Even his kissing technique had stirred her deeply. No woman could remain unaffected by such a man. But she also knew Yifan was the man Su Chan secretly loved. What would it mean if she got involved? I was going to ask, if Chu Yen is not your junior sister, would you be willing to help us? Su Yun suddenly blurted, catching Yifan by surprise. If you help us keep Royal Number 1 safe, I will let you do whatever you want. What? She was not the junior sister? And she was offering herself? Yifan tilted his head and looked at Su Yun. This Miss Su was definitely an intriguing one. His mind raced. Something critical was still missing. Too many pieces of information were not connecting. But one thing Yifan was certain of, there were problems with Royal Number 1, and Chu Yen definitely had secrets. Even though he had not seen his junior sister tonight, his instincts told him that Chu Yen was indeed her. Since it involved his junior sister's establishment, Yifan naturally would not stand idly by. Oh, that is quite the offer. Tell me then, what exactly is the trouble Royal Number 1 is facing? Yifan stopped and looked seriously at Su Yun. It is still the Zhou family. The main family headquarters in the capital sent the Zhou family to forcibly seize Royal Number 1 from us. They also want to steal a family heirloom from Chu Yen. Tomorrow, their representatives are coming to negotiate. I want to ask you to be present to keep them in check. So that was it? No problem. Tell me the time and place. I will be there. Yifan smiled faintly. A minor Zhou family? Yifan had just killed their young master. What did he care about their representatives? As Su Yun watched Yifan leave, she suddenly felt an unusual sense of peace, though she could not explain why. Was it because he had kissed her just now? Or touched her? While her mind was still grappling with these chaotic thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chan calling. Sister Yun. There was nothing unusual at the office tonight, was there? No, nothing happened. Su Yun replied, surprisingly with a hint of guilt, like a schoolgirl caught red-handed. It felt thrilling, yet indescribably complex. That is good to hear. The documents in the office are very important. I will return first thing in the morning, for the negotiation with the Zhou family. On the other end, Su Chan sounded exhausted, but also seemed slightly relieved. A thought suddenly popped into Su Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Chan had indeed arranged to meet Yifan, but backed out at the last moment. One might call it backing out, but not entirely. She had stationed Su Yun in the office, allowing Yifan to take advantage of her. What was that supposed to mean? But Su Yun did not dwell further on it and instead reported to Su Chan, Little Chan, there is something I need to tell you. Young Master Yi came to the office earlier. Ah! Su Chan gasped on the phone, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. So her senior brother had figured it out after all. Has he left now? Su Yun nodded. Yes, young Master Yi has left. I did not reveal your identity. However, tomorrow, Yifan has already killed the Zhou family's eldest son Zhou Tao, and I have invited Yifan to support us during the negotiation with the Zhou family. He killed someone from the Zhou family. How could senior brother dare do that? He has not even fully recovered yet, sigh. Su-chan sounded anxious. She knew Yifan's situation well, his core cultivation had been destroyed, his kidney removed, and his heart severely injured. Though he was still a martial artist, Yifan's current strength was only sufficient against petty thugs. If his identity were exposed, he would be targeted by much more dangerous enemies. Here is the plan. I will not attend tomorrow's negotiation. Handle it entirely on my behalf. Su-chan feared that if she saw Yifan again, she would not be able to hold back. If she exposed herself in front of him, then Yifan's identity would also be revealed, prompting countless enemies to make their move. What Su-chan did not know, however, was that Yifan had already revealed himself as the legitimate heir of the Yi family at the Lin family banquet. The only thing he had kept hidden was his true strength. Yifan had spent 3 years in Yun City, mingling in clubs. When people discovered that he was the Yi family heir, they still believed him to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing playboy. Only a select few knew the truth, that Yifan was no longer the same person. He was a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Yifan still had another identity he could use, Yi Juntian, a prodigious genius. If necessary, Yifan could present himself as Master Yi to resolve problems. For example, in tomorrow's negotiation at Royal No. 1, Yifan did not plan to appear as himself. Instead, he intended to show up with the face of Yi Juntian, posing as Yifan's friend. At midnight, as Yifan returned to the Junlan Tianxia villa, from the Yi family estate, a shadowy figure sneaked out, hailed a car on the main road, and headed toward the Lin family estate. Master Lin, what is going on? Was that bastard Yifan not already dead? Why has he returned all of a sudden? Yi Xiu asked bitterly in Lin Hua's study. You are asking me? How would I know? Lin Hua's mouth was wrapped in bandages, making him look somewhat comical. Besides, that bastard ruined the Lin family's engagement ceremony with the Xian family and had the audacity to slap me in front of everyone. Outrageous! Yi Xiu had already heard about what happened at the Lin family banquet. The Lin family had suffered a major embarrassment. Yi Fan must die. I just spoke with Yi Changfeng. The old man made it very clear, no matter how hard I try, the Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Fan. If he does not die, I will never control the Yi family, and we will never obtain that item. Yi Xiu's face darkened with resentment. Shut up, Lin Hua snapped. Some things you can know, but you must not speak of them. If you ruin our boss's plans, neither of us will survive the fallout. Yi Xiu realized he had overstepped. Master Lin, we have an opportunity. Yi Fan invited me to Bawang Clubhouse tomorrow. I agreed. Once he is there, have someone deal with him, kill him before he causes any more trouble. Lin Hua nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. The men from the Blood Garment Gate will arrive early tomorrow. I will make arrangements. Once you secure the room, let me know. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Last night, after hearing that the master assassin who had attacked the Yi family was killed, he had a bad feeling. That master died far too conveniently right when Yi Fan returned? Right when the Lin family was supposed to marry into the Xian family? Lin Hua had paid a steep price to convince the Xian family to break off their engagement with the Yi family and ally with the Lin family. Yi Fan's interference had completely ruined that plan. Humph. Whether or not Yi Juntian, the one who killed the Grandmaster, was Yi Fan, once the Blood Garment Gate made their move tomorrow, Yi Fan would be finished, dead or alive. The Blood Garment Gate was an assassin organization that had emerged over the past decade. Its members were elite killers, and the organization was known for its unwavering loyalty to employers. Once a task was accepted, it would not stop until the target was dead, even if it meant chasing them to the ends of the earth. But neither Lin Hua nor Yi Xiu realized they were stepping into a trap Yi Fan had carefully laid. Yi Fan's return was like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripple after ripple, and the waves of chaos Yi Fan stirred had not stopped for even a moment. Take the Zhou family, for instance. The delegation sent to negotiate with Su Yun and Su Chan included Zhou Tao, the Zhou family's heir, but the main leader was actually the Zhou family steward, Ling Tian. It is so late already. Why has young Master Zhou still not returned? At the Zhou delegation's lodging, Ling Tian stood by the window, looking out at the city lights, frowning as he spoke to his assistant. Steward Ling, the information we received says young Master Zhou went to the club. He must have taken a liking to one of the girls there and decided to stay overnight. He is not reliable anyway, this negotiation depends on you. The assistant flattered him, but Ling Tian remained indifferent. Shut your mouth. Young Master Zhou is the future heir of the Zhou family. If anyone dares disrespect him, I will not tolerate it. What Ling Tian did not know was that Zhou Tao had already met the King of Hell. Although Suishue had already learned last night that General Songpa would personally come to sign the exclusive general agency contract with the Su Corporation, she was still extremely excited when she received a call from General Songpa himself early the next morning. Honey, General Songpa said he has arrived in Yunqing and wants to come to the villa to sign the contract. But I think it's not very appropriate to do it at home, so I arranged for us to meet at the company. Let's go quickly, okay? Yi Fan was still dozing off but was suddenly embraced and picked up by Suishue. She kissed him 3 times in a row, and Yi Fan took full advantage of it. Even the clothes he had already put on became disheveled. Only then did Yi Fan get up, and together with Suishue, he drove to the Su Corporation headquarters. In the Su Corporation's office, General Songpa sat on the sofa, constantly glancing towards the doorway. He kept muttering to the adjutant beside him, "Sigh. I should have waited for the emperor personally at the villa. This is far too impolite, far too disrespectful to the emperor." Before the adjutant could speak, Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang, who were standing respectfully beside Songpa, said courteously, "General Songpa, are you truly unwilling to reconsider cooperating with the Yun family? Our family has the most complete sales channels in Daxia. Or, we can offer even more favorable terms. As long as you are willing to continue working with us. The Yun family is willing to take only 10% of the profit." After receiving word in the provincial capital yesterday that General Songpa intended to terminate the partnership, Yun Badian had rushed overnight to find out Songpa's schedule. He had also come to Su Corporation in Yunqing to make one last attempt. 10% profit? That actually makes sense. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Thank goodness I realized it. I was asking for 30% before. How greedy was that? General Songpa continued along this line, and Yun Boshan's eyes lit up at his words. General Songpa, does this mean you agree? Yun Badian asked, full of hidden pain. The previous deal with Songpa granted them 30% profit, and now they were offering only 10. That would mean losses of hundreds of billions per year. But even with just 10%, continuing the partnership with Songpa would bring tremendous benefits. Worst case, they could squeeze the distributors a bit more. Agree? Agree to what? Why are you still here? I was talking about my partnership with the Su Corporation. I only want 10% profit from them. What does that have to do with you? General Songpa frowned and looked at Yun Badian. I have made it very clear. Our cooperation has already ended, and the contract had less than a month remaining anyway. What? Just a 1 billion penalty fee. I will have someone wire it to you right now. What? Yun Badian could hardly believe what he was hearing. General Songpa only wanted 10% profit from the Su Corporation? Previously, he had taken 70% from the Yun family. Why would he accept such a small margin now? How humiliating was this? Still not leaving? Kuntai, throw them all out. If the emperor sees them later, he'll be annoyed. General Songpa barked at his subordinates, clearly irritated by Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang. General Songpa, the two tried to plead, but in their hearts they were not willing to give up. Father! It must have been Yi Fan. After his call yesterday, General Songpa decided to cut us off, Yun Feiyang muttered to Yun Badian. Shut up! Do you need to say it? Yun Badian almost slapped him. Wasn't it obvious? Did he have to point it out? All because of Yun Feiyang, who just had to provoke Suishue. Even if the Yi family had fallen, the Yin family should have thought twice before provoking them. Who would have guessed that Suishue's husband Yi Fan was the eldest son of the Yi family? Young Master Yi, you are here. Please. This way, please. Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang were still brooding, but General Songpa had already jumped up and rushed to the door to greet them. It turned out Yi Fan and Suishue had just stepped into the meeting room. With the utmost respect, Songpa personally pulled out a chair for Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, is this seat comfortable? Or would you like a shoulder massage? As he spoke, Songpa actually rolled up his sleeves and began to massage Yi Fan's shoulders respectfully. This scene left Yun Badian, Yun Feiyang, and the others utterly dumbfounded. What? Who was General Songpa? He was the most powerful warlord in Myanmar, commanding tens of thousands of troops, known for being bloodthirsty and ruthless, a man who would execute people without hesitation. And now, in front of Yi Fan, he was behaving like a wagging dog. Were their eyes deceiving them? Yi Fan may have been the eldest son of the Yi family, but he had spent the past 3 years idling in Yunqing's clubs. Since when did he have influence over Myanmar? But none of Songpa's subordinates were surprised. They all knew how important Yi Fan had once been to Songpa. To serve Yi Fan, Songpa would not only willingly obey. If Yi Fan wanted to sleep with Songpa's wife, the man would personally wash her clean and deliver her to him. Your technique has improved, Yi Fan replied indifferently. His gaze then turned to Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian. Oh, Isn't this the young master of the Yoon family? What, you forgot to call me dad yesterday and came today to make up for it? Yifan stared at Yun Feiyang coldly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Kuntai, do it now. Just throw them out. Why be polite? Songpa, seeing Yifan's mood, panicked and barked orders to his men, terrified of displeasing him. Kuntai immediately grabbed Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian by the limbs and hurled them violently into the hallway. Ah! Their bodies slammed onto the concrete, and screams of agony echoed through the corridor. Yifan, you just wait, this is not over. You think you can bypass the Yun family to do jade business in Dasha? No way! Yun Feiyang shouted as he rolled and crawled toward the building's exit. Songpa frowned and asked Yifan, Your Majesty, shall I eliminate the entire Yun family? Yifan lightly waved his hand. No need, this is Dasha. If you act, there will be trouble. I have warned them if they dare to harass my wife again, I will flatten the entire Yin family. He paused, then turned to Songpa and Su Ishue. Start preparing the contract. Hearing this, Songpa immediately had someone bring the contract and personally handed it to Su Ishue. Miss Su, this is how I see it. It is a great honor for our Jade Group to work with the Su Corporation. So, regarding profit, we only ask for 10%. Would that be acceptable to you? As he spoke, Songpa watched Yifan's facial expression carefully, full of apprehension. What? 10%? Su Ishue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Songpa's offer. Seeing her reaction, Songpa was startled. Miss Su, is 10% too much? Then, even 0.5% would be fine. No, to serve the emperor, how could I even think about profit? I deserve to die. As he spoke, Songpa slapped himself hard across the face. General Songpa, please stop. You have misunderstood, that is not what I meant. Su Ishue glanced at Yifan, who sat calmly beside her sipping tea. In her heart, she was filled with immense admiration for her extraordinary husband. Of course, Su Ishue knew that General Songpa was showing such deference to her solely because of Yifan. She was fully aware that even the Yin family in the provincial capital, while collaborating with General Songpa, had to yield 70% of the profits. Compared to the Yun family, the Su group was far smaller in both scale and influence. Yet, General Songpa had just given away 60% of the profits to her. This was not a business deal, it was practically a gift from the god of wealth. What I meant was, you are giving us too large a share. We feel quite embarrassed to accept it, Su Ishue hastily clarified. Only then did General Songpa appear somewhat relieved. He turned to Yifan and asked, Young Master Yi, do you find this arrangement reasonable? Yifan curled his lips into a slight smile. Songpa, I know your intentions are good, but in business, the goal is mutual prosperity. Let us do it this way, you should not suffer too much either. A 50-50 split is fine. Within a year, I guarantee your profits will triple compared to your deal with the Yun family. Though Yifan spoke with ease, his tone was filled with unshakable confidence. Previously, due to his martial arts not being restored, Yifan had to stay in the shadows and could only help the Su family discreetly. Now that he had not only regained his strength but surpassed his peak, the Su group would undoubtedly rise along with him. In Yifan's mind, once the Yi family returned to its peak as the #1 clan, the Su group could rightfully be second. Thank you, Emperor. General Songpa breathed a silent sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Yifan. Yifan nodded. You can discuss the contract details among yourselves. I am off to meet some women, he said to Su Ishue and then drove off from the Su group. Today, Yifan had made an appointment with Yi Xiu to visit the Overlord Club. If Yifan did not go, how could Yi Xiu have the opportunity to make a move? At the entrance of the Overlord Club, Yifan arrived just as Yi Xiu, wearing a cap and sunglasses, showed up. Big brother, we are just here to relax with some women. Why are you dressed like you are on some secret mission? Yifan looked at Yi Xiu with a hint of disdain. Yi Xiu gave an awkward smile. Brother Fan, better to be cautious. Unlike you, I often attend business functions. If someone sees me at this kind of place, it would not look good. Truthfully, Yi Xiu wanted to be there very much, but he was too concerned with his reputation and feared damaging his image in front of the Yi family elder. So, he always kept up appearances. Poser. Yi Fan sneered inside. At the front desk, he deliberately spoke loudly, This is my big brother, Yi Xiu. Be sure to assign him 2 beautiful girls tonight. His words attracted a lot of attention, making Yi Xiu incredibly uncomfortable. After checking in, the two went to their separate rooms. When Yi Xiu saw Yifan ordering 10 girls, he was nearly driven mad with envy. You bastard, 10 at once, you trying to kill yourself? Humph, tonight would be his last celebration. Once in his room, Yi Xiu immediately called, Patriarch Lin, we have arrived at the Overlord Club. Yi Fan is in room 308. Let them proceed. On the other end, Patriarch Lin Hua replied, good. But Yi Xiu, destroy your SIM card right away. Do not let anyone know we contacted each other. Better safe than sorry. Ever since the master-level assassin was killed, Lin Hua had become increasingly cautious. At the Overlord Club, Yi Fan lay on a circular couch while 10 girls served him grapes and peeled bananas. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent surged from outside the room. Yi Fan smiled. So, they have finally come? Ladies, go to sleep for now. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed their pressure points, rendering all 10 unconscious. If they witnessed or overheard what was about to happen, there would only be one outcome, death. Click. The door opened, and a man in a baseball cap stepped inside. In his hand, a shining dagger glinted under the light. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Dragon, an assassin from the Bloodrobe Gate. Kid, someone wants you dead. Do not blame me. With a snarl, he lunged at Yi Fan, aiming the dagger directly at his heart. He made no unnecessary movements. Judging by the martial aura around him, his cultivation had reached the control level, a top-tier expert in the mundane world. This man, Black Dragon, was ranked 13th among the Bloodrobe Gate's assassins. His strikes were lethal and swift, known for leaving no loose ends. However, when the dagger was just 3 inches from Yi Fan's chest, it stopped abruptly. Had it hit bone? Black Dragon tried pushing further, but the blade would not budge. Looking down, he was shocked to find Yi Fan casually holding the dagger between 2 fingers. Yi Fan stared calmly at him. Speak, who ordered the hit on me? If you tell me, I might spare your life. Yi Fan had come to the Overlord Club precisely to lure them in. With his current strength, few in the world could threaten him. Black Dragon was sharp. Seeing Yi Fan block his attack so easily, he realized he had encountered a powerful adversary. Without hesitation, he kicked off the floor and attempted to flee. He was fast, but Yi Fan was faster. Before he could escape, Yi Fan struck with a crushing punch. Boom! Black Dragon was slammed to the ground. A large portion of his chest collapsed inward, blood oozed from his mouth, and he looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. You were hiding your strength? Bloodrobe Gate always investigated their targets thoroughly. They knew Yi Fan was the eldest son of the Yi family, but also believed he had lost his cultivation years ago, with his heart and kidneys removed. They thought he was just a pampered playboy hiding in Yun City. Everything pointed to him being a cripple. But now, Black Dragon saw it had all been a lie. I will give you one last chance. Who sent you to kill me? Yi Fan stepped on his face, towering over him. No comment. Crack. Before he could finish the sentence, Yi Fan crushed his neck with a stump. If he refused to reveal the employer, there was no reason to let him live. It was enough to know the assassin came from the Bloodrobe Gate. So what if it was the Bloodrobe Gate? Yi Fan would find time to slaughter them all, one less threat to the world. Smirking wickedly, Yi Fan stared at Black Dragon's corpse. He had another plan in mind. After flipping the corpse over and studying his face, Yi Fan pinched and massaged his own facial muscles. Moments later, his appearance had completely changed. At that moment, Yi Fan looked identical to Black Dragon, not just similar, but an exact replica. Donning the cap, even Black Dragon's parents would not recognize the difference. Yi Fan quickly searched Black Dragon's body. Aside from a simple contact mobile phone, he found only a small vial containing some powder. Yi Fan brought it to his nose and sniffed. Corpse-dissolving powder? Just a moment ago, Yi Fan had been wondering how to deal with Black Dragon's corpse. With this powder, it was perfect. He gently poured a bit of the powder onto Black Dragon's body. The next moment, under the corrosive effect of the substance, Black Dragon's body instantly dissolved into a pool of fluid. Yi Fan used a mop to tidy up the room briefly. He then donned the baseball cap and climbed out of the window, heading toward Yi Xiu's adjacent room. Inside the neighboring room, Yi Xiu resembled a crazed beast, relentlessly tormenting the 2 girls accompanying him. He had fastened dog chains around their necks, whipping them from behind, forcing them to bark like dogs while crawling on the floor. It was as if he were venting years of pent-up frustration. The girls' bodies were covered in whip marks. Sir, please, we beg you, do not do this anymore. These 2 girls had originally believed they had landed a wealthy client and only needed to serve him well to earn a generous tip. They had never expected Yi Xiu to be so perverse and into such grotesque behavior. Do not stop. Keep crawling. I paid for this. Yi Xiu screamed hysterically, brandishing the whip again when a strong hand suddenly clutched his wrist tightly. You two, get out. The one who entered was none other than Yi Fan, now in Black Dragon's guise. The 2 girls, hearing Yi Fan's voice, seemed to be granted a reprieve and scrambled out of the room in a panic. When Yi Xiu saw Black Dragon, his rage seemed to dissipate instantly. "Brother Black Dragon, is Yi Fan dead now?" "Yes." Yi Fan responded non-committally. "I am a little curious. You are Yi Fan's elder brother, why do you insist on killing him?" Upon hearing that Yi Fan was dead, Yi Xiu seemed to breathe easier. "Elder brother? What a joke. I have toiled for the Yi family for years. When have they ever treated me as a true member of the family? Especially that old bastard, after all my efforts, he still intended to hand the family over to that useless fool Yi Fan. If Yi Fan does not die, how can I ever control the Yi family?" "I see. But if you wanted control, were there not other ways? Why resort to murder? I heard Yi Fan married into the Su family and is not even interested in running the Yi family. Could you not have shown a bit of restraint?" Yi Fan continued coaxing him. Yi Xiu shook his head. If Yi Fan had not returned, or if he was still that worthless waste, perhaps he could have lived. But he returned and ruined the engagement between the Lin and Xian families at the banquet. Therefore, he had to die. As long as Yi Fan lives, some people will never sleep soundly. So this assassination of Yi Fan was the Lin family's idea? Yi Fan frowned, trying to dig deeper. 3 years ago, during the attack on the Yi family, which clans were involved? The Lin family, the Zhou family of Yun City. Back then, we should have wiped them all out. If we had killed the 2 old men of the Yi family, none of this would be happening now. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu abruptly stopped and eyed Yi Fan warily. "Black Dragon. You are just a killer from the Bloodrobe Gate. Why are you asking so many questions?" Yi Xiu realized he had said too much. Some secrets were meant to be buried forever. Yi Fan understood that Yi Xiu knew more, but as Black Dragon, he could get nothing further. He rubbed his face, revealing his true identity. "Yi Xiu, you truly are my good brother, huh? Grandfather took you in, and this is how you repay him. You are not Black Dragon. Black Dragon is." Yi Xiu stared at Yi Fan, utterly stunned. "You have regained your strength? You tricked us?" He immediately understood if Yi Fan could impersonate Black Dragon, then Black Dragon must already be dead. Yi Fan gave a cold smile. "You used to be smart. If you had loyally supported the Yi family, I might have handed the clan over to you someday." With the Northern Dipper sect backing him, and many other matters demanding his attention, the Yi family was just the starting point for Yi Fan. He truly did not plan to invest much in managing it. Realizing that Black Dragon was dead, Yi Xiu was panicked for a few seconds but quickly composed himself. "Humph, you want me to act like a dog, wagging my tail before the Yi family? I cannot do that." As he spoke, he moved stealthily toward the window, looking for a chance to escape. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. "Brother, for your years of service to the Yi family, I will give you one chance. Testify that the Lin family attacked the Yi family, and I will spare your life." When he had said something similar to Black Dragon earlier, it was likely a bluff. But with Yi Xiu, he was sincere, he truly considered sparing him. After all, Yi Xiu had been raised by their grandfather. Even a dog kept for many years might inspire some sentiment. "Sparing me? Ha! Yi Fan, you had better worry about yourself. Even if your strength is restored, so what? 3 years ago, they dared to strike the Yi family. 3 years later, your clan will not escape either." Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu suddenly drew a Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Die! Bang! The bullet flew toward Yi Fan as Yi Xiu flipped and darted for the window. He knew that if Yi Fan's strength had returned, the bullet posed little threat at such close range. The shot was merely a diversion to buy time for his escape. But Yi Xiu had underestimated Yi Fan. With a slight sidestep, Yi Fan easily dodged the bullet. In a flash, he caught up, seized Yi Xiu by the neck from behind, and lifted him like a rag doll. "I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Did you really think you could get away?" Yi Fan had exposed his strength to Yi Xiu last night. He never planned to let Yi Xiu walk free. Yi Xiu tried to channel his inner energy to strike back, but Yi Fan simply slapped him. With one blow, Yi Xiu's cultivation was completely crippled, and he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. "Since you took part in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, I will make you wish you were dead." Yi Fan stared coldly at him, then dialed Li Hu's number. "Come here. I need you to imprison someone. Tonight, we have a performance to stage." Yi Fan had no intention of killing Yi Xiu immediately. Instead, he planned to hand him over to Li Hu. Perhaps more useful information could be extracted. At the same time, he would intentionally leak word that Yi Xiu was alive, and even reveal his location. Yi Fan wanted to see, once the Lin and Zhou families knew Yi Xiu still lived, would they come to rescue him or to silence him? After Li Hu personally brought his men and took the unconscious Yi Xiu away, Yi Fan quietly returned to his room through the window. Yi Fan's actions were clear, he was trying his best not to expose himself. Moments later, when Yi Fan came out of his room, in the private suite, The 10 girls he had brought in were all lying disheveled and sprawled across the sofas or the floor, still completely unconscious. After Yifan left, a few staff members entered and were immediately stunned by the scene. Holy shit! The young master of the Yi family is that fierce? Not only did he handle 10 girls, but he knocked them all out cold? Damn, I'm thoroughly impressed. Even a donkey couldn't keep up with that. If I ever get the chance, I'm definitely learning from young Master Yi. Heilung disappeared. Yi Xiu went missing. But Yi Fan came out of the Bawang Club completely unharmed. The news quickly reached Lin Hua. Still no contact with Yi Xiu? And Heilung as well? That's right, a subordinate reported from the Lin family's estate. Our people clearly saw Yi Fan leave the Bawang Club, but they didn't see Yi Xiu come out. Lin Hua, panicked, collapsed into a chair. It's over. Heilung is most likely dead. Contact the Shuai sect immediately. Tell them to keep trying. Yi Fan must be killed as soon as possible. Lin Hua was truly scared. At the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had suddenly slapped him. Back then, Lin Hua had only suspected that Yi Fan's strength had returned. But now, with Heilung having made a move and Yi Fan still alive, it could only mean that Yi Fan's strength was at least above Heilung's. Lin Hua rubbed his forehead, still in shock, when another report came in. Patriarch just received the latest news. Yi Xiu is not dead. He was captured by Yi Fan and is being held for interrogation. Apparently, Yi Fan wants to investigate the attack on the Yi family years ago. What? Lin Hua groaned again. Yi Xiu was indeed a crucial mole in the old assault on the Yi family. Even though Yi Xiu didn't know much about the larger plan, he knew for sure that the Lin family had been involved. If Yi Xiu survived and testified, the Yi family would definitely retaliate with full force. Even though higher-ups were still planning action against the Yi family, before they were destroyed, they were fully capable of annihilating the Lin family first. Hurry! Mobilize all our forces and find out where Yi Xiu is being held. We must rescue him before he talks. And if we can't get him out, make sure he never gets the chance to talk. As Lin Hua gave this order, he drew his hand across his throat. Beside him, Lin Dong nodded. Second uncle, let me handle this. My men just reported that Yi Xiu was taken away by Li Hu. We should know the detention location soon. I guarantee he won't be able to talk. Good. Leaving the Bawang Club, Yi Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. After 3 years, there were finally some leads about the attack on the Yi family. But the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Yi Fan had thought only the Lin family was involved. But now it appeared that the Zhou family was involved as well. And based on Yi Xiu's words, there were clearly others too. Any force capable of simultaneously striking both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect was no ordinary power. But who exactly was it? Why did they want to destroy both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect? Back in his car, Yi Fan checked a message on his phone. 1 p.m., 8th floor private suite, Yun City Grand Hotel. This message was from Su Yun. Last night, Su Yun had asked Yi Fan to show up and intimidate someone. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yi Fan quickly drove towards the Yun City Grand Hotel. The reason he had killed Zhou Tao the night before was because Zhou Tao tried to kill his junior sister. Yi Fan had not expected that the Zhou family was one of the forces behind the attack on the Yi family. That meant Zhou Tao deserved to die. In the private suite on the 8th floor of the Yun City Grand Hotel, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, facing an elderly man in a gray robe, the Zhou family's steward, Ling Tian. Su Yun, you know the situation. Our Zhou family never wanted to oppose you. But the young master of the Su family has given a death order. He will not spare any of you, Ling Tian said with false kindness. So do not make this difficult. Sign the papers. Transfer all your Yun City assets to the young master. I'll give you 1 day to flee the city. Su Yun looked anxiously at Ling Tian. She did not know martial arts, but she knew how strong Ling Tian was. Rumor had it he was already half a step into the Grandmaster realm. The Zhou family sending Ling Tian meant they were determined to seize the last bit of assets in Su Chan's hands, assets left to her by her mother. If these were taken, Su Chan would have no path to survival. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you to stay out of it. No matter the conflict between the young master and Su Chan, they are siblings. Are you sure this will end well for you? Su Yun kept glancing at the door. Had Yi Fan not promised to come help? Why was he still not here? Siblings? Su Yun, are you joking? They are only half-siblings. You know how much the young master hates Su Chan. He wants her dead. He's even announced a 5 million reward to anyone who kills her. Tell me, how much longer do you think Su Chan can survive? Ling Tian looked at her wickedly. Since Su Chan gave you full authority, are you going to sign or not? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed the contract toward Su Yun. This is outright robbery. I will not sign it. Su-yun was furious when she saw the price listed 250 yuan. She could not understand why the young master was hell-bent on eliminating them. Su-yun, you're choosing punishment over cooperation. Men, help Miss Su sign the contract. Ling Tian barked, and several strong men stepped forward, grabbing Su-yun and attempting to force her to sign. The Zhou family never intended to negotiate. This was all for show. Su-yun tried to protest, but she was powerless against them. You people are courting death. A cold voice suddenly rang from the door. A young man stepped into the room, without hesitation, and delivered 2 punches to the chests of the men restraining Su-yun. Bang! Bang! The 2 men were sent flying, crashing into the wall and embedding into it like framed pictures. Blood spilled from their mouths as they slid down. It was none other than Yi Fan, though now, he looked like Yi Jun Tian from the black market. As he helped Su-yun up, she looked at him, puzzled. You, who are you? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Jun Tian, a friend of Yi Fan. He asked me to come and help today. As he spoke, he gazed brazenly at Ling Tian. A half-step grandmaster, acting arrogant here? You are Yi Jun Tian? Ling Tian's face turned wary. The name had spread across Yun City since Yi Jun Tian had killed Grandmaster-level Tian Kuei. More importantly, Ling Tian knew Tian Kuei's assault on the Yi family was orchestrated by the Zhou and Lin families. While they were still investigating Yi Jun Tian's identity, he was already standing in front of Ling Tian. Good, since you know who I am, this will be easy. Yi Fan's voice turned menacing. I am protecting Su-yun and Royal Number 1. You kneel and crawl out of here like a dog. You, outrageous. Ling Tian's expression darkened. Boy, they say you killed Tian Kuei, but this is not a time of lone warriors. No matter how strong you are, do you think you can defeat 10? 100? You think I came to Yun City unprepared? Clap clap. Ling Tian clapped his hands. Clatter. In the next moment, countless strong men stormed in, armed with enhanced crossbows, all aiming directly at Yi Fan. Boy, ever felt what it's like to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? Move 1 inch, and I guarantee you will not walk out of here alive. Ling Tian said smugly. These upgraded crossbows had been modified by an expert. While ineffective against true martial lords, they could still be deadly to grandmasters who had not yet mastered chi armor. 1 or 2 arrows could be dodged, even 4 or 5, but 100? Ling Tian was gambling, like Yan Xuanying betting your gun has no bullets. He was betting that despite Yi Fan's monstrous talent, there was no way he had reached the martial lord level at such a young age. Now you have 2 choices. Ling Tian stepped forward and slapped Yi Fan lightly on the cheek. First, continue siding with Su-yun. In that case, I will immediately give the order for you all to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. Then, Royal Number 1 will still be ours. The second option, young man, you are terrifyingly powerful at such a young age. Why not join us? I will personally recommend you to those above. You will receive a position that is more than satisfactory and access to abundant cultivation resources to advance your training even further. How about it? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. From Ling Tian's words, he caught a key phrase. Above? That meant the Zhou family was subordinate to someone higher. Oh, Steward Ling, when you say above, are you referring to the Su family in the capital? Ling Tian sneered coldly. The Su family? Ha! They are powerful, yes, but they are not qualified to command top-tier aristocratic families like ours or the Lin family. The ones I am talking about are 100 times more powerful than them. What do you say, young Master Yi? Think it over? Seeing Yi Fan seemingly interested, excitement flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. If he could win over such a monstrous genius, those above would certainly reward him richly. With enough elixirs and martial techniques, he could very likely break through the bottleneck to Grandmaster. Yi Fan's expression turned icy. There's nothing to consider. Only children make choices. Oh, then what does young Master Yi mean? Ling Tian spoke cautiously, retreating behind the group of archers. I mean, I am going to kill every single one of you. A murderous aura surged violently from Yi Fan, radiating outward like a storm. Attack! Kill him! Sensing Yi Fan's movement, Ling Tian immediately shouted at all the archers beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless crossbow bolts were fired at a distance of less than 10 meters. Yi Fan remained calm. Break! With a thunderous roar, he struck out with a punch so powerful that it tore through the air, producing a chilling wail. As the enhanced bolts neared Yi Fan and Su-yun, despair flickered in Su-yun's eyes. Be careful! She had not expected Ling Tian to have laid so many traps in advance, stationing so many archers. If she had known, she would not have asked Yi Fan for help. Now, even his friend would suffer because of her. But the next moment, just 2 meters in front of Yifan and Su Yun, a visible barrier of air appeared, its internal force fluctuating wildly, and it forcibly blocked all the incoming bolts. Due to the tremendous resistance, the arrow tails vibrated violently, losing momentum. After a full 3 seconds, all of them finally came to a complete stop. The scene was surreal. Dozens of arrows pointed directly at Yifan and Su Yun, suspended midair as if held by an invisible hand. They did not advance, nor did they fall. Chi armor. My god, you actually mastered Chi armor. Your strength has surpassed the martial lord level. How is this possible? Impossible. Ling Tian stared at the air barrier before Yifan, eyes wide with disbelief, completely forgetting that he should be fleeing. In martial arts, to cultivate Chi armor one must at least break through to martial lord. At that stage, one enters a completely new realm of mastery over power and energy. Standard crossbows were utterly ineffective against martial lords. Even bullets, from a distance, could not harm them. Humph. You think it's impossible only because you've never seen it before. With a cold snort, Yifan surged with energy. The suspended bolts instantly reversed direction and shot back toward the archers. Thud, thud. Without exception, the archers were either killed instantly or severely injured. In just a few seconds, all the once aggressive archers lay on the floor. Only Yifan, Su Yun, and Ling Tian were still standing. Su Yun covered her mouth in shock, staring at Yifan. Could this friend of Yifan, Yi Jun Tian, really be this powerful? Not only did he take down so many opponents by himself, it seemed he had not even used his full strength. Ling Tian's legs trembled violently. If Yi Jun Tian had merely been above the Grandmaster level, Ling Tian believed he still had a fighting chance. But now, seeing Yifan's martial lord strength, Ling Tian could not even entertain thoughts of escaping. Escape? He had not even reached the Grandmaster level. There was no way he could escape from a martial lord. Master, I was wrong. Thud. Without hesitation, Ling Tian dropped to his knees before Yifan. A wise man does not court disaster. Ling Tian was cunning. No matter what, surviving this was better than dying here like a fool. Ha! So, are you still going to sign the royal #1 contract? Yifan sat down on the sofa and glanced at Ling Tian indifferently. This man clearly knew some things, time to question him properly. No, I will not. Absolutely not. Ling Tian frantically waved his hands. I failed to recognize a great man when I saw one. Miss Su, I apologize. I was wrong. As he apologized, he repeatedly bowed his head. Damn it! That contract? Let whoever wants it sign it. I am not risking my neck for this nonsense. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing your life. Yifan stared intensely at Ling Tian. He had not gotten all the information he needed from Yi Xiu, now he wanted more from Ling Tian. Master, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian seemed hopeful again. Could he really survive this? But he did not know that in Yifan's heart, their death sentence had already been passed. 3 years ago, they had dared to encircle and wipe out the Yi family. All of Yifan's uncles and elders died in battle, nearly wiping out the entire family. How could Yifan ever forgive such enemies? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou and Lin families, who else was involved in the attack on the Yi family? Yifan's first question nearly made Ling Tian jump out of his skin. Ha? Master. Why would you suddenly ask that? Ling Tian looked at Yifan with confusion. Yifan currently looked like Yi Jun Tian. Ling Tian was puzzled. How could a mere friend of Yifan be so interested in the Yi family's affairs? Especially when matters involving the Yi family, past and present, were taboo. The higher-ups had explicitly ordered everyone to stop talking about the Yi family. Moreover, Ling Tian did not know much himself. Am I the one asking you, or are you the one questioning me? Yifan grew impatient. He stepped forward and grabbed Ling Tian by the throat. A surge of energy coursed through Ling Tian's meridians, attacking his internal organs and sealing his vital acupoints. Ling Tian immediately felt his body becoming uncontrollable. His half-step grandmaster strength was like an ant before Yifan. He feared that with a mere flick of Yifan's finger, he would die on the spot. Was martial lord strength truly this terrifying? Spare me, master. I will talk. The attack 3 years ago, our Zhou family, along with the Lin family, we all received the order suddenly. The one who contacted us was someone from the royal family. All of us wore masks. Aside from the Lin family, I do not know who else was involved. Ling Tian was truly terrified and confessed everything he knew to Yifan. Although it did not seem to be especially valuable information on the surface, there was one thing Yifan could now be sure of. The royal family had also made a move against the Yi family. After all, the Yi family commanded 800,000 soldiers of the Tianlong army, who recognized only the Yi family's banner. The royal family did not trust the Yi family. At that time, Yi Fan was training at the Beiluo sect. If he returned, possessing both strength and the support of Beiluo, the combination of the Yi family and Beiluo would take their power to a whole new level. Therefore, the royal family had acted. Besides the royal family, who are the people above you mentioned? Yi Fan, having pieced together information from both Yi Xiu and Ling Tian, had reason to believe the royal family was not the ultimate force behind everything. Master, I really do not know much about them. They are extremely mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And it is said they cannot be killed. We call them divine envoys. Our families simply carry out their orders. Divine envoys? Cannot be killed? Ha! Yi Fan certainly did not believe in gods or spirits. But these so-called divine envoys had clearly come very close to the truth. Why were they so frenzied in destroying the Yi family? What was their goal? From Ling Tian's words, it sounded like the Lin family, Zhou family, and others involved in the attack 3 years ago were planning to strike the Yi family again. In that case, Yi Fan's next move was clear: he would destroy them first before they could act. Master, I have told you everything I know. Could you please spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan with a fawning expression, desperately hoping for mercy. Crawl out like a dog. Yi Fan's voice was cold. Ling Tian, relieved beyond belief, crawled quickly on all fours toward the door. Just as he was about to reach it, energy surged around Yi Fan's ankle, and a bolt fired, piercing Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian turned his head with difficulty, disbelief in his eyes. You, Master, did you not say you would spare me? Why, did I say that? When did I ever say it? Yi Fan replied with a cold smile, causing Ling Tian to vomit blood in fury and die on the spot. Su Yun was still in a daze. Yi Fan patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, everything is settled. Can you handle the rest of the situation?" "Ah, yes, I can manage." Su Yun snapped out of it and replied, "Thank you, Master." A year ago, Su Yun had fled assassins with Su Chan from the capital to Yun City. Though she seemed gentle on the outside, the fact that she managed to maintain royal number 1 proved she had some means. Although Yi Fan currently appeared as Yi Jun Tian, Su Yun felt a familiar aura about this handsome man whenever she got close to him. Yi Fan paid her no mind and strode out of the Yun City Grand Hotel. After what happened today, Yi Fan was convinced that the girl Chu Yen was definitely his junior sister. In truth, it no longer mattered whether she acknowledged it or not, because the people behind her were also tied to the attacks on Beiluo's sect and the Yi family. Whether for the sake of his junior sister or for the Yi family, Yi Fan would kill every last one of them. Perhaps, when nothing else held her back, she would finally be willing to meet him openly. Yi Fan drove away from Royal Number 1, and by coincidence, passed by the Yi Group headquarters. He suddenly thought of something. Now that Yi Xiu had been captured, there was a serious issue. Who would manage the massive Yi Group? Should I ask Jack and the others to help manage it? But they had their own affairs and were not even native citizens of Daxia. Yi Fan was uneasy about it. But where would he find someone more suitable? Yi Fan grabbed a bite to eat somewhere. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. He had promised Su Qingru that he would go to school and dance with her. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yi Fan suddenly realized that ever since returning as the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had become much busier than before. He started to miss the days when he used to hang out in clubs all the time. Yi Fan drove towards Yun City University. With Chief Steward Ling Tian dead, the Zhou family in the provincial capital received the news immediately. What? That little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan actually got someone to kill Steward Ling Tian? He was on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster. At the Zhou family estate, the patriarch Zhou Ming looked stunned upon hearing the report, nearly leaping out of his chair. In the Zhou family, Ling Tian was second only to the old patriarch in power. Soon, the Zhou family would have 2 Grandmaster-level experts that would cement their position as the number 1 family in the southwest. But now, at this critical moment, Ling Tian had been killed? According to, why is it that damned harbinger of doom again? Zhou Ming frowned deeply at his subordinate's report. The name Yi Jun Tian had already entered their radar. In Yun City, it was he who had killed the Grandmaster Tian Kuei, who had been preparing to strike the Yi family. And now, the Zhou family's chief steward Ling Tian was also dead at Yi Jun Tian's hands? Was this just a coincidence? Patriarch, we cannot reach the young master either. Could it be? Zhou Ming's heart dropped. In fact, the night before, he had already felt a strange unease, as if something terrible had happened. Now, with his subordinate's reminder, that ominous feeling grew stronger. It was likely that his son, Zhou Tao, was already dead. But Zhou Ming still refused to believe it. "Stop spouting damn nonsense. Send men immediately. I want him found dead or alive." After barking the order, Zhou Ming paced anxiously around the room. In the end, he decided to report the matter to the Su family in the capital. Although he would surely be punished, the current situation was beyond what the Zhou family could handle alone. "Young master, something has happened in Yun City. Our Zhou family steward was killed by that little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan. My son also failed to complete your task. Please punish me as you see fit." Zhou Ming suppressed his rage and respectfully reported via phone. At that moment, in the capital, Su Hao of the Su family listened calmly. "Oh, that little sister of mine still has tricks up her sleeve?" He had no concern for the deaths in the Zhou family. "I understand the situation. You did not retrieve what I wanted. It seems I cannot count on you. Do not interfere with matters in Yun City any longer. Coordinate with the Gu cult. I will assign others to handle Yun City. If necessary, I will go myself." After hanging up, a smirk appeared on Su Hao's lips. Gazing out the window at falling leaves, he said coldly, "Grandfather, you want to hand that item to Su-chan? I will never let that happen. Humph. I will let you live just long enough. After I get the item, I will make sure you die in peace. Someone, summon young Master Chun from the Holy Land. There is an important matter to discuss. Perhaps I will be going to Yun City myself." Su Hao murmured, "Yi Jun Tian, is it? You carry the Yi name too. I would very much like to see what you are capable of. You dared to ruin my plans. If grandmasters could not handle you, let us see how you fare against a martial lord from the Holy Land." Yun City. Yi Fan arrived by car at Yun City University and parked in the lot. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful young woman rushing toward the parking lot while carrying a child. After placing the little girl into a car, she hastily started the vehicle. But in her panic, she crashed directly into a flower bed. The front of the car was smashed, smoke was rising from the hood, and it was completely unable to start. On the verge of tears, the woman opened the car door, picked up the little girl again, and ran over to Yi Fan, who had just gotten out of his own car. Desperately, she pleaded, "Hello, please, can you help me? My daughter suddenly has a high fever and lost consciousness. She's even foaming at the mouth. Could you take us to the hospital?" She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "Miss, do not worry. Let me take a look at the child first. I am also a doctor, I can help." Yi Fan comforted her as he reached out to check the girl's pulse. In an instant, he understood the condition. "Quick, place the child in the car. I will perform acupuncture." The woman, completely panicked and out of her depth, could only follow Yi Fan's instructions. Her name was Chiu Wan, a lecturer at Yun City University, raising her daughter alone. Because she had to teach and could not bring the child to class, she had to leave her daughter at home and monitor her through a camera. After finishing class, she discovered that her daughter had fainted in the dorm room. That was why she had rushed over in such a panic. Chiu Wan gently placed the little girl on the seat. Yi Fan quickly took out silver needles from his coat and began inserting them into several key acupoints on the child's body. Tai 8 needles. This was a secret technique from the Beiluo sect, capable of both taking lives and saving them. As he administered the needles, Yi Fan also channeled his internal energy through the needle tips into the little girl's body. Within a few dozen seconds, the girl's convulsions ceased, color returned to her pale face, and the foaming at her mouth stopped. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl let out a soft cough and slowly opened her eyes. Looking up at the woman, she asked sweetly, "Mommy, why am I here?" The soft voice of the 3-year-old girl instantly broke Chiu Wan's composure. She clutched the child tightly in her arms. "Cece, you scared mommy so much. I thought I had lost you." Her symptoms moments earlier had been terrifying: convulsions, foaming at the mouth, high fever, and unconsciousness. If not handled properly, she could have died. "Do not worry. Cece had a high fever caused by a cold, which led to convulsions and some complications. I used acupuncture to relieve it," Yi Fan explained. What he did not say was that the girl's condition was far more serious than he made it sound. There were signs of food poisoning, and more importantly, she seemed to have a congenital disease. Had Yi Fan not encountered her just in time and happened to know the Tai 8 needles, it was unlikely even a hospital could have saved her. Thank you so much. I do not know what I would have done without you today." Chiu Wan was so shaken she could barely stand. Part of it was from running, the rest from the intense fear. Yi Fan smiled gently. "No need to thank me. It was nothing. Where do you live? I will take you back and give the child some massage therapy and a prescription to stabilize her." Thank you so much. I live in the faculty dormitory near the university. I feel terrible for troubling you like this. Xiaowon wanted to refuse, but she was exhausted, and the idea of further help for Cece made her accept. As Yifan carried Cece and walked with Xiaowon to her dorm, they exchanged names. Yifan learned that Xiaowon taught business management and had previously worked at a major company. Sister Wan, did you say you were once a vice president at Alibaba Group? Yifan looked surprised. Why did you quit and become a lecturer? Was this not exactly the kind of talent he was looking for? That's right. I was lucky to have a mentor who brought me into the industry and helped me rise quickly. Unfortunately, I later met a bastard. I got pregnant. By the time I returned, the position was gone. I tried other companies, but once they found out I had a child, they all rejected me. I had no choice but to teach. Yifan listened quietly. From her eyes, he could see that Xiao Wan had not truly given up on her ambition. Sister Wan, what if I invited you to manage my company? Would you consider it? Yifan asked seriously. Xiao Wan paused and gave Yifan a skeptical look. You? Clearly, she had her doubts. Yifan looked no more than 20-something. It was already impressive that he possessed medical skills, and now he claimed to own a corporation? Plus, he was handsome? Life really was unfair. What? You do not believe me? Yifan looked at her. I really do have a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday. I have been stressing over finding the right person. Sister Wan, I would even allow you to bring your child to work. The rest of the conditions are negotiable. Seeing Yifan's earnest expression, Xiaowan felt he was not lying. Especially the offer to let her bring her daughter, she was genuinely moved. Cece was still too young to attend kindergarten until September. These next few months, Xiaowan could not just leave her alone at home. I will think about it. After what happened today, Xiaowan clearly did not want to leave Cece home alone again. But she was still hesitant, partly because of Yifan's age, and partly because she had been away from the industry so long that she was unsure she could keep up. Yifan did not push. But from their conversation, he could tell that Xiaowan was capable and dependable. She was exactly the kind of talent he needed. He would win her over eventually. Back at the faculty dorms, Yifan saw that it was a simple one-bedroom apartment. It was not large, but it was clean and bright, with some green plants on the balcony. At a glance, Yifan was even more convinced that Sister Wan was the one he needed. He laid Cece on the bed, gave her a full body massage, and used his energy to nurture her meridians. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would be fine. After the massage, Cece fell asleep on the bed. Yifan and Xiao Wan quietly exited the bedroom and gently closed the door. Do you have paper and a pen? Yifan asked. He had to accompany Su Qingru to a dance, and had no time to buy medicine, so he would write the prescription for Xiao Wan to fill. Yes. Xiao Wan quickly found paper and pen on the desk and bent down across the coffee table to hand them to Yifan. She was wearing a blue dress. Although the neckline was modest, her bending posture revealed her cleavage in full view. It was very fair, very full, and exuded a soft, gentle allure, with a faint fragrance that drifted to Yifan's nose. There was the scent of soap and a woman's unique natural scent. Following Yifan's gaze, Xiao Wan realized what had happened. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she let out a soft, chiding sound as she quickly covered her chest and turned around in a fluster. Yifan, you must be thirsty, right? I will pour you some water. Thirsty? Yifan was momentarily stunned. I am not thirsty, you just think I am. With a swift motion, Yifan picked up the pen and quickly wrote a prescription on the paper: aconitum root, 12 grams, realgar, 8 grams. As Yifan finished writing the prescription, Xiao Wan brought over a glass of water and handed it to him. Although she had adjusted her clothing earlier, her figure was so voluptuous that even a slight lean forward caused her neckline to reveal itself again. Xiao Wan blushed deeply once more. But then she thought this man had just saved her daughter's life, letting him sneak a few glances. Was it really that big of a deal? Thinking this, she still looked shy, but made no move to cover her exposed chest. This subtle combination of bashfulness and implicit invitation gave the entire room a delicate, suggestive atmosphere. If this continued any longer, something might actually happen. The unique allure of a mature woman, it was truly lethal. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Hearing the urgent rapping, Xiao Wan's face turned pale in an instant. She looked nervously at Yifan and hesitated several times before finally speaking. Yifan, I am sorry, but could you hide for a moment? Hide? Yifan was dumbfounded. I did not do anything. Why should I hide? I know this is awkward. But it is my ex-husband at the door. Even though we are divorced, he keeps coming around to ask for money. If he sees you here, he might get violent. Xiao Wan's face was full of anguish and desperation. Seeing such a cheerful, life-loving woman being tormented by life like this filled Yi Fan with a surge of inexplicable heartache. Sister Wan, do not worry. I am here. Do not be afraid. He pulled Xiao Wan into his arms and gently patted her back. For a brief moment, Xiao Wan was dazed. She felt the warmth and strength of Yi Fan's embrace, and his clean, captivating scent. Her long dormant heart stirred once more. But she quickly came to her senses. What am I thinking? Yi Fan was so much younger, she was at least 6 or 7 years older. He might even be a student at Yun City University. Still a young puppy, how could she entertain such inappropriate thoughts? While Xiao Wan was momentarily distracted, Yi Fan had already walked to the door and reached out to open it. No! Xiao Wan tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door had already been flung open. The moment it opened, a tattooed man, reeking of alcohol, nearly stumbled inside. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the man froze for a second before roaring, well, Xiao Wan, you shameless slut. So this is why you didn't open the door. You're keeping a pretty boy in your house. Pretending to be pure, how disgusting. Without any reason, the man began verbally attacking Xiao Wan. Slap. Yi Fan did not bother with words. He raised his hand and smacked the man across the face, causing him to stagger and slam his head against the wall with a loud thump, leaving a huge bump. Fuck, you hit me? You little bastard, you dare hit me? The man clenched his fists, seemingly ready to fight, but upon seeing the deadly glint in Yi Fan's eyes, he hesitated and redirected his anger toward Xiao Wan. You filthy woman. And you say I'm the one cheating? You are no better. Your daughter is still at home and you can't even wait until nighttime? Xiao Wan turned pale and rushed to Yi Fan's side, trying to explain, it is not what you think, Zhao Hong. Let me explain, we are not. But Yi Fan interrupted her directly. Not what? He guessed right. Sister Wan and I are dating now. You two are divorced. What right do you have to interfere in her private life? Ah. Once again pulled into Yi Fan's embrace, Xiao Wan felt her entire body go hot and weak. She could barely stand. There was something magical about Yi Fan's embrace. Even though he had only hugged her twice, she was already falling for it completely. Zhao Hong reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up from the floor and shouted, What? Xiao Wan, you dared to date someone without my permission? You need my approval to have a boyfriend. He looked like a child whose favorite toy had been taken. Glancing around, he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it toward Yi Fan. You little shit. You dare steal my woman? I'll kill you. Careful. Don't. Xiao Wan was terrified, but seeing Yi Fan about to be attacked, she instinctively tried to shield him. For years, although they had been divorced, Zhao Hong would show up drunk, demand money, and beat her. She had grown afraid of him. There is nothing to worry about, Yi Fan said calmly. Holding Xiao Wan, he stepped aside 2 feet, then lashed out with a sweeping kick to Zhao Hong's stomach. Bang! Zhao Hong had no time to react. He was sent flying, slammed into the doorframe, and collapsed to the floor. He tried several times to get up but failed. Yi Fan walked over and stepped on his face, speaking coldly, This is your first and only warning. From today forward, Sister Wan is my woman. If you ever harass her again, I will break both your legs. Yi Fan's show of strength was more than enough to terrify Zhao Hong. But watching Xiao Wan being taken away from him, Zhao Hong refused to accept it. Kid, you better watch yourself. Do you know who I roll with? My boss is Brother Tiger. You mess with me, and Brother Tiger will make sure you never see the sunrise. Brother Tiger? Li Hu? Yi Fan chuckled. Is that so? Why don't you give Li Hu a call and ask if he dares lay a finger on me? Oh, right. My name is Yi Fan. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Go on, make the call. Yi Fan pulled Zhao Hong's phone from his pocket and handed it back, gesturing for him to dial. This move left Zhao Hong completely dumbfounded. I do not dare. Zhao Hong was terrified. From Yi Fan's eyes, he could sense a murderous intent, the kind only someone who had truly killed would have. If he enraged this man, he might really die. Not calling? Then I will beat you. Yi Fan's ankle surged with energy, making Zhao Hong feel like his skull was about to crack. I will call. I will call. Zhao Hong trembled as he dialed the number. Brother Tiger, it is Xiao Zhao. Zhao Hong. I ran into a tough guy today. He said his name is Yi Fan, and he said you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on his head. You fucking idiot. Who did you say? Yi Fan, a young man? You moron. Don't you dare say I know you. Go pick a coffin and pray for your miserable life. After confirming it was indeed Yi Fan, Brother Tiger immediately hung up. But the message was crystal clear. Zhao Hong had messed with someone he should never have crossed. Hearing the dial tone, Zhao Hong was utterly panicked. He dropped to his knees and begged Yi Fan, Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I swear I will never bother Chio-won again. Treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhao Hong was not stupid. From Brother Tiger's tone, it was crystal clear to him if Brother Tiger saw Yifan, he would probably have to kneel. And here he was, stupidly provoking Yifan. Was he tired of living? Let you go? That depends. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, maybe I will. Yifan looked at Zhao Hong with a sinister smile. Can Sister Wan now date whomever she pleases? Yes, yes. I will never interfere again. Good. Then what if I say I am going to sleep with Sister Wan right now? Do you have any objections? Yifan's blow was not just physical, it was psychological. Put. Zhao Hong felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his chest. And no objections. God damn it. Even if I did, what the hell could I say? Hearing Yifan's words, Xiuwan's face turned crimson with embarrassment again. Standing nearby, Xiuwan felt an odd sense of satisfaction watching Zhao Hong in this state. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain in her heart. Weren't you supposed to be so tough? All he ever did was hit women. Faced with someone stronger, he instantly crumbled. Yifan glanced at Xiuwan, then at the bedroom door where Cece was still asleep. Although he really wanted to destroy this piece of trash, for Cece's sake, Yifan decided to let him go this once. With a heavy sigh, he said, "This time, I am sparing you for the sake of Sister Wan and Cece. But if there's a next time, prepare to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Yifan released Zhao Hong and clapped his hands. Zhao Hong felt as if he had just been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled to flee, practically crawling on hands and knees. Yifan's terrifying aura suffocated him. That gaze, it felt like it pierced straight through his soul. But just as Zhao Hong reached the door, Yifan grabbed him by the shoulder. Wait. At the same time, Yifan pulled out a pill and shoved it into Zhao Hong's mouth, patting his back so he swallowed it on the spot. Ah, what did you give me? Zhao Hong looked at Yifan in terror. His instincts screamed that it was not something good. Nothing much. Just a little poison. If you dare harass Sister Wan or her daughter again, you will die the moment it activates. Yifan had made the decision on the spot. A man like Zhao Hong could not be taken lightly, he needed a safeguard. So Yifan gave him a so-called poison as a deterrent. In reality, it was just a detox pill. At most, it would cause a few days of diarrhea. But Yifan knew that people like Zhao Hong were extremely selfish. They would rather believe a lie than take the risk. Master, Zhao Hong was nearly in tears. His last hope was gone. He had still been dreaming of coming back to pester Chil-wan, but now, with Yifan's poison in his body, how could he dare? What? Planning to stay for dinner? I have plenty of this poison. Want another dose? Yifan saw Zhao Hong hesitating and pulled out a handful of pills. Zhao Hong shivered in fright and nearly tumbled down the stairs as he fled. With Zhao Hong gone, Xiuwan finally felt the tight knot in her chest begin to loosen. When she looked at Yifan again, her eyes carried a complex mixture of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a sense of peace. Even though she was strong for her daughter's sake, what woman does not need love and protection? Xiuwan also wanted a man's arms to bring her peace, but she had been unlucky in love. Her ex-husband had taken advantage of her while she was drunk, slept with her just once, and she got pregnant. With no other option, they married. And in the end, it left her heart broken. Yifan, thank you. Xiuwan looked at him sincerely, full of gratitude. If Yifan had not been there today, she would probably have been beaten again. The small salary she just received might have been taken by Zhao Hong to money she had saved to buy clothes for her daughter. Yifan waved his hand. No need for thanks. Sister Wan, it is getting late. I have something else to do, so I will head out. Think seriously about what I proposed earlier. I will be waiting for your answer. As he prepared to leave, Yifan reminded her, Sister Wan, do not forget to pick up the medicine for Cece. That will stabilize her condition, she will be fine afterward. After Yifan left, Xiuwan closed the door and leaned against it, her expression blank. Should she really go work at Yifan's company? What kind of person was Yifan, really? He was such a skilled doctor, and he seemed to have strong ties with Yun City's underground figure, Brother Tiger. Mommy! A sweet voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Cece had opened the bedroom door and stepped out timidly, looked around, then asked, Mommy, that bad man will not come bully us anymore, right? He should not, Xiuwan said, slightly unsure. She had seen Yifan beat Zhao Hong herself. He even fed him poison and got the support of Brother Tiger. Zhao Hong probably would not dare act out again. Cece, you were awake earlier? Xiuwan suddenly realized, had Cece seen everything? As an educated woman, Xiuwan had never spoken ill of Zhao Hong in front of Cece, even though he was scum. She had tried to preserve the image of daddy. Yes. I saw the big brother protect you. He was so cool and handsome. Cece smiled sweetly and continued innocently, Mommy, I do not want that bad guy to be my daddy anymore. Can we make the big brother my daddy instead? Ah. Hearing those words, Xiao heart skipped a beat. Cece, do not talk nonsense. Mommy just met that big brother today, how could we? Xiao felt as if her secret thoughts had been exposed and hurried to explain. But halfway through, she stopped herself. Yifan was so young, skilled in medicine, with his own company, and she was already a used woman. How could she be worthy of him? Would he even look at her? Forget it. Cece, let me ask you a question. If Mommy goes to work at that big brother's company, would you be okay with that? Xiao squatted down, held Cece in her arms, and asked seriously. Yes. Of course. Cece clapped happily, her face full of longing. Then I can see Big Brother every day, would she? Xiao sighed and looked out the window. Deep down, it seemed she had already made a decision. It is not because I want to go. It is because Cece agreed. Yes, that is all it is. Cece. Mommy is taking you downstairs to buy something delicious. But you must promise Mommy, after we go to see Dean Hua to get the medicine, you have to take it obediently, okay? Xiao tidied up briefly and prepared to take Cece to the medical school to get some traditional Chinese medicine from Dean Hua. Previously, Dean Hua had mentioned when he saw Cece that her health had issues, and advised Xiao to bring her in for a checkup as soon as possible. However, on one hand, Xiao had no time. More importantly, she had no money. But there was one thing Xiao was sure of, Dean Hua's medical skills were undeniably superb. Today, Yifan saved Cece's life. Xiao also wanted to bring her in to have Dean Hua check if there were any aftereffects. Okay, Mommy. Yun City University Medical Department, a national medical center in collaboration with Yun City Hospital. Hua Ximiao, the dean here, also held the position of dean at Yun City Hospital. His medical expertise was renowned across the Southwest, even throughout all of Daxia. People respectfully called him the medicine king of the Southwest. When Xiao handed the prescription to Hua Ximiao, he only took one glance before frowning sharply. Realgar, aconitum. This is absurd. These are highly toxic substances, how can they be used in medicine? Xiao was puzzled. Did Yifan deceive me? But she had seen with her own eyes how Yifan pulled her daughter back from the brink of death. Cece, come here and let Grandpa check you. Hua Ximiao was already familiar with Xiao and Cece's situation and had been keeping an eye on them. Seeing them arrive, he wanted to take Cece's pulse and examine her condition. But as soon as he took Cece's wrist and felt her pulse for a few seconds, astonishment appeared on his face. Ha! This is unusual. Cece's congenital blood deficiency seems to have improved. There's a sign of recovery? And her internal meridians seem to have been nourished by a master. Xiao, who treated Cece. Hua Ximiao looked at Xiao seriously. Judging from Cece's pulse, it was clear she had been helped by someone highly skilled. No one else. Just today, Cece fainted, and a young man, I do not know if he was a student, performed acupuncture on her, then gave me this prescription and asked me to get the medicine to stabilize her condition. Xiao explained the whole situation. Hua Ximiao's eyes immediately lit up. That prescription was written by the young man who treated Cece? He took the prescription again, no longer dismissive, and carefully read it from start to finish, his mind racing. After finishing it, Hua Ximiao slapped his thigh. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of this? Though these individual herbs are indeed poisonous, combined in precise proportions, they become an ideal tonic. Masterful, absolutely masterful. He held the prescription up and began pacing excitedly, laughing out loud from time to time. Then, lifting Cece's shirt to observe her back, his face grew even more frenzied. Tai 8 needles. That's the technique of Tai 8 needles? Ha! In this lifetime, I never thought I would witness a legendary technique from the divine farmer's medical canon in the modern world. My life was not in vain. While ecstatic, he turned to Xiao with glowing eyes. Did that young man say his name? Xiao nodded. He said his name is Yifan, and that he owns a company. He invited me to work there in a management role. Yifan? Could it be that guy? As a figure of prominence in Yun City, Hua Ximiao naturally had heard of Yifan. 3 years ago, Yifan was only the live-in son-in-law of the Su family, known for chasing women. Later, he made a high-profile return and disrupted the marriage alliance between the Xian and Lin families at the Lin family banquet. Despite their efforts to suppress the news, word still spread throughout Yun City and the entire Southwest. Do you have his number? Hua Ximiao was eager to discuss medical techniques with Yifan but suddenly stopped. Never mind. I will go find him myself. The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Qiankun, had been seriously injured. Hua Ximiao had originally been invited to treat him. Now, he wondered, if Yi Fan has such medical skill, why invite me at all? After calming down, Hua Ximiao personally prepared the medicine according to the prescription and carefully stored the original formula. Miss Chiu, I will hold on to this prescription for now. Once I see Yi Fan, I will get his explicit consent before making use of it. Oh, okay. Xiu Wan was a bit puzzled. It's just a prescription. Why is Dean Hua treating it like a national treasure? But what she did not know was that Yi Fan's formula was not just a prescription. It had opened a whole new door for Hua Ximiao revolutionary ideas about herb compatibility. Yi Fan left Xiu Wan's place, unaware that his single prescription had caused such a stir and even solved a major problem for him. He had wanted to hide his true strength for the time being, so it was inconvenient to personally treat his great-grandfather. Now that Hua Ximiao would be going to see Yi Fan anyway, Yi Fan could use him as a proxy to treat his great-grandfather. In the logistics class 4, Yi Fan found Su Qingru. She was looking around anxiously, but when she saw him appear at the classroom door, her worried expression brightened. Brother-in-law, you finally came. I thought you weren't going to show. She ran out cheerfully, affectionately took his arm, and said with a playful smirk, Brother-in-law, how was it? Did it feel good yesterday? Want to try again? As she spoke, Su Qingru pressed her body closer, practically nestling into Yi Fan's arms. Thinking about the awkward incident in the bathroom yesterday, Yi Fan was speechless. You still dare mention it. Yesterday, you knew I mistook you for someone else. Why didn't you say anything? You even did that on purpose. Yi Fan tried to pull his arm away, but Su Qingru clung tightly. Brother-in-law, just pretend to be my boyfriend for now. That annoying guy is coming to harass me again. She glanced toward the classroom entrance. A young man in sportswear was approaching quickly. When he saw Su Qingru holding Yi Fan's arm so intimately, his brows furrowed and he stepped forward. Extending his hand to Yi Fan, he said, Hello, I am Qingru's boyfriend, Zhonghua. This seems inappropriate. Please let her go. This Zhonghua seemed very confident, acting high and mighty from the start. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nose. You are her boyfriend? Why didn't I know that? We even slept together last night. What does that make me, then? When it came to acting, if Yi Fan claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. The moment he said they slept together last night, the crowd around them erupted in shock. Yi Fan opened with a bombshell. Even Su Qingru was slightly overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She knew her brother-in-law was no ordinary man, but she had not expected Yi Fan to be so wildly audacious. Zhonghua, this is my boyfriend. Please stop bothering me. I do not like you, and I never have. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Su Qingru finally vented her frustration, and immediately felt relieved. Zhonghua, known as one of the most handsome students at Yun City University, was good-looking and came from a wealthy family. But for some reason, among so many girls, Zhonghua insisted on pursuing Su Qingru, endlessly pestering her to the point of exhaustion. She had even heard that Zhonghua planned to propose to her at the music gala that evening. That was why she brought her brother-in-law as backup. Qingru, how could you do this? Since when did you have a boyfriend? Why did I not know? And how did you end up sleeping together? What about me? What am I supposed to do? Zhonghua clenched the ring box in his pocket, trying to suppress his emotional breakdown. At that moment, his heart was shattering like glass, and the sound of it cracking could almost be heard. He had pursued Su Qingru for 3 years, tried everything, and never even held her hand, yet now a man like Yi Fan appeared out of nowhere and had already slept with her. Zhonghua felt like he had been slapped with the brightest green cuckold's hat imaginable. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your fucking business. Should I have invited you to watch and cheer us on? Yi Fan sneered. If you have nothing else to say, get lost. A smart dog does not block the road. You just wait. Humiliated, Zhonghua stomped the ground furiously, threw out a vicious threat, and quickly stormed off. Find out everything about that man in 5 minutes. After leaving the crowd, Zhonghua barked at one of his lackeys. Barely 2 minutes later, one of them returned. Young Master Zhong, we found him. That guy is Yi Fan. He is not Su Qingru's boyfriend, he is her brother-in-law. He spends all day fooling around in clubs. He's just a gigolo who lives off women. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua's mood improved instantly. I knew it. Su Qingru is always under my watch. How could she get a boyfriend without me knowing? Besides, with me around, who at Yun City University dares touch Su Qingru? A gigolo brother-in-law, huh? Humph. Tonight at the gala, I will humiliate you so badly you will never forget it. Zhonghua looked sinisterly in Yi Fan and Su Qingru's direction. With a flick of his wrist, a venomous insect and a poisonous spider appeared in his palm. Su Qingru, tonight I will make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life. Everyone knew Zhonghua as the piano prince of Yun City University, a student of the nationally renowned piano master Li Yun. But what no one knew was that Zhonghua also practiced a dark art, Niaojiang Gu magic. Zhonghua had another master, a hidden expert who had trained him in Gu techniques for years. Compared to his piano skills, Zhonghua was even more proud of his mastery of Gu. Manipulating poison to harm others was second nature to him. Over the years, he had executed numerous missions with his master, all of which ended in flawless success. The image of Yifan's arm resting near Su Qingru's chest enraged Zhonghua to the point of murderous desire. The Yun City University Music Gala was themed as a prelude to the school's anniversary celebration. By 6 p.m., the auditorium was already packed. The official program was set to begin at 7 p.m., but the stage was already filled with instruments, piano, drums, violins, and more. The organizers had left the hour before the event opened for free performances, allowing students to showcase their talents. When Yifan and Su Qingru entered the auditorium, Zhonghua and his gang followed shortly after. Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Let's throw that bastard out, his lackeys urged. Having already investigated Yifan, they learned he was just a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, which made them bolder. Of course, their sources were not nearly high-level enough to uncover Yifan's true identity as the heir of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on stage and smirked. No rush. If I do not utterly destroy him today, I will change my surname. With that, he headed toward the stage. Zhonghua was undeniably attractive, and known as the piano prince on campus. His appearance immediately drew cheers from the students. He took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. I am Zhonghua. While we still have time for open performances, I would like to invite one of our fellow students to join me. He has been trying to steal Su Qingru from me, but I wonder, does he even know how many keys a piano has? At that moment, a spotlight from the ceiling, controlled by Zhonghua's lackeys, beamed down directly onto Yifan and Su Qingru. A leech living off women should stop pretending to be anything more than a joke. Do you dare accept my challenge? Let's see who plays the piano better. Swish. Everyone in the auditorium turned to look at Su Qingru and Yifan. As one of the most beautiful girls at Yun City University, Su Qingru was incredibly popular. Speculation about her love life had always been a hot topic. Everyone knew Zhonghua had been courting her, but now she was sitting so intimately close to another man. Clearly, Zhonghua was publicly challenging Su Qingru's companion. That bastard Zhonghua, Su Qingru immediately saw through his scheme. He wanted to publicly humiliate Yifan. Brother-in-law, just ignore him. But Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He came today specifically to support Su Qingru. If he backed down now, it would not just be his face that was lost, Su Qingru's dignity would be dragged down too. Challenge? Ha! Zhonghua, someone like you is not even qualified to challenge me. Yifan spoke calmly. Though he did not use a microphone, his voice rang out across the auditorium, clearly heard by all. But to shut you up once and for all, I will accept. You can choose any instrument on the stage. Exactly. A chihuahua barking at a tiger, where did you get the courage? From Leon the Brave? Just as Yifan finished speaking, a familiar voice called out from the audience, Our Yifan here is someone even international piano masters idolize. Zhonghua. I suggest you avoid making a fool of yourself. Wang Fugue? Yifan followed the direction of the voice and saw that it was none other than Wang Fugue speaking. This guy had coincidentally said all the things Yifan found inconvenient to say himself. Yifan quietly gave Wang Fugue a thumbs up, to which Wang Fugue responded with an okay gesture. Humph. Yifan, stop pretending. If you can play a complete piano piece today, I will kneel and call you father on the spot. Zhonghua, determined to save face, went all in. But if your piano performance is worse than mine, then stay away from Qingru. She is not someone you are qualified to touch. Fine. You go first. Otherwise, you might not get another chance. Humph. Zhonghua did not bother arguing further. He sat down at the piano and his 10 fingers began to dance swiftly. He played a Mozart serenade, adding several flourishes and variations of his own. The melody was graceful and emotionally resonant. All the students in the hall nodded in admiration, impressed by Zhonghua's superb technique. At the side of the stage, piano master Li Yun was seated with several friends. After listening to Zhonghua's performance, his companions turned to him with envious expressions. Old Li, you have taken in a promising student. At last, you have someone to carry on your legacy. Yes. Zhonghua's artistry is the best I have seen in recent years. Given time, his accomplishments on the piano will definitely surpass yours, Oli. Pleased with their praise, Lee Yun smiled modestly. Not at all. He still has room to grow, although. He paused, suddenly recalling a performance he had witnessed 3 years ago at the Palace Banquet in Britain. A look of longing flashed in his eyes. When it comes to true talent, I once saw a young man whose skill was absolutely otherworldly. His rendition of 9 Chapters of Destiny did not even sound like it belonged to this world. As one of the top pianists in Dacia, for Lee Yun to heap such praise upon a performance and its performer spoke volumes. Moreover, several of his companions had heard the viral online recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny. The melody was elegant, but more importantly, the rhythmic variation was so complex that even seasoned masters struggled to reproduce it from sheet music. In fact, countless videos had emerged online, showing that when 9 Chapters of Destiny was played, animals, birds, beasts would appear to calm down, as if enchanted by the music. Yes, that melody was heavenly. If I could hear it once more, I would die without regret. As they conversed, Zhonghua finished his piece, drawing out a long, melodic note that brought the atmosphere to its climax. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhonghua, I love you. Though it was not yet the official performance, the excitement in the hall was electric. Zhonghua, pleased with himself, bowed arrogantly and took the microphone. Yi Fan, it is your turn now. Brother-in-law, can you really do it? Su Qingru asked nervously, seeing that Yi Fan seemed serious about performing. Having known him for 3 years, Su Qingru found Yi Fan humorous and decent, but she had never seen him play the piano. What kind of man would I be if I said I could not? Yi Fan smiled gently at her. With a subtle push of his foot, he glided effortlessly from the audience to the stage. Yi Fan was silently using the Lingbo microstep technique of the Northfall clan. As the spotlight followed him, the students saw his movements as smooth as flowing water. With his hands behind his back, he floated onto the stage like a celestial being. It looked as if there were invisible tracks under his feet. At first, the students were confused, but quickly they reacted. Holy shit, did you see how Yi Fan got up there? No. It looked like some kind of teleportation. His movements were like moonwalking. I agree. And not just any moonwalk, it was masterful. His body seemed still, yet he moved dozens of meters. Amazing. This gala is getting more exciting by the minute. When Yi Fan took the stage and stood there, it was as if a warm sun had risen in the middle of winter. The entire hall fell silent under his aura, even though it had just been roaring with excitement moments earlier. Everyone, I have not played in 3 years. My fingers are a bit rusty, so I will just perform 9 Chapters of Destiny. At those words, the entire hall exploded with noise. What the hell? You are telling us your hands are rusty, and you are going to play that? The live recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny had been circulating online for 3 years and was still the most viewed piano piece, with billions of plays. But everyone knew that although the music was beautiful and spiritually resonant, its difficulty was astronomical. No one had ever managed to replicate it. Many had tried, but none could achieve the finger speed or emotional depth. Their attempts not only failed to resemble the original, they sounded downright awful. Imitation after imitation, yet never surpassed. You? Playing 9 Chapters of Destiny? That is the biggest load of bullshit I have ever heard. Zhonghua scoffed. Though he had initially been nervous that Yi Fan might be hiding his true skill, this claim put him at ease. Zhonghua had tried to replicate the piece many times, but never succeeded. The speed of finger movement required was just too much. Even with years of martial training, his hands could not keep up. Yi Fan gave a devilish smile as he sat at the piano. He casually played a few notes to test the keys. His fair fingers danced over the keys, and the event's photographers zoomed in, projecting his handsome profile and graceful posture onto the hall's large screens. His mesmerizing eyes made the whole audience pause. Girls, I think I just fell in love again. Me too. Yi Fan is even better looking than Zhonghua. His eyes are deeper, more seductive. Forget it. He is clearly Su Qingru's guy. Can't you see she's about to melt just watching him? All eyes turned to Su Qingru, whose gaze was fixed on Yi Fan. As he pressed the keys with practiced confidence, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Handsome. Her brother-in-law was just too handsome. And she had a strong feeling that his piano skills were extraordinary. Yi Fan's arrogant confidence disappointed Li Yun and his companions at first. They were preparing to leave. But the moment Yi Fan sat down, Li Yun froze. From the side profile, he suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette, one that matched a memory from 3 years ago. Could it be him? Is it really him? Li Yun was stunned, his steps halted in place. 3 years ago, before his fame, Li Yun had attended a royal banquet in Britain. Seated in a corner, he had only partially seen the pianist performing 9 Chapters of Destiny. Ding dong! Yi Fan's fingers finally moved. A cascade of notes instantly rang out through the hall. It was as if water trickled down from the mountaintop, flowing gently along mountain streams, passing over rivers and valleys, surging toward the sea. It was like stormy waves, mighty and rolling. It was like divine thunder from the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. It was like moonlight through a forest, scattering mottled shadows on the ground. Sometimes majestic, sometimes gentle, the notes and melodies seemed to portray the flourishing vitality of all living beings. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if they were witnessing an ideal world where nature and humanity were in perfect harmony. Such ethereal, soul-cleansing music penetrated to the core, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Some students who were about to go to the restroom froze mid-step, their feet suspended in the air. Some were drinking water with their heads tilted back, letting it run down their necks and soak their clothes, completely unaware. More miraculously, as Yi Fan's fingers continued to play, a flock of magpies flew in through the windows, gracefully dancing to the rhythm in front of the stage, followed by butterflies and fireflies. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Li Yun stood stunned as he watched the scene before him, his eyes burning with fervor. It's him. It really is him. So the true composer of 9 chapters of destiny lives in our great Xia? A blessing for great Xia indeed. The ancients said that music reflects the fate of a nation. The transformation of a country's musical character could, in some ways, indicate its rise or fall. When a country's music was filled with depravity, its collapse was never far behind. But now, Yi Fan's 9 chapters of destiny was celestial music on earth. It was the pinnacle of human musical achievement, without rival. The entire hall fell silent. The melody drifted beyond the performance hall, and throughout Yun City University, it was as if all could faintly hear a call from the very force of life itself. Everyone felt a surge of strength and clarity within their hearts. More birds gathered above the hall, circling overhead. The air above Yun City began to shift subtly, forming a vortex centered around Yun City University. At the Martial Affairs Bureau in Yun City, Mo Zhong and his colleagues noticed unusual energy fluctuations on their monitors again. Minister, another disturbance in the west side of the city. Should we investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand. No need. Last time we found nothing. I believe that expert does not wish to be disturbed. If fate allows, we shall meet. In Panglai of the Eastern Sea, a Taoist holding a whisk sensed something and murmured toward the direction of Great Xia. Celestial music has emerged. The human emperor is destined to rise. Perhaps there is still hope for all life. On an island in the South Sea, a middle-aged nun wearing a coif also chanted Amatba. With celestial music appearing, Yilin, it is time for you to return to Great Xia. You have an unfinished karmic fate that must be resolved. Go now. Unwittingly, Yi Fan's performance of 9 chapters of destiny had already stirred heaven and earth, causing great tremors across many realms. In Yun City University's performance hall, Yi Fan was immersed in his piano playing. Back when he had been invited to perform impromptu by the princess in Britain, he had never imagined that his composition would become an eternal classic. At that time, Yi Fan felt as though he had entered a mystical state where he could sense everything, all living beings, each breath of life. His understanding of martial arts accelerated exponentially, thousands or even tens of thousands of times. And now, as he played once more, that sensation returned. While playing, Yi Fan also seized the moment to contemplate the martial arts barriers that had long constrained him. He reflected on the questions that had troubled him for the past 3 years. Previously, even after recovering his power, many puzzles still eluded him. But now, in an instant, he understood them. His mind suddenly cleared, and everything became enlightened. Yi Fan was secretly astonished. Could a single piece of music hold such immense power? Could it allow one's perception and understanding in all areas to leap forward? Though it remained unconfirmed, Yi Fan knew with certainty that after tonight, his strength had advanced again. His current power was clearly beyond the martial venerable level. Whether he had surpassed martial saint was unknown, there was no opponent who could match him to test it. Unless a master from one of the 4 sacred lands challenged him, there would be no way to verify it. Ding! The final note of 9 chapters of destiny felt like a single grain of dust landing upon the boundless earth, symbolizing the end of life, the final curtain. And yet, it also resembled a seed falling into the soil, heralding the birth of new life. The birds circling the stage dispersed, but in the ears of everyone present, that magical, soul-penetrating melody still echoed. Genius. Monster. Not of this world. These were the thoughts that simultaneously surfaced in everyone's hearts. Even Zhonghua, standing at the edge of the stage, inwardly bowed in defeat. He knew he was truly not Yi Fan's equal in piano performance. But in such a situation, how could he concede? After all, if he admitted defeat, he would have to call Yifan dad on the spot. I've finished. Zhonghua, what do you think? Yifan rose from the piano and looked at Zhonghua with calm indifference. Crushing Zhonghua was a given. But what Yifan did not realize was that his performance had not merely crushed Zhonghua, it had obliterated him across dimensions, leaving him utterly shattered in both spirit and skill. Humph. Yifan, what skill do you have? You just copied someone else's music. Bravo! Amazing! Yifan, you are the best. I want to bear your children. I just realized, compared to Yifan, Zhonghua's music is nothing but rape for the ears. Before Yifan could respond, the crowd had already erupted. The brief pause just now was merely because they were still lost in the image Yifan's melody had conjured. The electrified atmosphere in the hall lasted for 5 full minutes. Many students tried to rush up for photos with Yifan. If not for security staff maintaining order, several people might have been trampled. You saw what happened. No need to keep up the act. Stop bothering Su Qingru. Whether I'm her boyfriend or her brother-in-law, you never had a chance, Yifan said with a shrug, giving Zhonghua one last warning. He was just a young man trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. A warning was enough. Yifan did not intend to stoop to his level, but Zhonghua refused to give up. Humph. Yifan, I'm not convinced. That was just opportunism. If you really have the skill, make my teacher submit too, and I'll let it go. Before Zhonghua could even finish, Li Yun and a group of top national piano masters were already rushing toward the stage in a near frenzy. Teacher, you're just in time. Why don't you play a piece? You'll definitely do better than him. Zhonghua tried to grab Li Yun, thinking he was here to back him up. But Li Yun flung Zhonghua's hand aside, rushed toward Yifan, and extended both hands from afar, gripping Yifan's hands tightly. Master, finally, I get to see you again. I saw your performance 3 years ago at the British Royal Banquet, it was divine. I never imagined I would witness you play again. Young Master Yi, your presence is a blessing to all of Great Xia. Ha! Seeing his extended hand grasping nothing but air, Zhonghua stood frozen in place. Especially when he saw Li Yun humbly and enthusiastically shaking hands with Yifan, his heart was filled with both shock and anger. Before Yifan appeared, Li Yun had treated Zhonghua like a cherished treasure, pampering and doting on him. And now, on a public stage before so many people, he was completely ignoring Zhonghua? Teacher? What are you doing? Could it be that you have mistaken him for someone else? Zhonghua hurried forward, trying to remind Li Yun. Zhonghua had heard from Li Yun that 3 years ago, at a royal banquet in Britain, his teacher had met a divine pianist who played 9 chapters of Destiny. Could that man really be Yifan, standing right in front of them? How could such a coincidence be possible? Shut up! Do you even understand what it means for Mr. Yifan to produce that celestial music? This is a blessing for Great Xia. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yifan. These people, Li Yun among them, were experts in music and, in some aspects, had glimpsed the workings of fate. From Yifan's musical talent alone, one could see he was destined for greatness. Moreover, back at that royal banquet in Britain, Yifan had been personally accompanied by the princess. Could someone with such a status possibly be ordinary? Unfortunately, this foolish disciple of his actually thought Yifan was just some ordinary live-in son-in-law. Even if he were a son-in-law, did he think any of Great Xia's son-in-laws were simple? Every single one was a master of unique skills. What? Apologize. Teacher, why? Zhonghua could not believe what he was hearing. Not only had his teacher ignored him, now he was asking him to publicly apologize to Yifan? If he really did that, how could he ever show his face again? How could he continue to pursue Su Qingru? It is because you insulted Mr. Yifan in front of everyone. Li Yun scolded sharply, then whispered in Zhonghua's ear, Zhonghua, I am trying to save you. Otherwise, you will regret it. Li Yun was genuinely thinking of Zhonghua's best interests. Perhaps if he apologized, Yifan would laugh it off and let it go. But what Li Yun did not know was that Zhonghua was not as simple as he appeared. Besides being the piano prince, Zhonghua had a powerful Gu master as a secret mentor. That master had promised him a commanding position over the entire Tiannan region upon graduation. He was destined to be a big deal, so why should he apologize to some useless gigolo? Teacher, I will not apologize. Li Yun was furious and said coldly, Zhonghua, did I not hear you make a bet with Mr. Yifan earlier? You said if he could play a full piece, you would call him dad. Not only did he perform a full piece, his was 100 times better than yours. So what now? Apologize or call him dad. Call him dad. When Zhonghua and Yifan made that bet, they had been using a microphone. Everyone, thousands of students, had heard it clearly. They were the best witnesses. Now the crowd started heckling together. Zhonghua was completely stunned. glaring resentfully at Li Yun. Was his teacher really going to humiliate him like this in front of everyone? He then turned his eyes toward Yi Fan, hoping Yi Fan would show mercy. Yi Fan had initially been ready to let it go. But seeing Zhonghhua's hateful face, how could he be lenient? Yi Fan took the microphone from the host, smiled, and said, "Since you are classmates with Qingru, I will let you off easy. No need to kneel. Just call me dad, and we'll call it done." This, with so many students watching, being forced to call Yi Fan dad publicly made Zhonghua want to crawl into a hole. How was he supposed to continue at Yun City University? How could he ever pursue Su Qingru again? It was all Yi Fan's fault. This bastard ruined everything. Just wait, Yi Fan, later I'll send centipedes to bite you to death. What are you waiting for? Li Yun was increasingly disappointed with his student. Lately, Zhonghua had been spending less time practicing and more time on unnecessary business ventures. Now he was showing cowardice in public. Dad! Under the pressure of his teacher and the entire student body, Zhonghua finally shouted toward Yi Fan, "I." Before Yi Fan could even respond, thousands of male students shouted in unison, followed by a wave of thunderous laughter. No one took it too seriously, it was just a joke, a moment of fun. Ah, youth! But to Zhonghua, it felt like death. He was in agony, glared at Yi Fan with hatred, and quickly stormed off stage. Yi Fan signed an autograph for Li Yun and the others, then stepped off the stage as well. "Brother-in-law, you were amazing. Why did I never know you could play piano?" Su Qingru looked at Yi Fan with worship in her eyes, snuggling even closer to him. "Heh, there are many things you don't know about me. I can play a lot of instruments, like the flute. I'll teach you when there's time." As he spoke, Yi Fan leaned to the side, trying to dodge Su Qingru's wave attack. Noticing his movement, Su Qingru pouted and teased, "Oh come on, brother-in-law, why are you dodging? It's not like you didn't touch me last night. Hoof, don't even try to deny it." Yi Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth. This little brat, she had definitely done it on purpose last night. Now she wanted to use it against him? Impossible. If she disobeyed in the future, she would get spanked. Once not enough, twice then. In Yi Fan's world, it was always women who obeyed him, he never spoiled them. Still, tonight he had come to attend the banquet with Su Qingru, so he could not be bothered to argue with her. The banquet officially began. Thanks to Yi Fan's earth-shattering performance, although the other acts had been excellently prepared, none could compare. Everything afterwards seemed dull by comparison. When it was Zhonghua's turn, he claimed to be unwell and did not show up. The only other highlight was Yi Fan and Su Qingru's stage performance. Originally, Su Qingru had planned a beautiful traditional-style dance. Yi Fan brought a prop sword and joined in with a sword dance. Together they presented a performance full of heroic romance, poetic elegance, and the spirit of legendary lovers, without the tragedy but filled with passion and valor. It ignited the atmosphere once again. For most students, this banquet was warm, exhilarating, and unforgettable. Su Qingru was overjoyed. She had finally shaken off that annoying pest Zhonghua, and her brother-in-law had performed so brilliantly it made her glow with pride. But just as the concert ended and the two drove out of campus, several black vans blocked their path. A group of 7 or 8 strong men carrying steel rods stepped forward toward their car. "You're Yi Fan, right? Get out. Our young master Zhong wants to see you." Yi Fan never sought trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. "What do you want?" Su Qingru instantly became furious when she realized this was one of Zhonghua's dirty tricks, but at the same time, her face was full of worry as she turned to Yi Fan, saying, "Brother-in-law, do not get out of the car. Zhonghua definitely will not let you go. I am calling the police right now." As she spoke, Su Qingru reached for her phone. But the moment she pulled out her phone, a strong man snatched it from her hands. "I am sorry, Miss Su. We have no intention of targeting you. Please do not interfere." Su Qingru's face turned red with anger. She tried to take her phone back, but had no chance. Just as she was about to call for help, Yi Fan reached out and stopped her. He turned to the bodyguards and said, "I will go with you, but let her leave first." The bodyguards hesitated. But remembering Zhonghua's orders specifically to bring Yi Fan and not to harm Su Qingru, they nodded. "Fine. As long as you come with us, she can leave." "Brother-in-law, I am not leaving. I will go with you. Zhonghua will not let you off easily." "I will go with you to protect you," Su Qingru stubbornly insisted on staying. But Yi Fan stopped her again. "Do you not trust your brother-in-law? If you come with me, you will only be a burden. Be good, go home now." In truth, if Zhonghua had not come looking for Yi Fan would have gone to him anyway. Because earlier, when they were close in the auditorium, Yi Fan had detected the scent of poisonous goo on Zhonghua. The Gu cult once wreaked havoc across the land until the Empire united its forces to suppress them and drive the remnants back into the deep mountains of Niaojiang. It had been decreed that no Gu practitioner may leave Niaojiang without imperial permission. Yet Zhonghua bore the scent of poison Gu. Was the Gu cult trying to rise again? But brother-in-law, though Su Qingru had seen Yi Fan take down Yun Feiyan and his men the night before, she was still worried. Relax. I will be back soon. Go now. Yi Fan got out of the car, watched Su Qingru drive off into the distance, then followed the bodyguards into a dark alley. Just as he was about to enter the alley, an old man rushed out from the campus gates. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical school. Hua Ximiao had also been at the performance hall earlier and, upon seeing Yi Fan leave, had followed. He had not expected to witness Yi Fan being abducted. Outrageous! Yi Fan was a monstrous talent who had mastered the mystical 8 needles of Tai. From the prescription he had once seen, Hua Ximiao was sure Yi Fan had inherited the unparalleled legacy of the Shinong medical canon. Yi Fan was the future of Great Xia's medical field, an irreplaceable treasure. How could he be allowed to fall into the hands of these scoundrels? Without hesitation, Hua Ximiao quickly followed and dialed a number. Xue Yan, your grandfather is in trouble. A group of thugs are trying to kidnap and kill someone. Bring help immediately. It is alley number 3 next to Yun City University. Grandpa, please be careful. Do not put yourself in danger, a sweet female voice pleaded from the other end, trying to stop him. But Hua Ximiao hung up. At that moment, in the Yun City Patrol Bureau headquarters, Hua Xueyan urgently assembled her team. Hurry! Notify the Special Operations Unit. Come with me. A murder is about to happen. We must act quickly. Wailing sirens erupted as over a dozen police vehicles raced out of headquarters. Just 10 meters down the road, Su Qingru suddenly stopped the car, still worried. No! I cannot just leave. What if something happens to brother-in-law? I would regret it for the rest of my life. I need help, but who? As a student, Su Qingru had a very simple life. She had no one else she could turn to. While she panicked, she noticed Yi Fan's phone had been left behind. She quickly picked it up and looked for the contact he called the most, Wang Fugue. She knew him as one of Yi Fan's close companions at the club, also a second-generation rich kid from Yun City. He had even spoken up for Yi Fan earlier that night. Yes, him. She dialed Wang Fugue immediately. His voice rang out, Heh, Yi Fan? What a great time to call. Did you find another stunning beauty? Wang Fugue, this is Su Qingru. Something bad happened. My brother-in-law was taken by Zhonghua's men. Can you help rescue him? Su Qingru cut him off and quickly explained the situation. What? Yi Fan got taken? Where? I am on my way. Fuck. Brothers, stop everything. We are going to rescue him now, Wang Fugue shouted to his crew while continuing to question Su Qingru. Previously, his grandfather Wang Zhong had been against him hanging around with Yi Fan all the time. But after finding out that Yi Fan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had ordered Wang Fugue to stick with Yi Fan closely, to learn from him and protect him. After all, the public still saw Yi Fan as a playboy haunting nightclubs, a man with no skills and no martial prowess. He is in alley number 3 beside Yun City University. You must hurry. Got it. We are on our way now. At that moment, Wang Fugue and his crew were hanging out in a KTV opposite Yun City University. Hearing Su Qingru's call, he wasted no time. Everyone, my big brother has been kidnapped. If you have any guts, come save him with me. From today on, you are my sworn brothers. Yi Fan must not be harmed. His grandfather had strictly ordered him to stay by Yi Fan's side. If anything happened to Yi Fan, his grandfather would surely skin him alive. Let's go. More than 10 of Wang Fugue's friends grabbed beer bottles and chairs from the table, kicked open the door, and rushed toward alley number 3. Zhang Xiao, your family's construction site is nearby, right? Get your workers to bring the bulldozer. If anyone dares touch my big brother, I will flatten them today. Meanwhile, just after Su Qingru ended the call with Wang Fugue, another call came through on Yi Fan's phone. Young Master Yi, the task you assigned has been arranged. It was Li Hu, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. You are a friend of Yi Fan too? Can you help save him? He was taken by Zhonghua's men. Su Qingru quickly explained the situation again. Without hesitation, Li Hu replied, What? Miss Su, do not worry. I am heading there now. Notify all brothers in Yun City. Assemble immediately at alley number 3 beside Yun City University. We are going to rescue young Master Yi. With that order, Li Hu's entire network sprang into action. With Hua Xueyan from the patrol bureau, Wang Fugue and his crew, and Li Hu's gang, everyone moved at once. All of Yun City seemed to erupt into chaos. Even outsiders who did not know the full story were stunned by the sight of Lee Hu's people mobilizing en masse. Everyone was baffled. What big event is about to go down in Yun City? Even Yifan himself had not expected that a simple meeting with Zhonghua would set off such a massive chain reaction. In alley number 3, Yifan walked several dozen meters forward with a few bodyguards. The lights became increasingly dim. Although the alley was about 7 or 8 meters wide, it was a dead end. At the far end of the alley, Zhonghua sat on a chair with a middle-aged man. When they saw Yifan being escorted in, a smug smile appeared on Zhonghua's lips. Yifan, aren't you so fucking awesome? Come on, show me your awesomeness now. Fuck. You dared to steal my girlfriend and even made me call you daddy in front of everyone. Fucking kneel down. The bodyguards around Yifan rushed up to grab his shoulders, trying to force him to the ground. However, despite using all their strength, the 4 bodyguards could not move Yifan an inch. He stood steady as a mountain, staring intensely at Zhonghua. Young Master Zhong, all Su Qingru did was use me as an excuse to reject being your girlfriend. Was that really enough for you to put on this whole show? Not enough? Fuck. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten Su Qingru today. Zhonghua became even angrier seeing Yifan's calm demeanor. You even played 9 chapters of Destiny to embarrass me. Humph. So you're good at playing the piano, huh? I'll chop off your fingers today and see how you play again. You're not even qualified to fight me. Although Zhonghua's family had some money and was somewhat influential in Yunchen, they did not operate on a high enough level. Their investigation into Yifan only revealed that he was a live-in son-in-law of the Su family. The fact that Yifan was the eldest son of the Yi family was beyond their reach. That was why Zhonghua dared to act so arrogantly, thinking that with the backing of the Gu cult, Yifan was nothing and easy to handle. Seeing that his men still hadn't gotten Yifan to kneel after all this time, Zhonghua stood up in frustration and shouted, "You bunch of idiots! Are you deaf? I told you to get him on his knees. Haven't you eaten?" The 4 bodyguards around Yifan looked helpless and terrified. Young Master Zhong, we used all our strength, but... The lead bodyguard's face turned red as he gasped for air. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. All 4 of them were over 200 pounds of muscle, and yet they could not force Yifan down. That meant Yifan was not someone to mess with. Useless. Can't even do something this simple. Why not just use steel rods to smash him? Is he your fucking dad? Zhonghua cursed at the bodyguards. The middle-aged man beside Zhonghua's eyelid twitched. He reminded Zhonghua, "Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Just kill him and be done with it before anything unexpected happens." Kill him just like that? That would be letting him off too easy. This bastard made me lose face in front of so many people. I'm going to make him wish he were dead. A vicious glint flashed in Zhonghua's eyes. Thinking of the psychological damage Yifan had caused him, he wanted to devour Yifan alive. Seeing his useless subordinates, Zhonghua could not wait any longer. He snatched a warblade from a bodyguard and dragged it as he walked toward Yifan. Yifan's eyes turned cold. From Zhonghua and the middle-aged man's conversation, Yifan had clearly understood. Zhonghua did not bring him here just because of Su Qingru, it seemed he truly intended to kill him. The bodyguards around Yifan raised their steel rods and warblades, preparing to strike. Just as Yifan's killing intent surged and he was considering fighting back, the roar of an engine echoed through the alley. At the same time, a girl's voice rang out, "Brother-in-law, do not be afraid. I came to save you." A blue BMW SUV roared in from the alley's entrance. It was none other than Su Qingru. This little girl had not left? She came back to save him? Yifan turned to look at the approaching car, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. This sister-in-law of his was truly something. Yifan understood that for a girl to rush headlong into danger, knowing full well what awaited her, took enormous courage. Could she really have fallen for him? Thinking of the stunning touch from last night, a strange emotion stirred in Yifan's heart. Should he just let this blessing stay in the family? While these thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Qingru floored the accelerator and charged toward him. Several bodyguards who were too slow to dodge were sent flying by the car. Zhonghua and the bodyguards near Yifan panicked and jumped to the side. Su Qingru, are you fucking insane? Zhonghua screamed in rage when he saw her getting out of the car. But Su Qingru ignored him completely. She ran into Yifan's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother-in-law, are you okay? I couldn't let you go. Brother-in-law, I like you. Her body trembled in his arms. From mustering the courage to come rescue him to finally seeing him safe and sound, she felt a flood of peace, reluctance, and overwhelming emotion. In that moment, Su Qingru's feelings exploded completely. Years of repressed love burst forth like a dam breaking. She held Yifan tightly and tilted her head up, kissing him on the lips. They say true love is revealed in adversity. Now Su Qingru fully understood her heart. Morals, rules, none of it mattered anymore. She wanted to treat this moment like the last day of her life and be with the one she loved. Seeing the tears on her cheeks, Yifan sighed. He knew that last night might have been a mistake, a moment of weakness, but now, it was undeniable. Her feelings were real. Such a powerful emotion was rare and too precious to reject. And so, he did not avoid her kiss. Instead, he returned it with tender affection. Let others call him scum if they must. In that moment, even the air seemed to freeze. A thick sweetness filled the space. If not for the bodyguards still holding war blades and steel rods, one might think they had just walked into the set of a romance movie. Watching this dog food scene, Zhonghua's eyes turned red with rage, on the verge of tears. Ah, you bunch of fucking idiots. Were you raised on shit? Still just standing there? Are you going to wait until they have a kid? Ah, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Zhonghua felt like his heart was being pierced by needles, so agonized he could tear open his chest and scrub his heart with a steel brush. Earlier at the academic building, when Yifan claimed he had spent the night with Su Qingru, Zhonghua dismissed it as a bluff. But now, with the two embracing and kissing in public, this was a blatant provocation, rubbing salt into his wounds, stabbing him straight in the heart. Quick! Get up there and stop them. Prompted by Zhonghua, the bodyguards finally reacted and charged at Yifan and Su Qingru with sabers in hand. Still unsatisfied with their speed, Zhonghua kicked one of them in the backside. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him received a call. What? Zhou Tao might also have been killed by Yifan? I see. He will not die easily, then. This man was none other than Zhou Hong, Zhou Tao's second uncle and the younger brother of Zhou Ming, head of the Zhou family. He had come to Yun City partly to investigate Zhou Tao's disappearance and partly to assist Zhonghua in killing Yifan. Just now, Zhou Hong received news that Zhou Tao might have also fallen at Yifan's hands. He could no longer sit still. Young Master Zhong, do not kill Yifan immediately. I need to ask him a few things first. If Zhou Tao truly died at Yifan's hands, then Yifan's strength was clearly far beyond what people assumed. This had to be handled cautiously. The details had to be investigated thoroughly. Yifan, still holding Su Qingru, effortlessly maneuvered to evade the incoming strikes from the bodyguards. From a distance, it looked as if the two were simply dancing, but Zhou Hong soon noticed something odd. Young Master Zhong, something is not right. Yifan is not just lucky. I suspect he knows martial arts and is toying with us. Have everyone attack him together and subdue him quickly. Before Zhonghua could respond, a powerful voice echoed from the alley entrance. Zhonghua, how dare you? Broad daylight, and you attempt kidnapping? Do you even respect the law? The voice came from Dean Hua Ximiao of the Medical Academy, who had rushed over. Seeing Hua Ximiao, Zhonghua frowned. As the king of medicine in the southwest, Hua Ximiao carried immense influence not just locally, but across the entire nation. Zhonghua might dare kill Yifan, thinking him just a lowly son-in-law, but he would not dare touch Hua Ximiao. Offending him would invite wrath not only from Hua's family but also from the elite who owed Hua life-saving favors. If Zhonghua knew Yifan's true identity, even with the Gu sect backing him, he would not have dared to act. After his stern rebuke, Hua Ximiao caught sight of Yifan in the middle of the alley, still holding and kissing Su Qingru. The scene was romantic and full of affection. This did not look like a kidnapping at all. Was Zhonghua hosting a dance party for Yifan and Su Qingru? Dean Hua. You are highly respected, and I would never offend you. But I advise you to stay out of today's matter. Zhonghua was polite, but firm. Men, escort Dean Hua home. Two bodyguards approached, trying to carry Hua Ximiao away. I am the Dean of Yun City People's Hospital. Even the Grand Elders in the capital seek my care. I dare you to touch me, Hua thundered. The bodyguards froze, uncertain, and looked toward Zhonghua. Though they had never met Hua Ximiao, his name alone was enough to make them hesitate. The connections and power behind him were too terrifying. What are you afraid of? I did not tell you to hurt him, just escort him home. Zhonghua barked. Do it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. With that reassurance, the bodyguards resumed their task, grabbing Hua Ximiao by both arms and dragging him out of the alley. Despite being in good health, Hua Ximiao was just an ordinary man, no match for two strong bodyguards. He was quickly overpowered. You cannot do this, Zhonghua. You still have time to turn back. Hua Ximiao yelled. Protect my big brother. Charge, came a sudden shout. The bodyguards dragging Hua Ximiao had barely taken 2 steps when another group rushed into the alley, led by Wang Fugue. Behind them, 2 bulldozers roared into the alley, their engines growling. Seeing this, the bodyguards panicked and dropped Hua Ximiao, diving out of the way. What the hell was going on today? First Su Qingru rammed them with a car. Now bulldozers? Or tanks next? Zhonghua was losing his mind. All this for Yi Fan? Is it not enough? I only wanted to kill Yi Fan. Why the hell are all of you getting involved? Who else? Anyone else wants to die with him? His eyes were bloodshot with rage. First Su Qingru interrupted, then Hua Ximiao, now Wang Fugue brought reinforcements. Was the whole city going to interfere? Count me in. Zhonghua, if you dare touch even a hair on Yi Fan's head, I will bury your entire family. Another booming voice rang out as Li Hu entered with a massive crowd. Li Hu's men outnumbered Zhonghua's at least 5-1. More continued pouring into the alley. Zhonghua's bodyguards panicked, shrinking their formation and retreating closer to him. Yi Fan! Sir! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao all rushed to Yi Fan's side, now facing off against Zhonghua in the dead-end alley. Yi Fan sighed as he looked around. Thank you all. He glanced at Su Qingru in his arms. These people must have come because of her. In truth, no matter how many Zhonghua brought, Yi Fan could have handled it alone. But her efforts were appreciated. Humph. Li Hu, you are siding with Yi Fan too? Fine. Now that everyone is here, you can all die together. At least you will have company on your way to hell. Zhonghua showed no fear, even as he was clearly outnumbered. You think having more people means you will win? Let me show you what I am really capable of. As he spoke, Zhonghua made a strange sound with his mouth. The next moment, from beneath his black robe, countless black insects crawled up his arm. They looked like a swarm of bees clustering around a hive, enough to make anyone with a fear of bugs feel faint. Bloodthirsty goo worms. Yi Fan immediately recognized it as one of the 10 forbidden goo of the goo sect, the bloodthirsty goo. In the past, this type of goo had been jointly banned by the Grand Xia Empire and the goo sect. Yet now, Zhonghua could actually control one of the 10 forbidden goo, the bloodthirsty goo? Yi Fan's expression grew serious. It appeared the goo sect really was reviving, and the problem was far more severe than anticipated. Zhonghua waved his arm, and the swarm of black insects rushed toward a wandering stray dog. Kai, kai! An unnerving sound that made one's scalp crawl echoed. Within moments, the dog vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only scattered fur and a thick scent of blood lingering in the air. Gasp! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and others watching this scene all drew in sharp breaths. Big brother, you and sister-in-law get out of here first, I will cover the rear. Without hesitation, Wang Fugue stepped forward, beer bottle in hand, blocking in front of Yi Fan and motioning for him and Su Qingru to leave. Li Hu and a few of his trusted brothers also stepped up, shielding Yi Fan. Instructor, please go. We will hold them off. These goo insects were terrifyingly strange, able to devour a dog in seconds. If they latched onto a human, survival would be impossible. Count this old man in too. Hua Ximiao stepped forward. Young Lord Yi, make sure to carry on the legacy of Grand Xia's medicine. Seeing these people step forward in the face of death to protect him, Yi Fan was quietly moved. He was reminded of the attack on his sect 3 years ago, how his senior brothers, uncles, and elders used their own bodies to shield his escape. That was how he had survived all these years. Those detestable ambushers, Yi Fan swore they would pay in blood. Ha ha! You want to run? No one's leaving today. You all preach brotherhood and loyalty, right? Then walk the path to death together. What I say, not even Jesus can undo. Zhonghua laughed arrogantly, sending the deadly goo swarm toward Yi Fan and the others, only to halt them 3 feet away. Zhonghua, playing the victor, smirked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, here is your last chance. Kneel and apologize. Call me father. I will let your friends go. How about it? Instructor, forget about us, just go. Even if you kneel, he will not spare you. Li Hu shouted anxiously before Yi Fan could reply. Su Qingru clung to Yi Fan's chest and whispered softly, brother-in-law, as long as I am with you, I do not fear death. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said to her and the others, why so glum? Who said we are going to die? No one's dying today. Relax. He turned to face Zhonghua. Zhonghua, how unfilial of you. Since ancient times, has any son asked his father to kneel? Have you forgotten? Back at the auditorium, you called me dad yourself. What you are doing now is patricide. This one line from Yi Fan made Zhonghua explode. Yi Fan, you are looking for death. Zhonghua's biggest sore spot was his pride. Being forced to call Yi Fan dad in front of everyone was the ultimate humiliation. With a command, the swarm of goo insects surged at Yi Fan. Zhonghua's face twisted with a savage grin. Go to hell, Yi Fan. Once you are dead, I will be sure to love your wife, Suishua, ha. The atmosphere turned grim. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao stared at the swarm intensely. Wang Fugue even tore off his shirt, ready to fight them off. Come on, you little bastards, come at your grandpa Wang. It is useless. Ha, the bloodthirsty goo is one of the 10 forbidden goo, none of you can stop it. Zhonghua laughed maniacally. But halfway through, his laughter halted. He suddenly realized the swarm of goo had stopped less than a foot from Yifan. Not only that, they were trembling in fear, as if encountering some unspeakable terror. The next second, all the goo insects collapsed to the ground, writhing and prostrating as if in worship. From Yifan's hand, a golden beetle appeared, its wings flickering, emitting high-pitched chirps. Instantly, the swarm reversed direction, flying madly away. Several of Zhonghua's bodyguards who failed to dodge were devoured instantly, leaving only bones. The insects continued to sweep through the rest of Zhonghua's men. Within seconds, they were all gone. Only Zhonghua and Zhou Hong remained. Why, young Master Zhong, what is going on? Were your goo not supposed to be powerful? Why are they out of control? Zhou Hong paled, shaken to the core. How the hell would I know? Zhonghua stammered, retreating while staring at the golden beetle in Yifan's hand. His eyes widened in horror. The Goo Emperor? How do you have the Goo Emperor? His master had told him of a sacred relic within the Goo sect, the myriad Goo cauldron, the source and ancestor of all Goo. Its greatest power came from harboring the Goo Emperor. Whoever obtained the myriad Goo cauldron could control the Goo Emperor and thereby command all Goo. No matter how vicious the Goo, they would submit to the Goo Emperor's will. If Yifan had the Goo Emperor, then he must have the myriad Goo cauldron too. Even the current Goo sect leader, having exhausted all his resources, failed to obtain it, his position unrecognized because the cauldron only passed to true leaders. If Zhonghua could acquire it, he could control the entire Goo sect. Greed surfaced in Zhonghua's eyes, completely unaware Yifan had already sentenced him to death. Whoosh! Zhonghua, I did not intend to kill you. But you practice the 10 most wicked Goo arts and seek to murder with forbidden Goo. You cannot be spared. Yifan commanded the bloodthirsty Goo to attack. No, do not. Young Lord Yi, mercy. I will kneel. Without hesitation, Zhonghua dropped to his knees. Young Lord Yi, I was wrong. I judged you with dog's eyes. I will never fight you for Su Qingru again. I swear I will stay far away. If you are still angry, take my eyes, dig them out if you want. Zhonghua knelt, kowtowing repeatedly to Yifan. Honor? Dignity? Can that save your life? At this point, Zhonghua no longer cared about anything. It was not my idea to kill you. It was the Zhou family, they ordered me to do it. I was just following orders. Zhonghua pushed all the blame onto Zhou Hong beside him. If that is so, then why did you act the way you did? Yifan sneered coldly. He could clearly see that Zhonghua was nothing but a pawn. The one who truly knew some of the inside story must be Zhou Hong standing next to him. Before Zhonghua could finish speaking, Yifan waved his hand, and the venomous goo worms swarmed over him. Kai Kai. In the blink of an eye, Zhonghua's flesh and blood were devoured completely by the goo worms, leaving only a pile of bones. From within his hair and clothing, a small translucent object fell out, seemingly untouched by the worms. Yifan curiously picked it up. It resembled a Buddha relic, yet was not quite the same. Holding it in his hand, he could faintly feel an ancient energy pulsing within, and even a subtle resonance with himself. But now was clearly not the time to examine it. Yifan quickly stowed it away. Zhonghua was dead. The alleyway, which had just been so chaotic, instantly fell into eerie silence. Li Hu, Wang Fugui, Hua Ximiao, and the others who had been bracing themselves for death were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. Wang Fugui and the others had all thought they were doomed after witnessing Zhonghua's terrifying powers. Yet in an unexpected twist, Yifan had survived a desperate situation and, by summoning the Goo Emperor, turned the tables completely, annihilating Zhonghua and all his men. Big Brother is incredible. I said it all along, my big brother is mighty and unstoppable. Handsome beyond compare, flowers bloom when he walks by, cars crash just to see him, even the king of hell is reluctant to take him. How could someone like that just die so easily? Wang Fugui, having come to his senses, spared no effort in showering him with exaggerated praise. Wang Fugui had been told everything about Yifan by his grandfather. He now understood that Yifan was no ordinary man, he was once a prodigious genius of the Northern Falling sect. While his martial skills had not yet returned, his other abilities remained intact. Even just this goo control technique alone meant that killing Yifan was not going to be easy. A true genius. Hua Ximiao exclaimed with admiration. Medicine and goo have always been intertwined, and Yifan actually knew the mysterious goo techniques of the Goo sect. This was truly astounding. If only his granddaughter. After dealing with Zhonghua, Yifan directed the goo swarm to surround Zhou Hong. He looked at him coolly and said, "You are from the Zhou family? I killed Zhou Tao. Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Hong knew some martial arts, but with all of Zhonghua's men now dead, and Yifan flanked by so many allies, Zhou Hong did not even have the courage to resist. So it was you. No, I mean, good kill. Zhou Tao deserved to die. Young Lord Yi, spare my life. It was all Zhonghua's idea to kill you. I had nothing to do with it. I was just here to watch. Even at this point, Zhou Hong still refused to speak the truth. Yifan sneered and sent the gu forward. In an instant, they tore off one of Zhou Hong's legs. I will give you one last chance, who ordered my death? It was the Su family, the eldest son of the Su family in the capital, Su Hao. You protected royal number 1, and Su Hao sent us to kill you. If the Gu sect could not do it, they planned to call on people from the Holy Lands to finish the job. Please, I swear, I had nothing to do with it. Zhou Hong rolled on the ground in pain, wailing in agony. Yi Fan snorted coldly. So, the Su family from the capital had come looking for him? Very well. For the sake of his junior martial sister, Yi Fan had long planned to wipe the Su family from the face of the earth. Crunch! The remaining Gu surged forward and devoured Zhou Hong in an instant. The Zhou family had been one of the main attackers during the assault on the Yi family. How could Yi Fan possibly let them live? The entire scene had been thoroughly cleaned by the venomous Gu. Aside from the lingering stench of blood in 2 chairs that Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had been sitting in, there was nothing left in the alley. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it was real. So this is the power of the Gu sect? A swarm of insects could kill without a trace. Woo woo woo. Just as the scene had been cleared, the sound of urgent sirens rang out at the alley's entrance. Hua Shuiyan rushed in with a team of special police. No one move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping? Hua Shuiyan led the charge, dressed in uniform. But her well-developed figure threatened to burst from her shirt. Her fair skin, slim waist, everything was strikingly alluring. It was a deadly combination for any man. Yi Fan's eyes naturally fell on Hua Shuiyan, trailing down her chest like a dagger. Pervert! What are you staring at? I asked a question. Who is behind this kidnapping? Is there no law left under heaven? Before Yi Fan could speak, Hua Ximiao stepped forward. Shuiyan, you are here. Just now, young Lord Yu was kidnapped, but the culprits have already been driven off by us. Him? He was the one kidnapped? He looks more like the kidnapper himself. Hua Shuiyan frowned as she looked Yi Fan up and down. No matter how she looked at him, he did not seem like a decent man. Although he was handsome, there was a wicked charm about him. His eyes were anything but honest, and kept drifting toward her chest. Look again and I will gouge your eyeballs out. From Hua Ximiao's expression and actions, Yi Fan guessed this beauty must have been the help he had sent for. Miss, it is not my fault your beauty jumped into my eyes. If you are upset, why not just cut off your charming assets up front? You, Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless, stamping her foot in frustration. Shuiyan, do not be rude. This is young Lord Yi, a divine physician of our time. His medical skills defy heaven. Apologize at once. Hua Ximiao's face darkened as he scolded his granddaughter, leaving her stunned. Apologize? Grandpa, did he threaten you? If he did, just blink. I brought so many people, we are not afraid of him, Hua Shuiyan said seriously, turning to Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao rolled his eyes. With his methods, if he releases those bugs, even 10 times your number would just become their next meal. Threaten, my ass. Hua Ximiao knocked his granddaughter on the head. You, take your people and leave. Your mother's illness can only be cured by young Lord Yi. In this world, he is the only one with the ability to heal her. Hua Shuiyan's expression turned serious. Her grandfather did not seem to be joking. Her mother had been bedridden for years. Even her grandfather could not heal her. Could this man, who often lounged around in clubs, really be the cure? Withdraw. Though she still had doubts about Yi Fan's skills, Hua Shuiyan did not press further. She gave the order, and her team quickly exited the scene. After she left, Hua Ximiao bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Young Lord Yi, I apologize on behalf of my granddaughter for her offense. He paused, then looked deeply at Yi Fan. I never expected. Young Lord Yi, you have hidden your strength so well. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Dean Hua, I suppose you also thought I was just a debauched wastrel who loitered around clubs? After all, when Yi Fan married into the Su family, he was either in a club or on his way to one. That was the public impression of him, a complete playboy. I did indeed misunderstand before. Today I actually came to consult young Lord Yi about that prescription you gave. As he spoke, Hua Ximiao took out the prescription Yi Fan had written for Chiu Wan. This prescription is ingenious, but there are 3 ingredients in particular whose combination I simply cannot fathom. Might young Lord Yi enlighten me? Originally, Hua Ximiao had come to save him. Even earlier, when danger struck, he did not leave and was among the first to step forward. Yi Fan had a good impression of him. Dean Hua, I have no problem discussing medical techniques with you. I can even give you this prescription and teach you some medical skills. But I have one condition. Ah, really? Hua Ximiao was stunned. Whatever your condition is, just say the word. If it is within my power, I will do it without hesitation. Given Yi Fan's extraordinary abilities, being able to learn from him would be a blessing. Not just one, even 100 conditions, Hua Ximiao would agree to them all. It is simple. Keep my martial arts and gu techniques secret, and go treat my great-grandfather in my stead. Heal him as quickly as possible. That is it? Hua Ximiao had expected some unreasonable demand, yet this was all? Yi Fan nodded. That is all. As you must know, 3 years ago the Yi family was attacked. Although my strength has now returned, I must remain hidden. I will only act when all my enemies have revealed themselves. As for those who have seen my true abilities, they can no longer speak. As he said this, Yi Fan glanced at Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others around him. The murderous aura emanating from Li Hu and his men made everyone feel stifled. You all too, keep your mouths shut. Hua Ximiao was no fool. He instantly understood what Yi Fan meant. I understand. I will keep everything confidential. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, so the Yi family had produced a dragon after all. Those who kicked them when they were down were about to pay the price. The key to this prescription lies in the dosage, and in the principles of mutual reinforcement and counteraction. Without hesitation, Yi Fan explained the core logic behind the formula. He also taught Hua Ximiao 3 of the 8 Tai needles on the spot. These 3 needles are enough to treat my great-grandfather. If your talent is sufficient, I will teach you the rest later. Master, please accept my bow. Recognizing the skill as part of the secret Shinon classic, the Tai 8 needles, Hua Ximiao knelt and bowed, ignoring Yi Fan's protests. Though Yi Fan was young, he truly deserved this gesture. Yi Fan did not stop Hua Ximiao. In front of others, still call me young Lord Yi, he said, accepting him as a disciple. After all, having someone like Hua Ximiao as his follower would make many things easier. Nearby, Wang Fugue, Su Qingru, and Wang's brothers were all stunned to see Hua Ximiao kneeling to Yi Fan in full view. What, were their eyes deceiving them? The director of Yun City People's Hospital, the famed medicine king of the Southwest, actually knelt and took Yi Fan as his master? But thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying powers just now, everything suddenly made sense. After thanking Yi Fan profusely, Hua Ximiao left. Li Hu finally seized a chance to approach Yi Fan quietly and say, Young Lord Yi, our men just reported that several suspicious people are lurking near the place where we are holding Ishio. It looks like someone is planning to make a move. Yi Fan smiled faintly. So they could not wait to act already? It seemed Ishio really was hiding something valuable. Withdraw all your men from the perimeter. Make the trap wider. We are going over there immediately. If the area was too heavily guarded, the enemy would not act. What Yi Fan needed now was to cast a wide net and wait for the fish to swim in, then catch them all in one go. Understood. After they left, just 2 alleyways away, a young man in black retracted his binoculars, picked up his radio, and reported, Minister, you will not believe the incredible show I just witnessed. I believe I have identified the source of the energy fluctuation. It is Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family. He has been hiding very well. This youth was a member of the Jinwu division. While on patrol, he happened to witness the showdown between Yi Fan and Zhonghua. Zhang Yang, this is a top-level secret. Remember, no one but you and I must ever know what you saw today. Otherwise, you and your family will be wiped out. Why yes, Minister. Back at the headquarters of the Jinwu division in Yun City, Minister Mo Zhong ended the call, his eyes gleaming strangely. Yi Fan, eldest son of the Yi family? Impressive. I knew the Yi family could not fall so easily. It looks like I will have to pay a personal visit tomorrow. At the Zhong family villa. In the private room of Zhonghua's mother, a masked man was passionately engaged with a woman, none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xiefang. On the floor, a man lay curled up and snoring like a dead pig, Zhonghua's supposed father. The masked man was actually Zhonghua's Gu master, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been operating in Yun City for years. Along, this is still not good. That deadbeat is lying right next to us and you are still doing this. Ah, what is the problem? That bastard is not even the father of the child. If not for needing his cover to stay hidden, he would have been dead long ago. Humph, how many times did you give it to him last month? Just thinking about it disgusts me. Oh please. I had no choice. We are still legally married. If I refused, he might have gotten suspicious. Ooh, be gentler. So Zhonghhua's so-called father was never really his father, just a pitiful, cuckolded stand-in. After about a frenzied passion, just as the two lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. No! Something has happened to Zhonghua. Spurt! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhonghua died without ever knowing he was not the son of Zhong Yiming, but the illegitimate child of his mother and her Gu master, Long Zhong. Long Zhong had invested so much in training Zhonghua in Gu techniques because he was his son. Moreover, to accelerate Zhonghua's growth, Long Zhong had created a copy of his own life-bound Gu and implanted it in him. This way, if anything happened, he could sense it immediately. Just now, Long Zhong felt that his clone life-bound Gu had been destroyed. Something happened? What do you mean? The woman's voice trembled with fear. Zhonghua is dead. Someone killed him. Long Zhong's expression turned grim. He grieved for his son, but more importantly, the fragment of the undying bone he had implanted in Zhonghua was now lost. That item was more precious than life itself. It had been discovered that the undying bone could generate endless martial energy, drastically enhancing cultivation speed. Rumor had it the bone even had the power to grant immortality. It was priceless. Who was it? Who killed Zhonghua? Long Zhong quickly got dressed, muttered to Xie Feng, and disappeared from the room. I am going out. That item on Zhonghua had been stolen at great cost. He could live without a son or a woman, but not without the undying bone. Long Zhong would stop at nothing to track down Zhonghua's killer and take back the undying bone. In a warehouse on the western outskirts of Yun City, this was the location where Li Hu had detained Yi Xiu. Previously, this area served as a hub for logistics companies, but following urban redevelopment, most of those companies had relocated. Only some warehouses remained in use, and although a few businesses were still operating there, it was mostly deserted at night. However, tonight, under the cover of darkness, over a dozen vehicles quietly parked around the warehouse. A group of burly men in black t-shirts stepped out of the cars. Leading them was none other than Lin Dong. Ah Yang, are you sure this is the place? Lin Dong turned and asked a young man beside him. This young man was Lin Yang, the biological son of Lin Dong's second uncle, Lin Hua. Although Lin Yang was already 20 years old, he had some mental issues and seemed to have the intellect of a child around 10 years old. This was also one of the reasons Lin Hua had designated Lin Dong as the family heir. Lin Hua had no choice. Although he would have preferred to choose his own son, Lin Yang's intellectual disability made him unfit to manage the Lin group. Yes, he just told me. Lin Yang said, pointing to a man nearby who looked like a teen leader. Big brother, this place is great for hide and seek. Can you play with me later? Lin Dong was speechless. He thought, I came here to kill someone, not to play goddamn hide and seek. If I had known, I would never have brought this idiot along. Are you sure the information is correct? This place is in the middle of nowhere. Would Li Hu really detain Yi Xiu here? Rest assured, young Master Lin. Our men personally saw Yi Xiu appear here earlier today. He is definitely inside. It is warehouse number 8. If we break the door open, we will know immediately, said the bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang with confidence. For this operation, Lin Dong had mobilized over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family, in case anything went wrong. Clang! As Lin Dong and his men smashed open the warehouse door, the lights came on, and 3 thugs who were playing cards immediately jumped up. What are you doing? These 3 were subordinates that Li Hu had arranged to guard the place. Sit down and behave. The 3 had just stood up when Lin Dong's men forcibly pressed them back into their seats. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, the 3 were knocked unconscious. Once the lights were fully on, Lin Dong quickly spotted Yi Xiu tied up in the corner. At that moment, Yi Xiu had already been tortured beyond recognition, his face covered in blood, and his clothes in tatters. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin, you finally came. If you had come any later, I would have been tortured to death. Lin Dong smirked and shone the flashlight in his hand on Yi Xiu. He had no interest in Yi Xiu's suffering. What he cared about was how much Yi Xiu had revealed about the events from years ago. How much did you reveal about the secrets from back then? Lin Dong stepped forward, not rushing to untie Yi Xiu but instead stared intently at him and asked. I did not say anything. Young Master Lin, you must believe me, I really said nothing. Otherwise, they would not have kept me tied up like this. Yi Xiu replied, looking agitated. Please untie me quickly and take me away. That bastard Yi Fan has already been here. I am scared. Yi Xiu knew very well how terrifying Yi Fan's methods were. Even the Black Dragon had been taken down by Yi Fan, who could also change his appearance. He even began to suspect whether the person in front of him was actually Yi Fan in disguise, attempting to trick him into letting his guard down. Hearing that Yi Fan had been there earlier, Lin Dong could not help but shiver. God damn it. If you are scared, I am even more terrified. That bastard Yifan was the one who crushed my manhood with a single kick and cracked my skull. He was the reason the Lin family was humiliated. All of it was Yifan's doing. But now, the Lin family did not dare move against Yifan directly. They could only pin their hopes on the blood-robed sect to act swiftly. Since you did not say anything, I can rest easy. Lin Dong smiled sinisterly and drew a combat knife from a nearby bodyguard. In an instant, he pressed the blade to Yi Xiu's neck. The cold glint of the blade instantly shocked Yi Xiu. Young Master Lin? What are you doing? I really did not say anything. Why do you want to kill me? I already coordinated with your second uncle. I am supposed to take control of the Yi family and serve the Lin family. Humph, why kill you? Because some secrets are safest when only the dead know them. Yi Xiu, you know too much, and you have already been exposed to Yifan. I am sorry, but you must die. Without any hesitation, Lin Dong raised the blade to slit Yi Xiu's throat. No, please do not. Young Master Lin, this is not fair. You cannot use me and then discard me. Regardless of Yi Xiu's desperate pleas, Lin Dong showed no mercy. Yi Xiu could already feel the blade piercing the skin of his neck. Despair overwhelmed him. Years ago, in his ambition to control the Yi family, he had conspired with the Lin and Zhou families, acting as an inside agent and leaking all of the Yi family's strategic deployments to them. That betrayal had led to the near extermination of the Yi family. If only he had not been so blinded by greed, if he had informed the old master in time about the attack, perhaps the Yi family would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. If things had gone differently, maybe he could have gained control of the Yi family legitimately. Yi Xiu was full of regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Thud! Just as Lin Dong's blade was about to slice through Yi Xiu's throat, a pebble suddenly flew in and struck Lin Dong's arm, piercing through it and shattering the bone. The combat knife clattered to the floor, and Lin Dong's arm immediately went limp. Ah, fuck. Who the hell dared to attack me? Lin Dong screamed, clutching his bleeding arm, though his heart already suspected the culprit. Yi Fan. It had to be Yi Fan. Late at night, and Yi Fan was still lurking nearby. This could only mean one thing. Yi Fan had been waiting for him here on purpose. Capturing Yi Xiu and deliberately leaking the location was all part of a trap, to lure out anyone who would come to save or kill Yi Xiu. Anyone who took that bait must have had a role in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That Yi Fan could lay such a trap was something Lin Dong had anticipated, which is why he had brought over 100 bodyguards with him. If this were just about capturing or killing Yi Xiu, there would be no need for such a grand operation. As the predetermined successor of the Lin family, Lin Dong was not stupid, he just had the bad luck of running into Yi Fan. Young Master Lin, so late at night, we meet again. Yi Fan walked down calmly from behind a door on the second floor, smiling. Lin Dong observed carefully. Yi Fan appeared to be alone. He could not help but feel relieved. Yi Fan was still as arrogant as ever, thinking he alone could defeat the army of bodyguards Lin Dong had brought. Soon, he would be the one begging on his knees. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong and then turned to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, now you see it, do you not? You were still trying to defend the Lin family, stubborn to the end, but they just tried to kill you. Are you really willing to accept this? Is it worth it? Are you really content to be tortured alone, while those who were once your allies betray you, attempt to silence you, and dump all the blame on you? Every word from Yi Fan pierced into Yi Xiu's ears. Having just survived a brush with death, Yi Xiu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Earlier, Li Hu had used various cruel methods to torture Yi Xiu for an entire day, and Yi Xiu had still managed to hold on, because he firmly believed the Lin family would go to any lengths to find him and save him. Yi Xiu held many secrets regarding the attack on the Yi family years ago, and if those secrets were leaked to Yi Fan, it would become irrefutable evidence justifying Yi Fan's retaliation against the Lin family. I am not willing. Yi Xiu's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you will all die a horrible death. You forced me into this. I was loyal to you, and you betrayed me and tried to kill me. Do not blame me now. Yi Fan, as long as you kill Lin Dong, I will tell you everything. Yi Xiu now appeared nearly insane. Compared to Yi Fan, he now hated Lin Dong even more. Lin Dong, meanwhile, had regained his composure. Kill me? Ha! Yi Xiu, you must be dreaming. I came here fully prepared. I brought over 100 bodyguards. Even if Yi Fan were a god, he could not take on this many. Even if he could fight, he would collapse from exhaustion. As he spoke, and after confirming there was no one else upstairs, Lin Dong grew even more arrogant. Only Yi Fan was here, no others. This was a perfect opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan, get on your knees and apologize to me. Beg for mercy. Maybe, for the sake of Xian Yufei, I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead tonight. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, all the bodyguards behind him drew their weapons, combat knives and steel batons, and began to close in on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, showed not a trace of concern. His current strength far exceeded that of a martial lord. This group of thugs? Even if their number doubled or quintupled, Yi Fan would not care. What difference is there between one group of ants and 5? They are still just ants. It does not take much effort for a person to crush one ant or 100. Young Master Lin, my legs are a bit stiff, I cannot kneel. Why do you not show me how? Yi Fan said with a faint smirk. Oh, I forgot. I shattered your balls last time. Kneeling probably hurts a lot now, does it not? Better forget it. Yi Fan, you son of a bitch. I will fucking kill you and your ancestors. Lin Dong exploded. The mention of his testicles enraged him to the core. A man's pride had been utterly destroyed by Yi Fan. That was the end of any happiness for the rest of his life. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. I do not care what it takes, kill him. Whoever stabs him once, I will give 10 million. Lin Dong had gone completely mad, shouting orders wildly. Make sure you do not kill him right away. Leave him barely alive, I want to play him to death. Lin Dong's face twisted with fury. The Yi family is so arrogant, is it not? Well, tonight 2 Yi family members will fall into my hands. I will end your family's future. What they failed to do 3 years ago, I will finish today. Alright, whoever castrates Yi Fan, I will give 100 million. Bastard, since you made me less than a man, I will make sure you suffer the same pain. But to Lin Dong's shock, despite his orders, all his subordinates stood frozen. None of them moved. Are you deaf? I said move, damn it. Are you all useless? Lin Dong was about to explode with rage. These were elite bodyguards trained by the Lin family. He was the designated successor, why were they not listening? Yi Fan glanced coldly at Lin Dong, then jerked his chin slightly toward Lin Dong's rear. Young Master Lin, why not take a look behind you? Lin Dong was confused. Behind him? What was behind him? Turning around out of curiosity, Lin Dong instantly gasped in horror. His heart sank. This Tiger Lord. Standing behind him was Li Hu, Yun City's underground overlord, with a dense formation of elite fighters. Their strength was clearly far above that of Lin Dong's men. Each of them held a steel crossbow and a dagger pointed directly at the hearts of Lin Dong's bodyguards. Not a single Lin family guard dared to move. Lin Dong was stunned. He had brought over 100 men and had arranged dozens more to keep watch outside. Why had there been no warning? Where the hell is everyone? Are you all pigs? How did Li Hu and so many men get in without a single alert? Lin Dong, did you really think I, Li Hu, was some soft-hearted fool? Since I dared to imprison Yi Xiu here, did you think I would not take precautions? Li Hu waved his hand, and another group of his men dragged in Lin Dong's guards from outside, his entire perimeter force. Lin Dong was utterly defeated. Now he understood Yi Fan had laid a trap, waiting to see who would jump into it. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please let me go. I just wanted to be your dog, to help you clean house, truly. Thud. Lin Dong did not care about his dignity. He fell to his knees before Yi Fan. Yi Xiu watched from the side, speechless. Yi Fan, do not believe a word he says. It was Lin Dong. He was the one who contacted me. The Lin family directly participated in the attack on the Yi family, and I know they were searching for something hidden by the Yi family. But even now, they still have not found it. Yi Xiu, realizing there was no escape, decided to go all in and bring Lin Dong down with him. Lin Dong was so furious he nearly exploded. Yi Xiu, I will kill you. That secret item was the central reason for the attack on the Yi family, and now Yi Xiu had exposed it. And this did not involve just the Lin family, the forces behind it were vast and complex. If word got out that the Lin family had leaked the secret, they would be doomed. Enraged, Lin Dong jumped up and rushed over, grabbing Yi Xiu's throat with one hand. Yi Xiu, I will strangle you to death.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.